The Lord of the Rings. Part 2. Welcome to Soul Speak Stories full-length audiobook of The Lord of the Rings. Join us on an unforgettable journey into Middle-earth, where Frodo Baggins, a humble hobbit, is entrusted with a mission to destroy the One Ring and save his world from darkness. With bravery and loyalty, the Fellowship embarks on a perilous adventure, facing unimaginable dangers and powerful enemies. Let Soul Speak Story bring you into J.R.R. Tolkien's masterpiece through our immersive narration, where each chapter unveils a tale of friendship, sacrifice, and the triumph of good over evil. Transcript. It was evening and the grey light was again waning fast when they halted for the night. They were very weary. The mountains were veiled in deepening dusk and the wind was cold. Gandalf spared them one more mouthful each of the Mire of Rivendell. When they had eaten some food they had called a council. "We cannot of course go again tonight," he said. "The attack on the Red Horn Gate has tired us out and we rest here for a no choice but to go on or to return to Rivendell." Pippin's face brightened visibly at the mere mention of returning to Rivendell. Merry and Sam looked up hopefully, but Aragorn and Borya made no sign. Frodo looked troubled. "I wish I was back there," he said. "Then how can I return without the shame, unless there is indeed no other way, and we are already defeated?" "You all right, Frodo," said Gandalf. "To go back is to admit defeat and to face worse defeat to come. If we go back now, then the ring must remain there. We shall not be able to set it out again. The sooner or later Rivendell will be besieged, and after a brief and bitter time it will be destroyed. The ring race are deadly enemies, but we are only shadows yet of the power and terror that they will possess if the ruling ring was on their master's hand again. Then we must go on if there is a way," said Frodo with a sigh. Sam looked back into the gloom. "There is a way that we may attempt," said Gandalf. "I thought from the beginning when I first considered this journey that we would try it, but it is not a pleasant way, and I have not spoken of it to the company before. Heron was against it until the pass over the mountains had at least been right. If it is a worse road than a Red Horn Gate, then it must be evil indeed," said Merry. "But you had better tell us about it and let us know of the worst at once." "The road that I speak leads to the mines of Moria," said Gandalf. Only Gimli lifted up his head. A smouldering fire was in his eyes. On all the others a dread fell at the mention of that name. Even to the hobbits it was a legend of vague fear. "The road may lead to Moria, but how can we hope that it will lead through Moria?" said Aragorn darkly. "It is a name of ill omen," said Mimir, "nor do I see the need to go there. If we cannot cross the mountain, let us journey southward until we come to the Gap of Rohan, where men are friendly to my people, taking the road that I followed on my way hither. Or we might pass by and cross the Isen into Longed and Lebanon, and so come to Gondor from the regions nigh to the sea. Things have changed since you came north." "Boromir here," answered Gandalf. "Did you not hear what I told you to of Saruman? With him I may have business of my own here. All is over, but the ring must not come near Isengard if that can be by any means prevented. The Gap of Rohan is closed to us while we go with the bearer. As for the longer road, we cannot afford the time. We might spend a year in such a journey, and we would pass through many lands that are empty and harvest, yet they would not be safe. The watchful eyes of both Saruman and the enemy are on them. When you came north, Boromir, you are in the enemy's eyes. Only one stray wanderer from the south and a matter of small concern to him. His mind was busy with the pursuit of the ring, but you return now as a member of the ring's company and you are in peril. As long as you remain with us the danger will increase with every league that we go south under the naked sky. Since our open attempt on the mountain our plight has become most desperate. I fear I see now little hope if we do not soon vanish from sight for a while and cover our tail. Therefore I advise that we should go neither over the mountains nor around them but under them, that is a road at any rate that the enemy would least expect us to take. We do not know what he expects, said Boromir. We may watch all roads, likely and unlikely, but in that case to enter Moria would be to walk into a trap, hardly better than knocking at the gates of the Dark Tower itself. The name of Moria is black. You speak of what you do not know when you liken Moria to the stronghold of Sauron. Answer, said Gandalf, I alone of you have ever been to the dungeons of the Dark Lord, and only in his older and lesser dwellings in Dugulur. Those who pass the gates of Better do not return, but I do not lead you into Moria if there were no hope of coming out again. If there are ours there, it may prove ill for us, that is true, but most of the orcs of the Misty Mountains are scattered and destroyed in the battle of the 5 armies. The eels report that orcs are gathering again from afar, but there is hope that Moria is still free. There is even a chance that the dwarves are there and in some deep hall of its fathers. Ben, son of Hundon, may be found. However it may prove, one must tread the path that need chooses. I will tread the path with you, Gandalf said. Jimmy, I will go and look into the holes of Durin. Whatever may wait there, if you can find the doors that are shut. Good, Jimmy, said Gandalf. You encourage me. We will seek the hidden doors together and we will come through in the ruins of the dwarves. A dwarf's head will be less easy to bewilder than elves or men or hobbits, yet it will not be the first time I have been to Moria. I saw it there long for thin son of Thor. After he was lost I passed through and I came out again alive. I too once passed the Dimmel Gate, said Aragorn quietly, but though I also came out again, this memory is still very evil. I do not wish to enter Moria a second time, and I don't wish to enter it even once, said Pippin. Nor me, muttered Sam. Of course not, said Jondal. Who would? But the question is who will follow me if I lead you there? I will, said Jimmy eagerly. I will, said Word for blame. I will follow your lead. Now if this last warning does not move you, it is not of the ring nor of us others that I am thinking now, but of you, Gandalf, and I say to you, if you pass the doors of Moria, beware. I will not go, said Boromir, not unless the vote of the whole company's against me. What do Legolas and the little folk say? The ring bearer's voice surely should be heard. I do not wish to go to Moria, said Legolas. The hobbit said nothing. Sam looked at Frodo. At last Frodo spoke. I do not wish to go, he said, but neither do I wish to refuse the advice of Gandalf. I beg that there should be no vote until we are slept on it. Gandalf will get the votes easier in the light of the morning than in this cold window. How the wild howls! At these words all fell into silent thought. They heard the wind hissing among the rocks and trees, and there was a howling and wailing around them in the empty spaces of the night. Suddenly Aragorn leapt to his feet. How the wind howls, he cried. It is howling of wolf voices. The wags have come to the west of the mountains. Need we wait until morning? Then Sanov, it is as I said, the hunt is up. Even if we live to see the dawn, who now will wish to journey south by night with the wild wolves on his tail? How far is Moria? As Boromir, there was a door southwest of Caddis, some 15 miles as a crow and maybe 20 as a wolf. Ron, answered Gandalf grimly. Then let us start as soon as the light of tomorrow if we can. The wolf that one hears is worse than the orc that one fears. True, said Aragorn, loosening his sword in his sheath, but where the W howls, there also the orc prowls. I wish I'd taken Ellen's advice, muttered Pippin to Sam. I'm no good after all. There is not enough of the breed of Brand Blast, a bull roarer, in me. These hows freeze my blood. I don't ever remember feeling so wretched. My heart is right down to my toes. Mr. Pippin, said Sam, we aren't eating yet, and there are some stout folk here with us. Whatever it may be in store for old Gandalf, I'll wager it isn't a wolf's belly. For their defense the company climbed on top of the small hill under which they had been sheltering it. was crowned with a knot of old and twisted trees about which lay a broken circle of boulder stones. In the midst of this they lit a fire, for there was no hope that darkness and silence would keep that trail from discovery by the haunting packs. Around the fire they sat, and those that were not on guard dozed uneasily. Poor Build-A Pony trembled and sweated where he stood. The howling of the wolves was now all around them, sometimes nearer and sometimes further off. In the dead of night many shining eyes were seen peering over the bow of the hill. Some advanced almost to the ring of stones. At a gap in the circle a great dark wolf shape could be seen, halted gazing at them. A shuddering howl broke from him as if he were a captain summoning his pack for the assault. Gondal stood up and strode forward holding his St. "Listen, hound of Sion," he cried, "Gal is here. Fly if you value your foul skin. I will shrivel you from tail to snout if you come within this ring." The wolf snarled and sprang towards them in a great leap. At that moment there was a sharp twang. Legolas had loosened his bow, and there was a hideous F, and the leaping shape fell to the ground. The elvish arrow had pierced his throat. The watching eyes were suddenly extinguished. Gang and Aragorn strode forward, but the hill was deserted. The hunting packs had left all about them. The darkness grew silent, and no cry came on the sighing wind. The night was old, and westwards the waning moon was setting, gleaming fitfully through the breaking clouds. Suddenly Frodo started from sleep without warning. A storm of howls broke out, fierce and wild, all about the camp. A great host of HS had gathered silently, and now was attacking them from every side at once. Bling fell on the fire. Gondal to the HB, draw your blades, stand back to back in the leaping light. As a fresh wood blazed up, Frodo saw many grey shapes spring over the ring of stones. More and more followed through the throat of one huge leader. Aragorn passed his sword with a thrust. With a great sweep Boromir hewed the head off another. Beside them Gimli stood with his stout legs apart, wielding his war. The bow of Legolas was singing in the wavering firelight. Gandalf seemed suddenly to grow. He rose up, a great menacing shape like the monument of some ancient king, stone set upon a hill. Stooping like a cloud he lifted a burning branch and strode to meet the wolves. They gave back before him. High in the air he tossed the blazing brand. It flared with a sudden white radiance like lightning, and his voice rolled like thunder. Well done in Cowrath. There was a roar and a crackle, and the tree above him burst into a leaf and bloom of blinding flame. The fire leaped from treetop to treetop. The whole hill was crowned with a dazzling light. The swords and knives of the defenders shone and flickered. The last arrow of Legolas kindled in the air as it flew and plunged burning into the heart of a great wolf chieftain. All the others fled slowly. The fire died till nothing was left but folding ash and sparks. A bitter smoke curled from above the burned tree stumps and blew darkly from the hill as our first light of dawn came dimly in the sky. Their enemies were routed and did not return. What did I tell you, Mr. Pippin, said Sam, sheathing his sword. Those won't get him now. That's an eye-opener. No mistake. Nearly singed the hair off my head. When the full light of the morning came, no signs of the wolves were to be found, and they looked in vain for the bodies of the dead. No trace of the fight made, but the charred trees and the arrows of Legolas lying on the hilltop. All were undamaged save one, of which only the point was left. It is as I feared, said Gandalf. These were no ordinary wolves hunting for food in the wilderness. Let us eat quickly and go. That day the weather changed again, almost as if it was at the command of some power that had no longer any use for snow, since they had retreated from the passive power that wished now to have a clear light in which things that moved in the wild could be seen from far away. The wind had been turning through north to northwest during the night, and now it failed. The clouds vanished southwards, and the sky was opened high and blue. As they stood upon the hillside ready to depart, a pale sunlight gleamed over the mountain tops. We must reach the doors before Sunsets and Gandalf, or I fear we shall not reach them at all. It is not far, but our path may be winding, for here Aragorn cannot guide us. He has seldom walked in this country, and only once have I been under the west wall of Moria, and that wasn't long ago. There it lies, he said, pointing way southeastwards to where the mountain sides fell sheer into the shadow at their feet. In the distance could be dimly seen a line of bare cliffs, and in their midst, taller than the rest, one great grey wall. When we left the pass I led you southwards are not back to our starting point, as some of you may have noticed. It is well that I did so, for now we have several miles less to cross and haste is needed. Let us go. I do not know which to hope, said Boromir grimly, that Gandalf will find what he seeks, or that coming to the cliff which shall find the gates lost forever. All choices seem ill, and to be caught between wolves and the wall the likeliest chance. Lead on. Gimli now walked ahead by the wizard's side, so eager was he to come to Moria. Together they led the company back owards the mountains. The only road of old to Moria from the west had lain along a course of a stream, the Sannon, that ran out from the feet of the cliffs near where the doors had stood. But either Gandalf was astray, or else the land had changed in recent years, for he did not strike the stream where he looked to find it only a few miles southward from their start. The morning was passing towards noon, and still the company wandered and scrambled in a barren country of red stones. Nowhere could they see any gleam of water or hear any sound of it. All was bleak and dry. Their hearts sank. They saw no living thing, and not a bird was in the sky. But what the night would bring if it caught them in that lost land, none of them cared to think. Suddenly Jimmy, who had pressed on ahead, called back to them. He was standing on a knoll and pointing to the right. Hurrying up, they saw below them a deep and narrow channel. It was empty and silent, and hardly a trickle of water flowed among the brown and red stained stones of its bed. But on the near side there was a path, much broken and decayed, that wound its way among the ruined walls and paving stones of an ancient high road. Ah, here it is at last, said Gondal. This is where the stream ran. Sauron, the Gate Stream they used to call it. But what has happened in the water I cannot guess. It used to be swift and noisy. Come, we must hurry on, we are late. The company were footsore and tired, but they trudged doggedly along the rough and winding track for many miles. The sun turned from a noon and began to go west. After a brief halt and a hasty meal, they went on again. Before them the mountains frowned, but their path lay in a deep trough of land, and they could see only the higher shoulders in the far eastward peaks. At length they came to a sharp bend. There the road, which had been veering southwards between the brink of the channel and a steep fall of the land to the left, turned and went due east again. Rounding the corner they saw before them a low cliff some 5 fathoms high, with a broken and jagged top. Over it a trickling water dripped through a wide cliff that seemed to have been carved out by a that had once been strong and full. Indeed, things have changed, said Gandalf. There is no mistaking the place. There is all that remains of the stair falls. If I remember it right, there was a flight of steps cut in the rock at the side, but the main road wound away left and climbed with several rafts up to the level ground at the top. There used to be a shallow valley beyond the falls, right up to the walls of Moria, and the Sauron flowed through it with the road beside it. Let us go and see what things are like now. They found the stone steps without difficulty, and Gimli sprang swiftly up them, followed by Gondal and Frodo. When they reached the top they saw that they could go no further that way, and the reason for the drying up of the Gate Stream was revealed behind them. The sinking sun filled the cool western sky with glimmering gold. Before them stretched a dark still lake. Neither sky nor sunset was reflected on its Sannon surface. The Sauron had been dammed and had filled all the valley. Beyond the ominous water were reared vast cliffs, there stern faces bid in the fading light, final and impassable. No sign of gate or entrance, not a fissure or crack could Frodo see in the frowning stone. Here are the walls of Moria, said Gandalf, pointing across the water, and there the gate stood. Once upon a time the elven door at the end of the road from Holland by which we have come, but this way is blocked. None of the company, I guess, will wish to swim in this gloomy water at the end of the day. It has an unwholesome look. Then we must find a way around the northern edge, said Gimli, the first thing for the company to do is to climb up by the main path and see where that will lead us. Even if it were no lake we could not get our baggage ponying up the stair, but in any case we cannot take the poor beast into the mines, said Gandalf. The road under the mountain is a dark road and there are places narrow and steep which he cannot tread even if we can. Oh, poor old Bill, said Frodo, I had not thought of that, and poor Sam, I wonder what he will say. I am sorry, said Gandalf, poor Bill has been a useful companion and it goes to my heart to turn him adrift. Now I would have travelled lighter and brought no animal, least of all this one that Sam is fond of, if I had it my way. I feared all along that we should be obliged to take this road. The day was drawing to its end and cold stars were glinting in the sky above the sunset when the company, with all the speed they could, climbed up the slopes and reached the side of the lake. In breadth it looked to be no more than 2 or 3 furlongs at the widest point. How far it stretched away southward they could not see in the failing light, but its northern end was no more than half a mile from where they stood, and between the stony ridges that enclosed the valley and the water's edge there was a rim of open ground. They hurried forward, for they had still a mile or 2 to go before they could reach the point of the far shore that Gandalf was making for, and then he had still to find the doors. When they came to the northernmost corner of the lake they found a narrow creek that barred their way. It was green and stagnant, thrust out like a slimy arm towards the enclosing hills. Jimmy strove forward undeterred and found that the water was shallow, no more than ankle deep at the edge. Behind him they walked in file, threading their way with care, for under the weedy pools were sliding in greasy stones and footing was treacherous. Frodo shuddered with disgust at the touch of the dark unclean water on his feet as Sam, the last of the company, led Bill up on the dry ground. On the far side there came a soft sound, a swish followed by a plop, as if a fish had disturbed the still surface of the water. Turning quickly they saw ripples black edged with shadow in the waning light. Great rings were widening outwards from a point afar out in the lake. There was a bubbling noise and then silence. The dusk deepened and the last gleams of the sunset were veiled in cloud, and over this he passed his hands to and fro, muttering words under his breath. Then he stepped back. Look, he said, can you see anything now? The moon now shone over upon the moon now shone upon the grey face of the rock, but they could see nothing else for a while. Then slowly on the surface where the wizard's hands had passed faint lines appeared like slender veins of silver running in the stone. At first they were no more than pale gossamer threads, so fine that they only twinkled fitfully where the moon caught them, but steadily they grew broader and clearer, and until their design could be guessed at the top, as high as Gandalf could reach, was an arc of interlacing letters in an elvish character below. Though the threads were in places blurred or broken, the outline could be seen of an anvil and a hammer surmounted by a crown with 7 stars beneath. These again were 2 trees, each bearing crescent moons. More clearly than all else were shown forth in the middle of the door a single star with many rays. Ah, here are the emblems of Théoden, cried Jimmy. And there is this tree of the high elves, said Legolas. And the S of the house of Fëanor, said Gandalf. They are wrought in ethene that mirrors only starlight and moonlight and sleeps until it is touched by one who speaks words now long forgotten in Middle-earth. It is long since I heard them, and I thought deeply before I could recall them to my mind. But what does the writing say? asked Frodo, who was trying to decipher the inscription of the ark on the arch. I thought I knew all the elf letters, but I cannot read these. The words are in the elven tongue of the west of Middle-earth in the elder days, answered Gandalf, but they do not say anything of importance to us. They say only the doors of Duran Lord them Callery of Holland drew these signs. What does that mean? Speak, friend, and enter, asked Merry. That is plain enough, said Gimli. If you're a friend you speak the password and the doors will open and you can enter. Yes, said Gandalf, these doors are probably governed by words. Some dwarf gates will open only at special times or for particular persons, and some have locks and keys that are needed when all the necessary times and words are known. These doors have no key. In the days of Duran they were not secret, they usually stood open and door words sat there, but if they were shut, any who knew the opening word could speak it and pass in. At least so is it recorded, is it not, Jimmy? It is, said the dwarf, but what the word was is not remembered. Narvi and his craft and all his kindred have vanished from the earth. But do you know the word, Gandalf asked Boromir in surprise. No, said the wizard. The others looked dismayed. Only Aragorn, who knew Gandalf well, remained silent and unmoved. Then what was the use of bringing us to this accursed spot? cried Boromir, glancing back with a shudder at the dark water. You told us that you had once passed through the mines. How could that be if you did not know how to enter? The answer to your first question, Bamir, said the wizard, is that I do not know the word yet, but we shall soon see. And he added with a glint in his eyes under his bristling brows, you may ask, what is the use of my deeds when they are proved useless? As for your other question, do you doubt my tale, or have you no wits left? I did not enter this way. I came from the east. If you wish to know, I will tell you that these doors open outwards from the inside. You may thrust them open with your hands from the outside. Nothing will move them save the spell of command. They cannot be forced inwards. What are you going to do then? asked Pippin, undaunted by the wizard's bristling brows. Knock on the doors with your head, PP, said Gandalf, but if that does not shatter them, I'm allowed a little peace from foolish questions. I will seek the opening words. I once knew every spell in all the tongues of elves or men or orcs that was ever used for such a purpose. I can still remember score of them without searching in my mind, but only a few trials I think will be needed, and I shall not have to call on Jim for words of the secret dwarf tongue that they teach to none. The opening words were in Elish, like the writing on the ark. That seems certain. He stepped up from the rock again and slightly touched with his staff the silver star in the middle beneath the sign of the anvil. He said in a commanding voice. The silver lines faded, but the blank Gry stone did not stir. Many times he repeated these words in different order or varied them. Then he tried other spells one after another, speaking now faster and louder, now soft slow. Then he spoke many single words of Elish speech. Nothing happened. The cliff towered into the light, the countless stairs were kindled, and the wind blew cold, and the doors stood fast again. Gandalf approached the wall, and lifting up his arms he spoke in tones of command and rising wrath. Andro, Andro, he cried, and struck the rock with the staff. Open, open, he shouted, and followed it with the same command in every language that had ever been spoken in the west of Middle-earth. Then he threw his staff on the ground and sat down in silence. At that moment from far off the wind bore to their listening ears the howling of wolves. Bill the pony started in fear, and Stam sprang to his side and whispered softly to him. Do not let him run away, said Boromir. It seems that we shall need him still if the wolves do not find us. How I hate this foul pool. He stooped, and picking up a large stone he cast it into the dark water. The stone vanished with a soft slap, but at the same instant there was a swish and a bubble. Great rippling rings formed on the surface out beyond where the stone had fallen, and they moved slowly towards the foot of the cliff. Why did you do that, Boromir, said Frodo. I hate this place too, and I'm afraid I don't know of what. Not of wolves or the dark behind the doors, but something else. I'm afraid of the pool. Don't disturb it. I wish we could get away, said Merry. Why doesn't Gandalf do something quick, said Pippin. Gandalf took no notice of them. He sat with his head bowed, either in despair or an anxious thought. The mournful howling of the wolves was heard again. The ripples on the water grew and came closer. Some were already lapping on the shore with a suddenness that startled them all. The wizard sprang to his feet. He was laughing. I have it, he cried. Of course, absurdly simple, like most riddles when you see the answer. Picking up his staff he stood before the rock and said in a clear voice, Melon. The star shone briefly and faded again. Then silently a great doorway was outline, though not a crack or joint had been visible before. Slowly it divided in the middle and swung outwards inch by inch until both doors laid back against the wall. Through the opening a shadowy stair could be seen climbing steeply up, but beyond the lower steps the darkness was deeper than the night. The company stared in wonder. I was wrong after all, said Gandalf, and Gimli too. Mary of all people was on the right track. The opening word was inscribed on the archway all the time. The translation could have been say friend and enter. I had only to speak the Elish word for friend and the doors opened. Quite simple, too simple for a learned lawmaster in these suppositious days. Oh, those were happier times. Now let us go. He strode forward and set his foot on the lowest step, but at that moment several things happened. Frodo felt something seize him by the ankle and he fell with a cry. Bill the pony gave a wild neigh of fear and turned tail and dashed away along the lakeside into the darkness. Sam leaped after him, and then hearing Frodo's cry he ran back again, weeping and cursing. The others swung around and saw the waters of the lake seething as if a host of snakes were swimming up from the southern end. Out from the water a long insinuous tentacle had crawled. It was pale green and luminous and wet. Its fingered end had hold of Frodo's foot and was dragging him into the water. Sam on his knees was now slashing at it with a knife. The arm let go of Frodo and Sam pulled him away, crying out for help. All right, 20 quick, shouted Gondal, leaping back, rousing them from the horror that seemed to have rooted all but Sam to the ground where they stood. He drove them forward. They were just in time. Sam and Frodo were only a few steps up and Gondal had just begun to climb when the groping tentacles withered across our narrow shore and fingered the cliff wall on the doors. One came wriggling over the threshold, glistening in the starlight. Gandalf turned and paused. If he was considering what word would close the gate again from within, there was no need. Many coiling arms seized the door on either side and with horrible strength swung them round. With a shattering echo they slammed and all life was lost. A noise of rending and crashing came dully through the ponderous stone. Sam, clinging to Frodo's arm, collapsed on a step in the black darkness. Poor old Bill, he said in a choking voice. Poor old Bill. Wolves and snakes, but the snakes were too much for him. I had to choose, Mr. Frodo. I had to come with you. They heard Gandalf go back down the steps and thrust his staff against the doors. There was a quiver in the stone and the stairs trembled, but the doors did not open. Well, well, said the wizard, the passage is blocked behind us now and there is only one way out on the border side of the mountains. I feel from the sounds that boulders have been piled up and the trees uprooted and thrown across the gate. I am sorry, for the trees were beautiful and had stood long. I felt that something horrible was near from the moment I let my foot first touched the water, said Frodo. What was the thing, or were there many of them? I do not know, answered Gandalf, but the arms were all guided by one purpose. Something has crept or has been driven out of dark waters under the mountains. We are older, be fouler things than orcs in the deep places of the world. He did not speak aloud his thought that whatever it was that dwelt in the lake, it had seized on Frodo first among the company. Boromir muttered under his breath, but the echoing stone magnified the sound to a hoarse whisper that all could hear in the deep faces of the world. And thither we are going against my wish. Who will lead us now in this deadly dark? I will, said Gandalf, and Gimli shall walk with me. Follow my staff. As the wizard passed on ahead up the great steps, he held his staff aloft and from its tip there came a faint radiance. The wide stairway was sound and undamaged. 200 steps they counted, broad and shallow, and at the top they found an arched passage with a level floor leading on into the dark. Let us sit in rest and have something to eat here on the landing, since we can't find a dining room, said 3506. Frodo. He had begun to shake off the terror of the clutching arm and suddenly he felt extremely hungry. The proposal was welcomed by all and they all sat down on the upper steps, dim figures in the gloom. After they had eaten, Gandalf gave them each a third sip of the Maver of Rivendell. It will not last much longer, I'm afraid, he said, but I think we will need it after the horror of their gate, and unless we have great luck we shall need all that is left before we see the other side. Go carefully with the water too. There are many streams in the wells and the mines, but they should not be touched. We may not have a chance of filling our skins in bottles till we come down to Dial Dale. How long is that going to take us? asked Frodo. I cannot say, answered Gandalf. It depends on many chances, but going straight without mishap or losing our way we shall take 3 or 4 marches. I expect it cannot be less than 40 miles from the west door to East Gate in a direct line, and the road may wind much. After only a brief rest they started on their way again, all the eager to get the journey over as quickly as possible, and were willing, as tired as they were, to go on marching still for several hours. Gundel walked in front as before. In his left hand he held up his glimmering staff, the light of which showed the ground before his feet. In his right he held his sword. Glamming behind him came Gimli, his eyes glinting in the dim light as he turned his head from side to side. Behind the dwarf walked Frodo, and he had drawn the short sword Sting. No gleam came from the blades of Sting nor of Glam Dring, and that was of some comfort, for being the work of elvish smiths in the elder days these swords shone with a cold light if any orcs were near at hand. Behind Frodo went Sam, and after him Legolas and the young hobbits in Boromir. In the dark at the rear, grim and silent, walked Aragorn. The passage twisted around a few turns and then began to descend. It went steadily down for a long while before it became level once again. The air grew hot and stifling, but it was not foul, and at times they felt currents of cooler air upon their faces issuing from the half-guessed openings with the walls. There were many of these in the pale ray of the wizard's staff. Frodo caught glimpses of stairs and arches, and of other passages and tunnels sloping up or running steeply down or opening blankly dark on either side. It was bewildering beyond hope of remembering. Gimli aided Gondel very little except by his stout courage. At least he was not, as were most of the others, troubled by the mere darkness in itself. Often the wizard consulted him at points where the choice of way was doubtful, but it was always Gandalf who had the final word. The mines of Moria were vast and intricate beyond the imagination of Jim Glow's son, dwarf of the mountain race. Though he was to Gandalf the far of memories of a journey long before were now of little help. But even in the gloom, and despite all windings of the road, he knew whither he wished to go, and he did not falter as long as there was a path that led towards his goal. Do not be afraid, said Aragorn. There was a pause longer than usual, and Gandalf and Jimmy were whispering together. The others were crowded behind, waiting anxiously. Do not be afraid. I have been with him on many a journey, if never on one so dark, and there are tales of Rivendell of greater deeds of his than any that I have seen. He will not go astray if there is any path to find. He has led us here against our fears, and he will lead us out again at whatever cost to himself. He is sure of finding the way home in blind night. Then the cats of Queen Baruo. It was well for the company that they had such a guide. They had no fuel nor any means of making torches. In the desperate scramble at the doors many things had been left behind. Without any light they could soon have come to grief. There were not only many roads to choose from, there are also many places, holes and pitfalls and dark wells beside the path in which their passing feet echoed. There were fissures and chasms in the walls and floor, and every now and then a crack would open right before their feet. Over the dreadful gap the noise of churning water came up from far below, as if some great mill wheel was turning in the depths. Rope, muttered Sam. I knew I'd want it if I hadn't got it. As these dangers became more frequent their march became slower. Already they seemed to have been tramping on endlessly into the mountain's roots. They were more than weary, and yet there seemed no comfort in the thought of halting anywhere. Frodo's spirits had risen for a while after his escape and after food and a draught of the cordial, but now a deep uneasiness growing to dread crept over him again. Though he had been healed in Rivendell of the knife stroke, that grim wound had not been without effect. His senses were sharper and more aware of things that could not be seen. One side of change that he soon had noticed was that he could see more in the dark than any of his companions, save perhaps Gandalf, and he was in any case the bearer of the ring. It hung upon his chain against his breast, and at whiles it seemed a heavy weight. He felt the certainty of evil ahead and of evil following, but he said nothing. He gripped tighter on the hilt of his sword and went on doggedly. The company behind him spoke seldom and then only in hurried whispers. There was no sound but of the sound of their own feet, the dull stump of Jim's dhole boots, the heavy tread of Boromir, the light step of Legolas, the soft scarce heard patter of hobbit feet, and in the rear the slow firm footfalls of Aragorn with his long stride. When they halted for a moment they heard nothing at all, unless it were occasionally a faint trickle and drip of unseen water. If Frodo began to hear or to imagine that he heard something else like the faint fall of soft bare feet, it was never loud enough or near enough for him to feel certain that he heard it. But once it had started it had never stopped while the company was moving. But it was not an echo, for when they halted it pattered on for a little all by itself and then grew still. It was after nightfall when they had entered the mines. They had been going for several hours with only brief halts when Gandalf came to his first serious check. Before him stood a wide dark arch opening into 3 passages, all led in the same general direction eastwards, but the left-hand passage plunged down while the right-hand climbed up, and the middle way seemed to run on smooth and level but very narrow. "I have no memory of this place at all," said Gandalf, standing uncertainly under the arch. He held up his staff in their hope of finding some marks or inscription that might help his choice, but nothing of the kind was to be seen. "I am too weary to decide," he said, shaking his head, "and I expect that you are all weary as I am. We had better hold here before what is left of the night. You know what I mean. In here it is ever dark, but outside the late moon is riding westward and the middle night has passed." "Poor old Bill," said Sam, "I wonder where he is. I hope those wolves hadn't gotten yet." To the left of the great arch they found a stone door. It was half closed but swung back easily to a gentle crust. Beyond there seemed to lie a wide chamber cut in the rock. "Steady, steady," cried Gandalf as Merry and Pippin pushed forward, glad to find a place where they could rest with at least some feeling of shelter. "Then in the open passage, Sadie, you do not know what is inside yet. I will go first." He went in cautiously and the others filed behind. "There," he said, pointing with his staff to the middle of the floor before his feet. They saw a large round hole like the mouth of a well. Broken and rusty chains lay at the edge and trailed down to the black pit. Fragments of stone lay near. "One of you might have fallen in and still be wondering when you are going to strike the bottom," said Aragorn to Merry. "Let the guide go first while you have one. It seems to have been a guard room made for the watching of the 3 passages," said Jimmy. "That hole was plainly a well for the guards' use, covered with a stone lid, but the lid is broken. We must all take care in the dark." Pippin felt curiously attached by the well while the others were unrolling blankets and making beds against the walls of the chamber as far as possible from the hole in the floor. He trod to the edge and peered over. A chill air seemed to strike his face, rising from invisible depths. Moved by a sudden impulse he groped for a loose stone and let it drop. He felt his heart beat many times before there was any sound. Then far below, as if the stone had fallen into deep water in some cavernous place, there came a plunk, very distant but magnified and repeated in the hollow shaft. "What's that?" cried Gandalf. "I'm sorry, Gand." He was relieved when Pippin confessed what he had done, but he was angry and Pippin could see his eye glinting. "For of a duke," he growled, "this is a serious journey, not a hobbit walking party. Throw yourself in next time and then you will be of no further usance. Now be quiet." Nothing more was heard for several minutes, but then there came out of the depths faint knocks. "Tom, tap, tap, Tom." They stopped, and when the echoes had died away they were repeated. "Tap, Tom, Tom, tap, 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 Tom." They sounded disquiet, like signals of some sort, but after a while the knocking died away and was not heard again. "That was a sound of a hammer, or I have never heard one," said Jimmy. "Yes," said Gandalf, "and I do not like It may have nothing to do with Perrin's foolish stone, but probably something has been disturbed that would have been better left quiet. Pray do nothing of the kind again. Let us hope that we shall get some rest without further trouble. You Pippin can go on the first watch as a reward, he growled as he rolled himself in a blanket. Pippin sat miserably by the door in the pitch dark, but he kept on turning round, feeling that some unknown thing would crawl up from out of the well. He wished he could cover the hole if only with a blanket, but he dared not move or go near it even though Gandalf seemed to be asleep. Actually Gandalf was awake, though lying still and silent. He was deep in thought, trying to recall every memory of his former journey in the mines and considering anxiously the next course that he should take. Folt's turn now might be disastrous. After an hour he rose up and came over to Pippin. Head into a corner and have a sleep, my lad, he said in a kindly tone. You won't sleep, I expect. I cannot get a wink, so I may as well do the watching. I know what is the matter with me, he muttered as he sat down by the door. I need a smoke. I have not tasted it since the morning in before the snowstorm. The last thing that Pippin saw as sleep took him was a dark glimpse of the old wizard huddled on the floor, shielding a glowing chip on his geared hands between his knees. The flicker for a moment showed his sharp nose and the puff of smoke. It was Gandalf who roused them all from sleep. He had sat and watched all alone for about 6 hours and had let the others rest, and in the watches I have made up my mind. He said, I do not like the feel of the middle way, and I do not like the smell of the left-hand way. There is a foul air down there, or I am no guide. I shall take the right-hand passage. It is time we began to climb up again. For 8 dark hours, not counting 2 brief halts, they marched on, and they met no danger and heard nothing and saw nothing but the faint gleam of the wizard's light bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp in front of them. The passage they had chosen wound steadily upwards as far as they could judge. It went in great mounding curves, and as it rose it grew loftier and wider. There were now no openings to other galleries or tunnels on either side, and the floor was level and sound without pits or cracks. Evidently they had struck what once had been an important road, and they went forward quicker than they had done on their first march. In this way they advanced some 15 miles, measured in a direct line east, though they must have actually walked 20 miles or more as the road climbed upwards. Frodo's spirits rose a little, but he still felt oppressed and still at times. He heard, or thought he heard, away behind the company and beyond the fall, a patter of their feet, a following footstep that was not an echo. They had marched as far as the hobbits could endure without a rest, and all were thinking of a place where they could sleep, when suddenly the walls to right and left vanished. They seemed to have passed through some arched doorway into a black and empty space. There was a great drought of together. Gondal seemed pleased. I chose the right way, he said at last. We are coming to the habitable parts, and I guess that we are not far now from the eastern side, but we are high up, a good deal higher than the Themel Gate. Unless I'm mistaken from the feeling of the air, we must be in a wide hole. I will now risk a little real light. He raised his staff, and for a brief instant there was a blaze like a flash of lightning. Great shadows sprang up and fled, and for a second they saw a vast roof far above their heads, upheld by many mighty pillars hewn of stone. Before them and on either side stretched a huge empty hall, its black walls polished and smooth as glass flashed and music glittered. 3 other entrances they saw, dark black arches, one straight before them eastward, in one on either side. Then the light went out. That is all that I shall venture on for the present, said Gandalf. There used to be great windows on the mountain side and shars leading out to the light in the upper reaches of the ms. I think we have reached them now, but it is night outside again, and we cannot tell until morning. If I am right, tomorrow we may actually see the morning peeping in, but in the meanwhile we had better go on no further. Let us rest if we can. Things have gone well so far, and the greater part of the dark road is over, but we are not through yet, and it is a long way down to the gates that open to the world. The company spent that night in the great cavernous hall, huddled close together in a corner to escape the drought. There seemed to be a steady inflow of chill air through the eastern archway all about them as they lay hung in the darkness hollow and immense, and they were all oppressed by the loneliness and vastness of the dolven holes and endlessly branching stairs and passages. The wildest imaginings that dark rumor had ever suggested to the hobbits fell altogether short of the actual dread and wonder of Moria. There must have been a mighty crowd of dwarves here at one time, said Sam, and every one of them busier than Peter's for 500 years to make all this, and most in hard rock too. What did they do it all for? They didn't live in these darksome holes. Surely these are not holes, said Jimmy. This is the great realm and city of the Dwarrodel, and of old it was not darksome but full of light and splendor, as is still remembered in our songs. He rose, and standing in the dark he began to chant in a deep voice while the echoes ran away into the roof. The world was young, the mountains green, no stream yet on moon was seen, no words were lay on stream or stone. When Théoden woke and walked alone, he named the nameless hills and dells. He drank from yet untasted wells. He stooped and looked in mirror and saw a cloud of stars appear as gems upon a silver thread above the shadow of his head. The world was fair, the mountains tall. In elder days, before the fall of mighty kings in Aragorn and Gondolin, who now beyond the western seas have passed away, the world was fair. Enduring stay a king, he was on carven throne in many pillared halls of stone, with golden roof and silver floor and runes of power upon the door. The light of sun and star and moon in shining lamps of crystal, Hune undimmed by cloud or shade of night, they shone forever fair and bright. Their hammer on the anvil smoked, their chisel clove and graver root, therefore it was blade and bound was hilt. The delver mined, the mason built their burial pe, an opal pale and metal wrought like fishes, mail buckler and corslet, axe and sword and shining spears were laid in hoard. Unwearied then were Durin's folk beneath the mountains. Music woke the harper's harp, the minstrel sang, and at the gates the trumpet rang. The world is grey, the mountain old, the forge's fire is ash and cold. No sharp is rung, no hammer falls, the darkness dwells in Durin's holes. The shadow lies upon his tomb in Moria in Khazad Dûm, but still in sunken stars appear in dark and windless mirror. There lies his crown in water deep till Din wakes again from sleep. I like that, said Sam. I should like to learn it in Moria in Khazad Dûm, but it makes the darkness seem heavier thinking of all those lamps. Are there piles and jewels and gold lying about here still? Gimli was silent. Having sung his song he would say no more. Of jewels, said Gandalf, no, the Oars have often plundered Moria. There is nothing left in the upper halls, and since the dwarves fled no one dares to seek the shafts and treasuries down in the deep places. They are drowned in water or in a shadow of fear. Then what do the dwarves want to come back for? Asked Sam. For Mithril, answered Gandalf. The wealth of Moria was not in gold and jewels, the toys of the dwarves, nor in iron. The servants, such things they found here, it is true, especially iron, but they did not need to delve for them. All things that they desired they could obtain in traffic, for here alone in the world was found Moria silver, or true silver as some has called it. Mithril is the Elish name. The dwarves have a name which they do not tell. Its worth was 10 times that of gold, and now it is beyond price, for little is left above ground, and even the orcs do not delve here for it. The loads lead away north towards Cadras and down to darkness. The dwarves tell no tale, but even as Mithril was the foundation of their wealth, so also it was their destruction. They delved too greedily and too deep and disturbed that from which they fled Durin Spain. Of what they be are to light, the orcs have gathered nearly all and given a tribute to Seon, who covets it. Mithril all folk desired it. It could be beaten like copper and polished like glass, and the dwarves could make of it a metal light and yet harder than tempered steel. Its beauty was like that of common silver, but the beauty of Mithril did not tarnish or grow dim. The elves dearly loved it, and among many uses they made of it. Field star, moon which you saw Upon the doors Bilbo had a coronet of mithril rings that Thorin gave him. I wonder what has become of it. Gathering dust still in Meldilik Matham house I suppose. What, cried Jimmy, startled out of his silence. A corselet of Moria silver. That was a kingly gift. Yes, said Gandalf, I never told him, but its worth was greater than the valley of the whole Shire and everything in it. Frodo said nothing, but he put his hand under his tunic and touched the rings of his mail shirt. He felt staggered to think that he had been walking about with the price of the Shire under his jacket. Had Bilbo known, he felt no doubt that Bilbo knew quite well it was indeed a kingly gift, but now his thoughts had been carried away from the dark mines to Rivendell, to Bilbo and to Bag End. In the days while Bilbo was still there he wished with all his heart that he was back there and in those days mowing the lawn or pottering among the flowers, and that he had never heard of Moria or Mithril or the ring. A deep silence fell. One by one the others fell asleep. Frodo was on guard as if it were a breath that came. 59. 48. Through the unseen doors out of deep places dread came over him. His hands were cold and his brow damp. He listened. All his mind was given to listening and nothing else for 2 slow hours, but he heard no sound, not even the imagined echo of a footfall. His watch was nearly over when far off, where he guessed that the western archway stood, he fancied what he could see 2 pale points of light almost like luminous eyes. He started. His head had nodded. I must have nearly fallen asleep on guard. He thought I was on the edge of a dream. He stood up and rubbed his eyes and remained standing peering into the dark until he was relieved by Legolas. When he lay down he quickly went to sleep, but it seemed to him that the dream went on. He heard whispers and saw the 2 pale points of light approaching slowly. He woke and found that the others were speaking softly near him and that a dim light was falling on his face. High up above the eastern archway through a shaft near the roof came a long pale gleam, and across the whole through the northern arch light also glimmered, faded and distantly. Frodo sat up. Good morning, said Gondal, for morning it is again. At last I was right. You see, we are high up on the eastern side of Moria. Before today is over we ought to find the great gates and see the waters of Moramir lying in the Dimmel Dale before us. I shall be glad, said Jimmy. I have looked on Moria and it is very great, but it has become dark and dreadful and we have found no sign of my kindred. I doubt now, tired, but we shall rest better when we are outside, he said. I think that none of us will wish to spend another night in Moria now. Indeed, said Bor. Which way shall we take? Why, Isen Arch maybe, said Gandalf, but I do not know yet exactly where we are unless I'm quite astray. I guess that we are above and to the north of the great gates, and it may not be easy to find the right road down to them. The eastern arch would probably prove to be the way that we must take, but before we make up our minds we ought to look about us. Let us go towards that light in the north door. If we could find a window it would help, but I fear that the light only down deep shafts. Following his lead the company passed under the northern arch. They found themselves in a wide corridor. As they went along it the glimmer grew stronger and they saw that it came through a doorway on their right. It was high and flat topped and the stone door was still upon its hinges, standing half open. Beyond it was a large square chamber. It was dimly lit, but to their eyes, after so long a time in the dark, it seemed dazzlingly bright, and they blinked as they entered. Their feet disturbed a deep dust upon the floor and stumbled upon things lying in the doorway whose shapes they could not at first make out. The chamber was lit by a wide shaft high in the further eastern wall. It slanted upwards, and far above a small square patch of blue sky could be seen. The light of the shaft fell directly on a table in the middle of the room, a single oblong block about 2 feet high, upon which was laid a great slab of white stone. "On it looks like a tomb," muttered Frodo, and bent forwards with a curious sense of foreboding to look more closely at it. Gandalf came quickly to his side. On the slab runes were deeply graven. "These are Daran runes, such as were used of old in warriors," said Gandalf. "Here is written in the tongues of men and Dves Ben, son of Fundin, lord of warrior." "He is dead then," said Frodo. "I feared it was so." Dimly cast his hood over his face. The company of the ring stood silent beside the tomb of Beren. Frodo thought of Bilbo and his long friendship with the Dwarf and of Bairon's visit to the Shire long ago in that dusty chamber in the mountains it seemed 1,000 years ago and on the other side of the world at length they stirred and looked up and began to search for anything that would give them the tidings of Ben's fate or show that what had become of his folk. There was another smaller door on the other side of the chamber under the shaft. By both the doors they could now see that many bones were lying and among them were broken swords and axe head and cloven shields and helms. Some of the swords were crooked Oromar with blackened blades. There were many recesses cut in the rock of the walls and in them were large iron-bound chests of wood. All had been broken and plundered, but beside the shattered lid of one there lay the remains of a book. It had been slashed and stabbed and partly burned, and it was so stained with black and other dark marks like old blood that little of it could be read. Gandalf lifted it carefully, but the leaves crackled and broke as he laid it on the slab. He pored over it for some time without speaking. Tro and Jimmy, standing at his side, could see as he gingerly turned the leaves that they were written by many different hands in runes both of Moria and of Dale, and here and there in Elvish script. At last Gand looked up. It seems to be a record of the fortunes of Ben's folk, he said. I guess that it began with their coming to Dial Dale and on 30 years ago. The pages seem to have numbers referring to the years after their arrival. The top pages marked 1-3, so at least 2 are missing from the beginning. Listen to this: we drove out orcs from the great gate and guard. I think the next word is blurred and burned, probably room. We slew many in the bright, I think sun in the dale. Floy was killed by an arrow, he slew the great. Then there is a blur followed by Floy under grass near Maramir. The next line or two I cannot read. Then comes we have taken the 21st hole of North End to dwell in. There is I cannot read what a shaft is mentioned. Then Barlin has set up his seat in the chamber of Mazarbul, chamber of records, said Jimmy. I guess that is where we now stand. Well, I can read no more for a long way, said Gandalf, except the word gold and Durin's axe and something helm. Then Barlin is now Lord of Moria. That seems to end the chapter. After some stars another hand begins, and I can see we found true silver, and later the word well forged, and then something I have it me thrill, and the last 2 lines oh to seek for the upper armories of Third Deep something go westwards a blur to Ingate. Gandalf paused and set a few leaves aside. There are several pages of the same sort, rather HLY written, some damaged, he said, but I can make little of them in this light. Now there must be a number of leaves missing because they begin to be numbered 5, the 5th year of the colony, I suppose. Let me see. No, they are too cut and stained. I cannot read them. We might do better in the sunlight. Wait, there is something large bold hat using an Ellis script. That would be Oren's hand, said Jimmy, looking over the wizard's arm. He could write well and speedily and often use the Elvish characters. I fear he had ill tidings to record in that fair hand, said Gandalf. The first clear word is sorrow. The rest of the line is lost unless it ends in Esther. Yes, it must be year, followed by day, being the 10th of November. Bairon, Lord of Moria, fell in Dial Dale. He went alone to look in Mirror M. An orc shot him from behind a stone. We slew the orc, but many more up from east up the silver load. The remainder of the page is so blurred that I can hardly make anything out, but I think I can read. We have barred the gates and then can hold them long if, and then perhaps horrible, and suffer poor Bairon. He seems to have kept the title that he took for less than 5 years. I wonder what happened afterwards, but there is no time to puzzle out the last few pages. Here is the last page of all. He paused inside. This is a grim reading, he said. I fear their end was cruel. Listen, we cannot get out. We cannot get out. They have taken the bridge and the second hall. Fr and Loney and Naily. I fell there. Then there are 4 lines smeared, so I can only read went 5 days ago. The last lines run: the pool is up to the wall at Westgate. The watcher in the water took Own we cannot get out, the end comes, and then drums in the deep. I wonder what it means. The last thing written is a trailing scroll of elf letters. They are coming, there is nothing more. Gandalf paused and stood in silent thought. A sudden dread and horror of the chamber fell on the company. We cannot get out, muttered Jimmy. It was well for us that the pullet sunk a little and that the water was sleeping down at the southern end. Gandalf raised his head and looked around. They seemed to have made a last stand by both doors, he said, but there were not many left by the time. So ended the attempt to retake Moria. It was valiant but foolish. The time is not come yet. Now I fear we must say farewell to Ben, son of Fundin. Here he must lie in the halls of his fathers. We will take his book, the Book of Maysol, and look at it more closely later. You had better keep it, Jimmy, and take it back to Dane if you get the chance. It will interest him, though it will grieve him deeply. Come, let us go. The morning is passing. Which way shall we go? asked Bimir. Back to the hall, answered Gandalf. But our visit to this room had not been in vain. I now know where we are. This must be, as Jimmy says, the chamber of Mazar-Buol, and the hall must be the 21st of the north end. Therefore we should leave by the eastern arch of the hall and bear right and south and goes downwards. The 21st hall should be on the 7th level, that is 6 above the level of the gates. Come now back to the hall. Gandalf had hardly spoken these words when there came a great noise, a rolling boom that seemed to come from the depths far below and to tremble in the stone at their feet. They sprang towards the door, and alarm, doom, doom, it rolled again as if huge hands were turning the very cavern of Moria into a vast drum. Then there came an echoing blast. A great horn was blown in the hole, and answering horns and harsh cries were heard further off. There was a hurrying sound of many feet. They are coming, tried Legolas. We cannot get out, try Jimmy. Trapped, try Gandalf. Why did I delay here? We are caught just as they were before, and I was not here then. You shall see. What doom, doom came the drum beat, and the walls shook. Slam the doors and W them, shouted Arrow, and keep your packs on as long as you can. We may get a chance to cut our way out yet, said Gandalf. We must not get shut in. Keep the east door ajar. We will go that way if we get a chance. Another harsh horn call and shrill cries rang out. Feet were coming down the corridor. There was a ringing clatter of the company drew their glamdring shone in a pale light, and Sting glinted at the edges. Boromir set his shoulder against the western door. Wait a moment, don't close it yet, said Gandalf. He sprang forward to Borom's side and drew himself up to his full height. Who comes hither to deserve the rest of Ven, Lord of Moria? He cried in a loud voice. There was a rush of hoarse laughter like the fall of sliding stones into a pit. Amid the clamor a deep voice was raised in B. Doom, doom, doom went the drums in the deep. With a quick movement Gondal stepped before the narrow opening of the door and thrust forward his staff. There was a dazzling flash that lit the chamber in the passage outside. For an instant the wizard looked out. Arrows whined and whistled down the corridor as he sprang back. There are oars, many of them, he said, and some are large and evil black rooks of Mordor. For the moment they are hanging back, but there is something else there, a great cave, I think, or more than one. There is no hope of escape that way, and no hope, we told, if they come at the other door as well, said Boromir. There is no sound outside here yet, said Aragorn, who was standing by the eastern door listening. The passage on this side plunges straight down a stair. It plainly does not lead back towards the hall, but it's no good flying blindly this way with a pursuit just behind. We cannot block the door, its key is gone and the lock is broken and it opens inwards. We must do something to delay the enemy. First we will make them fear the chamber of Mazar-Buol, he said firmly, feeling the edge of his sword, and dural heavy feet were heard in the corridor. Boromir flung himself against the door and heat it to, then he wedged it with broken sword blades and splinters of wood. The company retreated. to the other side of the chamber, but they had no chance to fly yet. There was a blow on the door that made it quiver, and then it began to grind slowly open, driving back the wedges. A huge arm and shoulder with a dark skin of greenish sc was thrust through the waning gap, then a great flat toeless foot was forced through. Below there was dead silence outside. Boromir leaped forward and hewed at the arm with all his might. His sword rang, glanced aside and fell from his shaken hand. The blade was notched. Suddenly, and to his own surprise, Frodo felt a hot wrath blaze up in his heart, and springing beside Boromir he stooped and stabbed with sting the hideous foot. There was a bellow and the foot jerked back, nearly wrenching sting from Frodo's arm. Black drops stripped from the blade and smoked on the floor. Urh himself against the door and slammed it again. For the sh, cried Aragorn, the hobbit's bite is deep. You have a good blade, Fro, son of Drogo. There was a crash on the door, followed by crash after crash. Rams and hammers were beating against it. It cracked and staggered back, and the opening grew. Suddenly wide arrows came whistling in, but struck the northern wall and fell harmlessly to the floor. There was a horn blast and a rush of feet, and orcs one after another leaped into the chamber. How many there were the company could not count. The arrow was sharp, but the oars were dismayed by the fierceness of the defense. Legolas shot two through the throat, the legs from under another that had sprung up on Ben's tomb. Boromir and Aragorn slew many. When 13 had fallen, the rest fled shrieking, leaving the defenders unharmed except for Sam, who had a scratch along the sky. A fire was smoldering in his brown eyes that would have made 10 sandy men step backwards if he had seen it. Now is the time, cried Gandalf, let's go before the troll returns. But even as they retreated, and before Pippin and Merry had reached the stair outside, a huge orc chief, almost man-high, clad in black mail from head to foot, leaped into the chamber. Behind him his followers clustered in the doorway. His broad flat face was swart, his eyes were like coals, and his tongue was red. He wielded a great spear. With a thrust of his huge hide shield he turned Borom's sword and bore him backwards, throwing him to the ground. Diving under Aragorn's blow with the speed of a striking snake, he charged into the company and thrust his spear straight at Frodo, and Frodo was hurled against the wall and pined. Sam with a cry hacked up the spear shaft and it broke, but even as the orc flung down the trench and swept out his scimitar and Durrell came down, Boromir and Aragorn sprang at them. Went the drums in the deep, the great voice rolled out again. No, shouted Gandalf, now is the chance, run for it. Aragorn picked up Frodo where he lay by the wall and made for the stair, pushing Mar and Pippin in front of him. The others followed, but Gimli had to be dragged away by Legolas. In spite of the peril he lingered by Ben's tomb with his head bowed. Boromir hold the eastern war eye grinding upon its hinges. It had great iron rings on either side but could not be fastened. I'm all right, I'm all right. That's Fro, I can walk, put me down. Aragorn nearly dropped him in his amazement. I thought you were dead, he cried. Not yet, said Gondal, but there is no time to wonder. Off you go, and all of you down the stairs. Wait a few minutes for me at the bottom, but if I do not come soon, go on, go quickly, choosing paths leading right and downwards. We cannot leave you to hold the door alone, said Aaron. As I say, said Gondal fiercely, so are no more use here. Go. The passage was lit by no shaft and was utterly dark. They groped their way down a long flight of steps, and then looked back, but they could see nothing except high above them the faint glimmer of the wizard's staff. He seemed to be still standing on guard by the closed door. Frodo breathed heavily and leaned against Sam, who put his arms around him. They stood peering up the stairs into the darkness. Fra thought he could hear the voice of Gandalf above, muttering words that ran down the sloping roof with a sighing echo. He could not catch what was said. The wolves seemed to be trembling every now and again. The drum beats throbbed and rolled. Doom, doom. Suddenly at the top of the stair there was a stab of white light, then there was a dull rumble and a heavy thunder. The drum beats broke out wildly, doom boom, and then stopped. Gandalf came flying down the steps and fell to the ground in the midst of the company. Well, that over, said the wizard, struggling to his feet. I have done all that I could. I have made my match and have nearly been destroyed, but don't stand there, go on. You have to do without light for a while. I rather Shake and go on, where are you? Gimli, come ahead with me, keep close behind all of you. They stumbled after him, wondering what had happened. Doom doom went the drum beats again. They now sounded muffled and far away, but they were moving. There was no other sound of pursuit, neither of feet nor any voice. Gandalf took no turns right or left, for the passage seemed to be going in the direction that he desired. Every now and again it descended a flight of steps 50 or more to a lower level. At the moment that was their chief danger, but in the dark they could not see a descent. Until they came on it and put their feet out into emptiness. Gondal felt the ground with his staff like a blind man. At the end of an hour they had gone a mile or maybe a little more and had descended many flights of stairs. There was still no sound of pursuit. Almost they began to hope that they would escape. At the bottom of the seventh flight Gandalf halted. It's getting hot, he gasped. We ought to be down at least on the level of the gates now soon. I think we should look for the left-hand turn to take us east. I hope it's not far. I'm very wary. I must rest here a moment. Even if all the orcs ever spawned are after us. Gimli took his arm and helped him down to a seat on the step. What happened up in the door, he asked. Did you meet the beater of the drums? I do not know, answered Gandalf, but I found myself suddenly faced by something that I have not met before. Oh, I could think of nothing to do but to try to put a shutting spell on the door. I know many, but doing things of that kind rightly requires time, and even then the door can be broken by strength. As I stood there I could hear voices on the other side. At any moment I thought they would burst it open. I could not hear what was said. They seemed to be talking in their own hideous language. All I caught was gash, that is fire. Then something came into the chamber. I felt it through the door, and the orcs themselves were afraid and fell silent. It laid home on the iron ring, and then it perceived me and my spell. What it was I cannot guess, but I've never felt such a challenge. The counter spell was terrible. It nearly broke me. For an instant the door left me my control and began to open. I had to speak a word of command that proved too great a strain. The door burst in pieces. Something dark as a cloud was blocking all the light inside, and I was thrown backwards down the stairs. All the wall gave way and the roof of the chamber as well. I think I'm afraid Barlin is buried deep, and maybe something else is buried there too. I cannot say, but at least the passage behind us was completely blocked. I have never felt so spent, but it is passing now. What about you, Frodo? There was not time to say so, but I have never been more delighted in my life when I heard you spoke. I fear that it was a brave but dead hobbit that Aragorn was carrying. What about me? I'm still alive and whole. I think I'm bruised and in pain, but it's not too bad. Hell, said Aragorn, I can only say that hobbits are made of stuff so tough that I've never met the like of it. Had I known, I would have spoken softer. In the innant bree that spear thrust would have skewed a wild boar. Well, it did not skewer me, I'm glad to say, said Frodo, though I feel that I had been caught between a hammer and an anvil. He said no more. He found breathing painful. You take after BPO, said Gandalf. There's more about you that beats the eye. As I said a long ago. Tro wondered if the remark meant more than it said. They now went on again. Before long Gimli spoke. He had keen eyes in the dark. I think she said that there is a light ahead, but it is not daylight, it is red. What can that be? Gosh, muttered Gandalf. I wonder if that is what they meant with the lower levels on fire. Still, we can only go on. Soon the light became unmistakable and could be seen by. It was flickering and glowing on the walls away down the passage before them. They could now see their way in front. The road sloped down swiftly, and somewhere ahead there stood a low archway. Through it the growing light came. The air became very hot when they came to the arch. Gandalf went through, signing to them to wait. As he stood just beyond the opening they saw his face lit by a red glow. Quickly he stepped back. There is some new devil here, he said. The Fars for our welcome, no doubt. But I know now where we are. We have Reached the first deep in the level immediately below the gates. This is the second hall of Old Moria, and the gates are near our way beyond the eastern end on the left, not more than a quarter of a mile across the bridge, up a broad stair along a wide road through the first hole and out. But come and look. They peered out. Before them was another cavus hall. It was loftier and far longer than the one in which they had slept. They were near its eastern end. Westward it ran away into darkness. Down the center stalked a double line of towering pillars. They were carved like bows of mighty trees, whose bows upheld the roof with a branching tracery of stone. Their stems were smooth and black, but a red glow was darkly mirrored in their sides. Right across the floor, close to the feet of two huge pillars, a great fissure had opened. Out of it a fierce red light came, and now and again flames licked at the brink and curled about the bases of the columns. Wisps of dark smoke wavered in the hot air. If we had come by the main road down to the upper halls, we should have been trapped here, said Gandalf. Let us hope that the fire now lies between us and pursuit. Come, there is no time to lose. Even as they spoke, they heard again the pursuing drum beat. Do away beyond the shadows at the western end of the hall there came cries and horn calls. Do the pillars seemed to tremble and the flames to quiver. Now for the last race, said Gondal. If the sun is shining outside, we may still escape. After me. He turned left and sped across the smooth floor of the hole. The distance was greater than it had looked. As they ran, they heard the beat and echo of many hurrying feet. Behind, a shrill yell went up. They had been seen. There was a ring of crash of steel. An arrow whistled over Frodo's head. Boromir laughed. They did not expect this, he said. The fire has cut them off. We're on the wrong side. Look ahead. Cold Gan, the bridge is near. It is dangerous in my own. Suddenly Frodo saw before him a black chasm at the end of the hole. The floor vanished and fell to an unknown depth. The outer door could only be reached by a slender bridge of stone without curb or rail that spanned the chasm with one curving spring of 50 feet. It was an ancient defense of the dwarves against any enemy that might capture the first hole and the outer passages. They could only pass across a single file. At the brink, Gandalf halted and the others came up in a pack behind. Either way, Jimmy, he said. Many next, straight on and up the stair beyond the door. Arrows fell among them. One struck Frodo and sprang back. Another pierced Gandalf's hat and stuck there like a black feather. Jodo looked behind. Beyond the fire he saw swarming black figures. There seemed to be hundreds of orcs. They brandished spears and scimitars which shone red as blood in the fire. Do the doctor be growing louder and applause louder. Legos turned and set an arrow to the string. Though it was a long shot for his small bow, he drew, but then his hand fell and the arrow slid to the ground. He gave a cry of dismay and fear. Two great trolls appeared. They bore great slabs of stone and flung them down to serve as gangways over the fire. But it was not the trolls that had filled the elf with terror. The ranks of the orcs had opened and they crowded away as if they themselves were afraid. Something was coming up behind them. What it was could not be seen. It was like a great shadow, in the middle of which was a dark form of man shape, maybe yet greater, and a power and terror seemed to be in it and go before it. It came to the edge of the fire and the light faded as if a cloud had bent over it. Then with a rush it leaped across the fissure. The flames roared up to greet it and wreathed about, and the black stroke swirled in air. Its streaming man kindled and blazed. Behind it in its right hand was a blade like a stabbing tongue of fire, and in its left it held a whip of many thongs. Hi, a Balog has come. Jimmy stared with wide eyes. Do be, he cried, letting the axe fall. He covered his face. A rock, muttered Gandalf. Now I understand. He faltered and leaned heavily on his staff. What an evil fortune, and I'm already weary. The dark figure streaming with fire raced towards them. The orcs yelled and poured over the stone gangways. Then Boromir raised his horn and blew loud. The challenge rang and bellowed like the shout of many throats under the caver's roof. For a moment the orcs quailed and the fiery shadow halted, then the echoes died as suddenly as a flame blown out by a dark wind, and the enemy advanced. Music again. Who are the BL Gondal recalling strength? Fly, this is a foe. Bet to any of you I was holding that away. Aragorn and B did not heed the command but still held their ground side by side behind Gandalf at the far end of the bridge. The others halted just within the doorway at the hall's end and turned, unable to leave their leader to face the enemy alone. The Bal Rock reached the bridge. Gondal stood in the middle of the span, leaning on the staff in his left hand, but in his other hand Glanding gleamed cold and white. His enemy halted again facing him, and the shadow about out it reached out like two vast wings. It raised the whip and the thongs. Wind and cracked fire came from its nostrils, but Gandalf stood firm. You cannot pass, he said. The orc stood still and a dead silence fell. I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arar. You cannot pass. The dark fire will not avail you. Flame of Forun, go back to the shadow. You cannot pass, he said. The orc stood still. The Barad-rug made no answer. The fire there seemed to die, but the darkness grew. It stepped forward slowly onto the bridge, and suddenly it drew itself into a great height, and its wings were spread from wall to wall. But still Gandalf could be seen glimmering in the gloom. He seemed small and altogether alone, grey and bent like a wizened tree. Before the onset of the storm, from out of the shadow a red sword leaped flaming. Gandring glittered white in answer. There was a clash and a stab of white fire. The bee fell back and its sword flew up in fragments. The wizard swayed on the bridge, stepped back a pace, and then again stood still. You cannot pass, he said with the bound. The Balog leaped full upon the bridge. It whipped wool and hissed. He cannot stand alone, cried Aragorn suddenly, and ran back along the bridge. He shouted, I am with you, cried Boromir, and leaped after him. At that moment Gondal lifted his staff and crying aloud he smote the bridge before him. The sta broke and fell from his hand. A blinding sheet of white flame sprang up. The bridge cracked right at the barrow's feet. It broke and the stone upon which it stood crashed into the gulf, while the rest remained poised, quivering like a tongue of rock thrust out into emptiness. With a terrible cry the Balrog fell forward and its shadow plunged down and vanished, but even as it fell it swung its whip, and the tongs lashed and curled about the wizard's knees, dragging him into the brink. He staggered and fell, grasped vainly at the stone, and slid into the abyss. He cried and was gone. The fires went out and blank darkness fell. The company stood rooted with horror, staring into the pit. Even as Aragorn and Boromir came flying back, the rest of the bridge cracked and fell with a cry. Aragorn roused them. Come, I will lead you now, he called. We must obey his last command. Follow me. They stumbled wildly up the great stairs beyond the door, Aragorn leading Boromir at the rear. At the top was a wide echoing passage. Along this they fled. Frodo heard his side weeping, and then he found that he himself was weeping as he ran. Doom, doom, doom. The drum beats rolled behind, mournful now and slow. They ran on. The light grew before them. Great shafts pierced the roof. They ran swifter. They passed into a hole bright with daylight from its high windows in the east. They fled across it through its huge broken doors. They passed, and suddenly before them the great gates opened. An arc of blazing light. There was a guard of orcs crouching in the shadows behind the great doorposts towering on either side, but the gates were shattered and cast down. Aragorn smote to the ground the captain that stood in his path, and the rest fled in terror of his wrath. The company swift passed them and took no heed of them. Out of the gates they ran and sprang down the huge and age-worn steps, the threshold of Moria. Thus at last they came beyond hope under the sky, and felt the wind on their faces. They did not halt until they were out of bow shot from the walls. Dale lay about them. The shadow of the misty mountains lay upon it, but eastwards there was a golden light on the land. It was but 1 hour afternoon, the sun was shining, the clouds were white and high, they looked back dark. Yawned the archway of the gates under the mountain shadow, faint and far beneath the earth rolled the slow drum beats. Doom, a thin black smoke trailed out, nothing else was to be seen, the dale all around was empty. Doom, grief at last wholly overcame them, and they went long, some standing and silent, some cast upon the music ground, the drum beats faded. Alas, I fear we cannot stay here any longer, said Aragorn. He looked towards the mountains and held up his sword. Farewell, Gandalf, he cried, did I not say to you, if you pass the doors of Moria, beware how last that I spoke true? What hope have we without you? He turned to the company. We must do without hope, he said, at least we may yet be avenged. Let us gee ourselves and weep no more. Come, we have a long road and much to do. They rose and looked about them. Northward the dale ran up into a glen of shadows, between two great arms of the mountain, above which 3 white peaks were shining. Cabilfwil Cadras, the mountains of Moria. At the head of the glen a torrent flowed like a white lace over an endless ladder of short falls, and a mist of foam hung in the air about the mountain's feet. Yonder is the Dimmel stair, said Aragorn, pointing to the falls down the deep clo and way that climbs beside the toilet. We should have come if fortune had been kinder. Look, that less cruel, said Gimli. There he stands, smiling in the sun. He shook his fist at the furthest of the snow-capped peaks and turned away to the east. The outflung arm of the mountains marched to a sudden end, and far lands could be described beyond them, wide and vague. To the south the misty mountains receded endlessly as far as sight could reach, less than a mile away and a little below them, for they still stood high up on the west side of the dale. There lay, it was long and oval shaped like a great spearhead thrust deep into the northern glen, but its southern end was beyond the shadows under the sunlit sky. Yet its waters were dark, a deep blue, like clear evening sky. Se from a lamblet room, its face was still and unruffled. About it lay a smooth sword shelving down on all sides to its bare unbroken rim. There lies the Moramir deep car, said Gimli sadly. I remember that, he said. May you have joy of the sight, but we cannot linger here now long. I shall journey here. I have joy again. It is I that must hasten away, and he that must remain. The company now went down the road from the gates. It was rough and broken, fading to a winding track beneath heather and wind that thrust amid the cracking stones, but still it could be seen that once long ago a great paved way had wound upwards from the lowlands of the dwarf kingdom. In places there were ruined works of stone beside the path, and mounds of green topped with slender birches or fir trees sighing in the wind. An eastward bend led them hard by the sword of Moramir, and there not far from the roadside stood a single column broken at the top. That is Jasto, cried Gimli. I cannot pass without turning aside for a moment to look at the wonder of the DB Swift. Then said Aragorn, looking back towards the gates, the sun sinks early, the oaks will not maybe come out till after dusk, but we must be far away before nightfall. The moon is almost spent, it will be dark tonight. Come with me, cried the dwarf, springing from the road. I would not have you go without seeing Kedara. He ran down the long green slope. Roa followed slowly, drawn by the still blue water. In spite of hurt and weariness, Sam came up behind beside the standing stone. Jimmy halted and looked up. It was cracked and weather-worn, and the faint runes upon its side could not be read. This pillar marks the spot where Durin first looked into the mirror. Man, said the dwarf, let us look ourselves once a we go. They stooped over the dark water. At first they could see nothing, then slowly they saw the forms of the encircling mountains mirrored in a profound blue, and the peaks were like plumes of white flame above them. Beyond there was a pace of sky there like jewels sunk in the deep shag glinting stars, though sunlight was in the sky above of their own stooping forms. No shadow could be seen. O Karam, fair and wonderful, said Kimling, there lies the crown of Durin till he wakes. Farewell. He bowed and turned away and hastened back up the green sword to the road again. What did you see? said Pippin to Sam, but Sam was too deep in thought to answer. The road now turned south and went quickly downwards, running out from between the arms of the dale some way below the May. They came rocky channel. Here is the spring from which the Silver load rises, said Jimmy. Do not drink from it, it is icy cold. Soon it becomes a swift river and it gathers water from many other mountain streams, said Our road leads beside it for many miles, where I shall take you by the road that Gand chose first. I hope to come to the woods where the silver load flows into the great river. How they looked as he pointed, and before them they could see the stream leaping down from the trough of the valley and then running on and away into the lower lands until it was lost in a golden haze. There lie the woods of Lethen, that is the fairest of all the dwellings of my people. There are no trees like the trees of that land, for in the autumn their leaves fall not but turn to gold. Not till the spring comes and the new green opens do they fall, and then the boughs are laden with yellow flowers, and the floor of the wood is golden, and golden is the roof, and its pillars are of silver, for the bark of the trees is smooth and grey. So still our songs in MK would say, my heart would be glad if I ere beneath the eaves of that wood and it was springtime. My heart would be glad even in the winter, said Aragorn, but it lies many miles away. Let us haste it. For some time Frodo and Sam managed to keep up with the others, but Aragorn was leading them at a great pace, and after a while they lagged behind. They had eaten nothing since the early morning. Sam's cut was burning like fire and his head felt light in spite of the shining sun. The wind seemed chill after the warm darkness of Moria. He shivered. Frodo felt every step more painful as he gasped for breath. At last Legolas turned, and seeing them now far behind, he spoke to Aragorn. The others halted, and Aragorn ran back, calling to Boromir to come with him. I'm sorry, Frodo, he cried, full of concern. So much has happened this day, and we have such need of haste that I've forgotten that you were hurt and Sanu, and we have done nothing to ease you as we ought, though all the orcs of Moria are after us. Come now, a little further on there is a place where we can rest for a little, then I will do what I can for you. Come, put them here, we will carry them. Soon afterwards they came upon another stream that ran down from the west and joined its bubbling water with a hurrying silver load. Together they plunged over a of green-hued stone and foam down into a dell. About it stood fir trees, short and bent, and its sides were steep and clothed with hart's tongue and shrubs of oldberry. At the bottom there was a level space through which the stream flowed noisily over shining pebbles. Here they rested. It was now nearly 3 hours afternoon, and they had come only a few miles from the gates. Already the sun was westering, while Jimmy and the two younger hobbits kindled a fire of brush and firewood and drew water. Aragorn tended Sam and Frodo. Sam's wound was not deep, but it looked ugly, and Aragorn's face was grave as he examined it. After a moment he looked up with relief. Good luck, Sam, he said. Many have received worse than this in payment for the slaying of their first orc. The cut is not poisoned as the wounds of oak blades too often are. It should heal well when I have tended it. Bathe it when Gimli has heated water. He opened his pouch and drew out some withered leaves. They are dry and some of their virtue has gone, he said, but here I have still some of the leaves of os that I gathered near Weathertop. Crush in the water and wash the wound clean, and I will bind it. Now it is your turn, Fro. I'm all right, said Frodo, reluctant to have his garments touched. All I needed was some food and a little rest. No, said Aragorn, you must have a look and see what the hammer and anvil have done to you. You'll marvel that you are alive at all. Gently he stripped off Frodo's old jacket and worn tunic and gave a gasp of wonder. Then he laughed. The silver corselet shimmered before his eyes like the light upon a rippling sea. Carefully he took it off and held it up, and the gems of it glittered like stars, and the sound of the shaken rings was like a tinkle of rain in a pool. Look, look, my friends, here's a pretty hobbit's skin to wrap an elven prince sealing in. If it were known that hobbits had such eyes, all the hunters of Middle-earth would be riding to the sh, and all the arrows of all the hunters in the world would be in vain, said Jimmy, gazing at the mail in wonder. Is a mithril coat? Mithril? I have never seen or heard tell of one so fair. Is this a coat that G spoke of? And he undervalued it, but it was well given. I have often wondered what you and Bilbo were doing so close in his little room, said Merry. Ha! Bless the old hobbit, I love him more than ever. I hope we get a chance of telling him about it. There was a dark and blackened bruise on Frodo's right side and breast. Under the mail there was a shirt of soft leather, but at one point the rings had been driven through it into the flesh. Frodo's left side was also scored bruise where he had been held against the wall while the others set the food ready. Aragorn bathed the herds with water in which Elas was steeped. The punch and fragrance filled the dell, and all those who stooped over the streaming water felt refreshed and strengthened. Frodo felt the pain leave him and his breath grew easy, though he was stiff and sore to the touch. For many days Aragorn bound some soft pads of cloth at his side. The mail is marvelously light, he said, put it on again if you can bear it. My heart is glad to know that you have such a coat. Do not lay it aside even in sleep, unless fortune brings you where you are safe for a while, and that will seldom chance while your quest lasts. When they had eaten, the company got ready to go on. They put out the fire and hid all traces of it. Then climbing out of the dell they took to the road again. They had not gone far before the sun sank behind the westward heights and great shadows crept down the mountain sides. Dusk veiled their feet and mists rose in the hollows. Away in the east the evening light lay pale upon the dim lands of distant plain and wood. Sam and Frodo, now feeling eased and greatly refreshed, were able to go at a fair pace, and with only one brief halt Aragorn led the company on for nearly 3 more hours. It was dark, deep night had fallen. There were many clear stars, but the fast waning moon would not be seen till late. Gimli and Frodo were at the rear, walking softly and not speaking. Said, "There are no goblins near, or my ears are made of wood. It is to be hoped that the orcs will be content with driving us from Moria, and maybe that was all their purpose and they had nothing else to do with us with the ring, though orcs will often pursue foes for many leagues into the plain if they have a fallen captain to avenge." Frodo did not answer. He looked at Sting and the blade was dull, yet he had heard something, or thought he had. As soon as the shadows had fallen about them and the road behind was dim, he had heard again the quick patter of feet. Even now he heard it. He turned swiftly. There were 2 tiny gleams of light behind, or for a moment he thought he saw them, but at once they slipped aside and vanished. "What is it?" said the dwarf. "I don't know," answered Frodo. "I thought I heard feet, and I thought I saw a light like eyes. I thought so often since we first entered Moria." Gimli halted and stooped to the ground. "I hear nothing but the night speech of plant and stone," he said. "Come, let us hurry, others are out of sight." The night wind blew chill up the valley to meet them. Before them a wide grey shadow loomed like poppers in the breeze. Loren cried, "Legus loth laon, we have come to the eaves of the golden wood. Alas that it is winter." Under the night the trees stood tall. Before them arched over the road and stream that ran suddenly beneath their spreading boughs in the dim light of the stars. Their stems were grey and their quivering leaves a hint of fallow gold. Said Aragorn, "Glad I am to hear again the wind in the trees. We are still little more than 5 leagues from the gates, but we can go no further here. Let us hope that the virtue of the elves will keep us tonight from the peril that comes behind, if elves indeed still dwell here in the darkening world." Said Jimmy, "It is long since any of my folk journeyed hither back to the land when we wandered in ages long ago. Sadas, but we hear that Lothlorien is not yet deserted, for there is a secret power here that holds evil from the land. Nevertheless its folk are seldom seen, and maybe they dwell now deep in the woods and far from the northern border." "Indeed, deep in the wood they dwell," said Aragorn, inside as if some memory stirred in him. "We must fend for ourselves tonight. We will go forward in a short way until the trees are all about us, and then we will return aside from the path and seek a place to rest in." He stepped forward, but Boromir stood irresolute and did not follow. "Is there no other way?" he said. "What other fair way would you desire?" said Aragorn. "A plain road, though it led through a hedge of swords," said Bimir. "My strange paths has this company led, and So far to evil fortune against my will we passed under the shades of Moria to our loss, and now we must enter the golden wood. You say but of that perilous land we have heard in Gondar, and it is said that few come out who once go in, and of that few none have escaped unscathed. Say not unscathed, but if you say unchanged, then maybe you will speak the truth, said Aragorn. But Lw wanes in Gondar Boromir, if the city of those who once were wise they now speak evil of Lethan, believe what you will, there is no other way for us unless you would go back to Moria Gate, or scale the pathless mountains, or swim the great river all alone, then lead on, said Boromir. But it is perilous, perilous indeed, said Aragorn. Fair and less, but only evil need fear it, or those who bring some evil with them. Follow me. They had gone little more than a mile into the forest when they came upon another stream flowing down swiftly from the tree-clad slopes that climbed back westward towards the mountains. They heard it splashing over a fold away among the shadows. On their right its dark ring waters ran across the path before them and joined the silver lode in a swirl of dim pool among the roots of trees. Here is Nimrodel, said Legolas. Of this dream the Sillen elves made many songs long ago, and still we sing them in the north, remembering the rainbow on its falls and the golden flowers that floated in its fo. All is dark now, and the bridge of Nimel is broken down. I will bathe my feet, for it is said that the water is healing to the weary. He went forward and climbed down the deep clen bank and stepped into the stream. Follow me, he cried. The water is not deep, let us wade across on the further bank. We can rest, and the sound of the falling water may bring us sleep in forgetfulness of grief. One by one they climbed down and followed Legolas. For a moment Frodo stood near the brink and let the water flow over his tired feet. It was cold, but its touch was clean, and as he went on it mounted to his knees. He felt that the stain of travel and all wilderness was washed from his limbs. When all the company had crossed, they sat and rested and ate a little food, and Legolas told them tales of Lothlorien that the elves of Mirkwood still kept in their hearts, of sunlight and starlight upon the meadows by the great river before the world was grey. At length the silence fell, and they heard the music of the waterfall running sweetly in the shadows. Almost Frodo fancied that he could hear a voice singing mingled with the sound of water. Do you hear the voice of Nimel? asked Legolas. I will sing you a song of the maiden woodland tongue, but this is how it runs in the western speech, as some in Rivendell now sing it in a soft voice hardly to be heard amid the rustle of the leaves above them. He began. There was a shining star by day, her mantle white was with gold, her shoes of silver. A star was found upon her brows, a light was on her hair as sun upon the golden bows in lore. And the fair her hair was long, her limbs were white as fair she was and free, and in the wind she went as light as leaf on lea and tree. Beside the fes of Nimrodel by water clean and cool, her voice was falling silver, fell into the shining pool where now she wears. None can tell in sunlight or in shade, for lost of yore was Nell. And in the mountain strait the eland ship in haven, beneath the mountain Le awaited her for many a day. Beside the roaring sea a wind by night in northern lands arose, and loud it cried and drove the ship from Ellen's strands across the streaming tide. When dawn came dim the land was lost, the mountains sinking grey beyond the heaving waves that tossed their plumes of blinding sprm wrath. Beheld a fading shore now low beyond the swell, and cursed the faithless ship that bore him far from Nimrodel. Of old he was an elven king, a lord of tree and glen, when golden there were bows and spring in fair Lorraine. From helm to sea they saw it leap as arrows from the string, and dive into the water deep as mew upon the wing. The wind was in his flowing hair, the foam about him shone afar. They saw him strong and fair, co-riding like a swan. But from the west has come no word, and on the hither shore no ti seems. Elven folk have heard of Amroth evermore. The voice of Legolas faded and the song ceased. I cannot sing any more, he said, that is but a part, for I forgotten much. It is long and sad, for it tells how sorrow came upon Lth Laon of the Blossom when the dwarves awakened evil from the mountains. The dwarves did not make the evil, said Jimmy. I said not so, yet evil came, answered Legolas sadly. Then many of the elves of Enral's kindred left their dwellings and departed, and she was lost far in the south in the passes of the White Mountains, and she came not to the ship where Amroth her lover waited for her. But in the spring, when the wind is in the new leaves, the echo of her voice may still be heard by the fs that bear her name. And when the wind is in the south, the voice of Amroth comes up from the sea, for Nimrodal flows into the silver lode that elves call Celebrant, and Kelbran into Anduin the Great, and Anduin flows into the Bay of Balas when the elves of Loren set sail. But neither Nimrodal nor Amroth ever came back. It is told that she had a house built in the branches of a tree that grew near the fs, for that was the custom of the elves of Latter to dwell in the trees, and maybe it's so still, therefore they were called the Gadrim, the tree people. Deep in their forest the trees are very great. The people of the woods did not delve in the ground like dwarves, nor build strong places of stone before the shadow came, and even in these latter days dwelling in the trees might be thought safer than sitting on the ground, said Jimmy. He looked across the stream to the road that led back to Dimmer Dale, and then up to the roof of Dark Bows above. Your words bring good counsel, Gimli said. Aragorn, we cannot build a house, but tonight we will do as the Gadm and seek refuge in the treetops if we care. We have sat here beside the road already longer than was wise. The company now turned aside from the path and went into the shadow of the deeper woods westward along the mountain stream away from Silver Lode. Not far from the folds of Nimel they found a cluster of trees, some of which overhung the dream. Their great tusks were of mighty girth, but their height could not be guessed. I will climb up, said Legolas. I'm at home among the trees by root or bough, though these trees are of a kind strange to me, save as a name in song melon they are called, and are those that bear the yellow blossom, but I've never climbed one. I will see now what is their shape and way of growth, whatever it may be, said Pippin. They will be marvelous trees indeed if they can offer any rest at night except to birds. I cannot sleep on a perch. Then dig a hole in the ground, said Legolas, if that is more after the fashion of your kind, but you must dig swift and deep if you wish to hide from orcs. He sprang lightly up from the ground and caught a branch that grew from the trunk high above his head, but even as he swung there for a moment a voice spoke suddenly from the tree shadows above him that it said in commanding tone, and Legolas dropped back to earth in surprise and fear. He shrank against the bole of the tree. Stand still, he whispered to the others. Do not move or speak. There was a sound of soft laughter over their heads, and then another clear voice spoke in an elven tongue. Rhoda could understand little of what was said, for the speech that the Scylan folk east of the mountains used among themselves was unlike that of the west. Legolas looked up and answered in the same language. Who are they and what do they say? Asked Mary. They're elves, said Sam. Can't you hear their voices? Yes, they are elves, said Legolas, and they say that you breathe so loud that they could shoot you in the dark. Sam hastily put his hand over his mouth. But they say also that you need have no fear. They have been aware of us for a long while. They heard my voice across the Nimrodal and knew that I was one of their northern kindred, and therefore they did not hinder our crossing, and afterwards they heard my song. Now they bid me climb up with Frodo, for they seem to have had some tidings of him in of our journey. The others they ask to wait a little and to keep watch at the foot of the tree until they have decided what is to be done. Out of the shadows a ladder was let down. It was made of rope, silver grey and glimmering in the dark, and though it looked slender it proved strong enough to bear many men. The glass ran lightly up and Froa followed softly behind. Came Sam, trying not to breathe loudly. The branches of the melon tree grew out nearly straight from the trunk and then swept upward, but near the top of the main stem divided into a crown of many bows, and among these they found that there had been built a wooden platform, or flay as such things were called in those days. The elves called it a talon. It was reached by a round hole in the center through which the ladder passed. When Frodo came at last up onto the flay, he found Legolas seated with 3 other elves. They were clad in shadowy grey and could not be seen among the tree stems unless they moved. Suddenly they looked up, and one of them uncovered a small lamp that gave out a slender silver beam. He held it up looking at Frodo's face, and then he shut off the light again and spoke words of welcome in his elven tongue. Frodo spoke haltingly in return. Welcome. The elf then said again in the common language, speaking slowly, we seldom use any tongue but our own, for we dwell now in the heart of the forest and do not willingly have dealings with any other folk. Even our kindred in the north are sundered from us, but there are some of us who will go abroad for the gathering of news and the watching of our enemies, and they speak the languages of other lands. I am one. Howard is my name. My brothers Rumil and Oren speak little of your tea, but we have heard rumors of your coming, for the messengers of Elon pass by Lauren on their way home up the Dimmel stair. We had not heard of hobbits, of halflings, for many a long year, and did not know that any yet dwelt in Middle-earth. You do not look evil, and since you come with an elf of our kindred, we are willing to befriend you. As Elon asked, though it is not our custom to lead strangers through our land, but you must stay here tonight. How many are you? 8, said Legolas. Myself, 4 hobbits and 2 men, one of whom Aragorn is an elf friend of the folk of West. The name of Aragorn, son of Aaron, is known in Laon, said Hollier, and he has the favor of the lady. All then is well, but you have yet spoken only of 7. The eth is a dwarf, said Legolas. The dwarf, said Hollier, that is not well. We have not had dealings with the dwarves since the dark days. They are not permitted in our land. We cannot allow him to pass, but he's from the Lonely Mountain, one of Dame's trusty people and friendly to Elon, said Frodo. Elon himself chose him to be one of our companions, and he has been brave and faithful. The elves spoke together in soft voices and questioned Legolas in their own tongue. Very good, said Haler. At last we will do this, though it is against our liking. If Aragorn and Legolas will guard him and answer for him, he shall pass, but he must go blindfolded through Lothlon. But now we must debate no longer. Your folk must not remain on the ground. We have been keeping watch on the rivers ever since we saw a great troop of orcs going north towards Moria along the skirts of the Peril. Cannot be far behind. Tomorrow early you must go on the 4 Roberts shall climb up here and stay with us. We do not fear them. There is another talon in the next tree. There the others must take refuge. You, Legolas, must answer to us for them. Call us if anything is amiss, and have an eye on that dwarf. Legolas at once went down the ladder to take Hal's message, and soon afterwards Merry and Pippin clambered up on the high FL. They were out of breath and seemed rather scared. There, said Merry, panting, we have locked up your blankets, as well as our own Strider has hidden up all the rest of your baggage in a deep drift of leaves. You had no need for your burdens, said Hollier. It is cold in the treetops in winter, though the wind tonight is in the south, but we have food and drink to give you that will drive away the night chill, and we have skins and cloaks to spare. The hobbits accepted the second and far better supper very glad. Sadly then they wrapped themselves warmly, not only in the fur cloaks of the elves but in their own blankets as well, and tried to go to sleep, but weary as they were only Sam found that easy to do. Hobbits do not like heights and do not sleep upstairs even when they have any stairs. The flat was not at all to their liking as a bedroom. It had no walls, not even a rail. Only on one side there was a light-plated screen which would be moved and fixed in different places according to the wind. Pippin went on talking for a while. I hope that if I do get to sleep in this bed loft that I roll off once I do get to sleep, said Sam. I shall go on sleeping with her. Roll off her now and the less said the sooner I'll Drop off if you take my meaning. Frodo lay for some time awake and looked up at the stars glinting through the pale roof of quivering leaves. Sam was snoring at his side. Long before he himself closed his eyes he could dimly see the grey forms of two elves sitting motionless with their arms about their knees, speaking in whispers. The other had gone down to take up his watch on one of the lower branches, at last lulled by the wind in the boughs above and the sweet murmur of the falls of Nimrodal below. Frodo fell asleep with the song of Legolas running in his mind. Late in the night he awoke. The other hobbits were asleep, the elves were gone, the sickle moon was gleaming dimly among the leaves, the wind was still a little way off. He heard a harsh laugh and the tread of many feet on the ground below. There was a ring of metal. The sounds died slowly away and seemed to go south on into the wood. A head appeared suddenly through the hole in the flay. Frodo set up in alarm and whisper and cast onto the flay the rope ladder. Rolled up oars, said Frodo. What are they doing? But the elf had gone. There were no more sounds, even the leaves were silent and the very falls seemed to be hushed. Frodo sat and shivered in his wraps. He was thankful that they had not been caught in the ground, but he felt that the trees offered little protection except concealment. Orcs were as keen as hounds on a scent, it was said, but they could also climb. He drew out S. It flashed and glittered like a blue flame and then slowly faded again and grew dull in spite of the fading of his sword. The feeling of immediate danger did not leave Frodo, rather it grew stronger. He got up and crawled into the opening and peered down. He was almost certain that he could hear stealthy movements at the tree's foot far below. Not elves, for the woodland folk were altogether noiseless in their movements. Then he heard faintly a sound like sniffing, and something seemed to be scrabbling on the bark of the tree trunk. He stared down into the dark, holding his breath. Something was now climbing slowly and its breath came like a soft hissing through the closed teeth. Then coming up close to the stem Frodo saw two pale eyes. They stopped and gazed upward, unwinking. Suddenly they turned away and a shadowy figure slipped around the trunk of the tree and vanished immediately afterwards. Hollier came climbing swiftly up through the branches. There was something in this tree that I have never seen before, he said. It was not an orc. It fled as soon as I touched the tree stem. It seemed to be weary and to have some skill in trees, or I might have thought that it was one of you hobbits. I did not shoot, for I did not arouse any cries. We cannot risk battle. A long company of orcs have passed. They crossed the Nimrod till cursed their foul feet in its clean water, and they went on down the old road beside the river. They seemed to pick up some scent, and they searched the ground for a while near the place where you halted. The three of us could not challenge a hunt, so he went ahead and spoke in faint voices, leading them on into the wood. Oren has now gone in haste back to our dwellings to warn our people. None of the orcs will ever return out of Avlaon, and there will be many elves hidden on the northern border before another night falls. But you must take the road south as soon as it is fully light. Day came pale from the east. As the light grew it filtered through the yellow leaves of the malin, and it seemed to the hobbits that the early sun of a cool summer's morning was shining. Pale blue sky peeped among the moving branches. Looking through an opening on the south side of the flood, Frodo saw all the valley of the Silver Lode lying like a sea of fellow gold tossing gently in the breeze. The morning was still young and cold when the company set out again, guided now by Hollier and his brother Rumil. Farewell, sweet Nimrodal, cried Legolas. Roa looked back and caught a gleam of white firm among the grey tree stems. Farewell, he said. It seemed to him that he would never hear again a running water so beautiful, forever blending its innumerable notes in an endless changeful music. They went back to the path, but still went on along the west side of the Silver Lode, and for some way they followed it southward. There were the prints of oar feet in the earth, but soon Hallir turned aside into the trees and halted on the bank of the river under their shadows. There is one of my people yonder across the stream, he said, though you may not see him. He gave a call like a low whistle of a bird, and out of a thicket of young trees an elf stepped, clad in grey but with his hood thrown back. His hair glinted like gold in the morning Son Alia skillfully cast over the stream a coil of grey rope, and he caught it and bound the end about a tree near the bank. Kbr is already a strong stream here, as you see, said Hollier, and it runs both swift and deep and is very cold. We do not set foot in it so far north unless we must. At these days of watchfulness we do not make bridges. This is how we cross. Follow me. He made his end of the rope fast about another tree and then ran lightly along it over the river and back again as if he were on a road. I can walk this path, said Legolas, but the others have not the skill. Must they swim? No, no, said Howard. We have 2 more ropes. We will fasten them above the other, one shoulder high and another half high, and holding these the strangers will be able to cross with care. When this slender bridge had been made, the company passed over, some cautiously and slowly, others more easily. Of the hobbits Pippin proved the best, but he was sure-footed and he walked over quickly, holding only with one hand, but he kept his eyes on the bank ahead and did not look down. Sam shuffled along, clutching hard and looking down into the pale eddying water as if it was a chasm in the mountains. He breathed with relief when he was safely across. Live and learn, as my gaffer used to say. He was thinking of gardening, not of rooting like a bird or trying to walk like a spider. Even my Uncle Andy ever did a trick like that. When at length all the company was gathered on the east bank of the Silver Lode, the elves untied the ropes and coiled 2 of them. Rill, who had remained on the other side, drew back the last one, slung it on his shoulder, and with a wave of his hand went away back to Nimble to keep watch. Now, friends, said Haler, you have entered the Nif of Lauan, or the Gore as you would say, for it is the land that lies like a spearhead between the arms of Silver Lode and undoing the Great. We allow no strangers to sp out the secrets of the Nif. Few are permitted even to set foot here, as we agreed. I shall here blindfold the eyes of Jimmy the dwarf. The others may walk free for a while until we come nearer to our dwellings down in Agad Inn. The angle between the waters. This was not at all to the liking of Jim. The agreement was made without my consent. He said, I will not walk blindfolded like a beggar or a prisoner, and I am no spy. My folk have never had dealings with any of the servants of the enemy, neither have we done harm to the elves. I am no more likely to betray you than Legolas or any other of my companions. I do not doubt you, said Hollier, yet this is our law. I am not the master of the law and cannot set it aside. I have done much in letting you set foot over Kibra. Gimli was obstinate. He planted his feet firmly apart and laid his hand upon the half of his axe. I will go forward free, he said, or I will go back and seek my own land when I am known to be true. Of where do I perish alone in the wilderness? You cannot go back, said Halia sternly. Now you have come thus far, you must be brought before the Lord and the Lady. They shall judge you to hold you or to give you leave as they will. You cannot cross the rivers again, and behind you there are now secret Cadell that you cannot pass. You would be slain before you saw them. Jimmy drew his axe from his belt. How and his companions bent their bows a flag on dwarves and their stiff necks. Said Legolas. Come, said Aragorn, if I am still to lead this company you must do as I bid. It is hard upon the dwarf to be thus singled out. We will all be blindfolded, even Legolas. That will be best, though it will make the journey slow and dull. Jimmy laughed suddenly. A married troop, one dog, but I will be content if only Legolas here shares my blindness. I'm an elf and a kinsman here, said Legolas, becoming angry in his turn. Now let us cry a plague on the stiff necks of elves, said Aragorn, but the company shall fear alike. Come, blind our eyes, Howard. I shall claim full amends for every fallen stub too if you do not lead us well, said Jimmy as they bound a cloth about his eyes. You will have no claim, said Haler. I shall lead you well, and the paths are smooth and straight. I'll last for the folly of these days, said Legolas. Here are all enemies of the one enemy, and yet I must walk blind while the sun is merry in the woodland under the leaves of gold fly. It may seem, said Hollier, indeed in nothing is the power of the Dark Lord more clearly shown than in the estrangement that divides all those who still oppose him. He had so little faith and trust we find now in the world beyond Latter, unless maybe in Rivendell, but we dare not by our own trust endanger our land. We live now among an island amid many perils, and our hands are more often upon He bowstring then upon the Har the rivers long defend us but they are as sure guard no more for the shadow has crept northward all about us some speak of departing yet for that it already seems too late the mountains to the west are growing evil to the east the lands are vast and full of Sauron creatures and it is rumored that we cannot now safely pass southward through Rohan and the mouths of the great river are watched by the enemy even if we could come to the shores of the sea we would find no longer any shelter there it is said that there are still havens of the high elves they are far north and west beyond the land of the half-ways but where that may be though the Lord and Lady may know I do not you would at least guess since you have seen us said there are elf havens west of my land the Shire where hobbits live happy folk are hobbits to dwell near the shores of the sea said Halar it is long indeed since any of my folk have looked on it yet still we remember it in song tell me of the havens as we walk I cannot said Mary. I've never seen them. I've never been out of my own land before and if I had known what the world outside was like I don't think I should have had the heart to leave it not even to see fair Lot Lauan said however the world is indeed full of peril and in it there are many dark places but still there is much that is fair and though in all lands love is now mingled with grief it grows perhaps the greater some there are among us who sing that the shadow will draw back and peace shall come again yet I do not believe that the world about us will ever again be as it was of old or the light of the sun as it was aforetime for the elves I fear it will prove at best of truce in which they may pass to the sea unhindered and leave Middle Earth forever alas for Aaron that I love it would be a poor life in a land where no melon grew but if there are melon trees beyond the great sea none of reporting it as they spoke thus the company filed slowly along the paths in the wood led by Halar while the other elf walked behind they felt the ground beneath their feet smooth and soft and after a while they walked more freely without fear of hurt or fall being deprived of sight Frodo found his hearing in other senses sharpened he could smell the trees and the trodden grass he could hear many different notes in the rustle of the leaves of head the river murmuring away on his right and the thin clear voices of birds in the sky he felt the sun upon his face and hands when they passed through the open glade as soon as he set foot upon the far bank of Silver Lode a strange feeling had come upon him. And it deepened as he walked on into the Nath. It seemed to him that he had stepped over a bridge of time into a corner of the elder days and was now walking in a world that was no more in Rivendell there was memory of ancient things in Lauan the ancient things still lived on in the waking world evil had been seen and heard their sorrow had been known the elves feared and distrusted the world outside wolves were howling on the woods borders but on the land of Lorien no shadow lay all that day the company marched on until they felt the cool evening come and heard the early night wind whispering among many leaves then they rested and slept without fear upon the ground for their guides would not permit them to unbind their eyes and they could not climb in the morning they went on again walking without haste at noon they halted and Frodo was aware that they had passed out under the shining sun suddenly he heard the sound of many voices all around him the marching host of elves had come up silently they were hastening toward the northern borders to guard against any attack from Moria and they brought news some of which Halia reported the Merring orcs had been waylaid and almost all destroyed the remnant had fled westward towards the mountains and were being pursued a strange creature also had been seen running with bent back and with hands near the ground like a beast and yet not of beast shape it had eluded capture and they had not shot it not knowing whether it was good or ill it had vanished down the Silver Lode southward also said Halar they bring me a message from the Lord and Lady of the Gidrim you are all to walk free even the dwarf Gimli. It seems that the lady knows who and what is each member of your company new messages have come from Rivendell perhaps he removed the bandages first from Jim's eyes your pardon he said bowing low look on us now with friendly he look and be glad for you are the first dwarf to behold the trees of the 9th of Lauan since Durin's day when his eyes were in turn uncovered Frodo looked up and caught his breath they were standing in an open space and to the left stood a great mound covered with a Sort of grass and green as springtime in the elder days. Upon it as a double crown grew two circles of trees. The outer had bark of snowy white and were leafless but beautiful in their shapely nakedness. The inner were malin trees of great height, still array in pale gold. High amid the branches of a towering tree that stood in the center of all there gleamed a white flat at the feet of the trees, and about the green hillsides the grass was studded with small golden flowers shaped like stars, among them nodding on slender stalks were other flowers, white and pale green. They glimmered as a mist amid the rich hue of the grass. Over all the sky was blue, and the sun of afternoon glowed upon the hill and cast long green shadows beneath the trees. Behold, you are come to carry in Amroth, said Howard, for this is the heart of the ancient realm as it was long ago, and here is the mound of Amroth where in happier days his high house was built. Here ever bloom the winter flowers, the unfading grass, the yellow Eleanor and the pale Neil. Here we will stay a while and come to the city of the Gadm at dusk. The others cast themselves down upon the fragrant grass, but Frodo stood a while still, lost in wonder. It seemed to him that he had stepped through a high window that looked on a vanished world. A light was upon it for which his language had no name. All that he saw was shapely, but the shapes seemed at once clear-cut, as if they had been first conceived and drawn at the uncovering of his eyes, and ancient as if they had endured forever. He saw no color but those he knew, gold and white and blue and green, but they were fresh and poignant as if he had at that moment first perceived them and made for them names new and wonderful. In winter here no heart could mourn for summer awful. Spring no blemish or sickness or deformity could be seen in anything that grew upon the earth. On the land of Lorien there was no strain. He turned and saw that Sam was now standing beside him, looking around with a puzzled expression and rubbing his eyes as if he was not sure that he was awake. It's sunlight and bright day right enough, he said. I thought the elves were all for moon and stars, but this is more hellish than anything I've ever heard tell of. I feel as if I was inside a song, if you take my meaning. Aller looked at them, and he seemed indeed to take the meaning of both thought and word. He smiled. You feel the power of the Lady of the Gadri, he said. Would it please you to climb with me up Croth? They followed him as he stepped lightly up the grass-clad slopes. Though he walked in breathed, and about him living leaves and flowers were stirred by the same cool wind as and his face. Frodo felt that he was in a timeless land that did not fade or change or fall into forgetfulness. When he had gone and passed again into the outer world, still Frodo the wanderer of the shack would walk there upon the grass among Eleanor and Neil and fair Lothlorien. They entered the circle of white trees. As they did so the south wind blew upon Cairn Amroth and sighed among the branches. Frodo stood still, hearing far off great seas upon beaches that had long ago been washed away, and seabirds crying whose race had perished from the earth. Howard had gone on and was now climbing to the high flat. As Frodo prepared to follow him, he laid his hand upon the tree beside the ladder. Never before had he been so suddenly and so keenly aware of the feel and texture of a tree skin and of the life within it. He felt a delight in wood and the tea of it, neither as forester nor as a carpenter. It was the delight of the living tree itself. As he stepped out at last upon the lofty platform, Halar took his hand and turned him towards the south. Look this way first, he said. Frodo looked and saw still at some distance a hill of many mighty trees, or a city of green towers. Which it was he could not tell. Out of it it seemed to him that the power and light came that held all the land in sway. He longed suddenly to fly like a bird to rest in a green city. Then he looked eastward and saw all the land of Lorien running down to the pale gleam of Anduin, the great river. He lifted his eyes across the river, and all the light went out, and he was back again in the world he knew. Beyond the river the land appeared flat and empty, formless and vague, until far away it rose again like a wall dark and rar. The sun that lay on Lorien had no power to enlighten the shadow of that distant height. There lies the fastness of southern Millwood, said Haler. It is clad in a forest of dark fir, where the trees strive one against another, and their branches rot and wither. In the midst upon the stony height stands Down G, where long the hidden enemy had his dwelling. We fear that now it is inhabited again, and with power sevenfold. A black cloud lies often over it of late. In this high place you may see the two powers that are opposed to one another, and ever they strive now in thought. But whereas the light perceives the very heart of the darkness, its own secret has not been discovered, not yet. He turned and climbed swiftly down, and they followed him at the hill's foot. Frodo found Aragorn standing still and silent as a tree, but in his hand was a golden bloom of Eleanor, and a light was in his eyes. He was wrapped in some fair memory, and as Frodo looked at him he knew that he beheld things as they once had been in the same place, for the grim years were removed from the face of Aragorn, and he seemed clothed in white, a young lord, tall and fair, and he spoke words in the Elvish tongue to one whom Frodo could not see. Arvan, he said, and then he drew a breath, and returning out of his thought he looked at Frodo and smiled. Here is the heart of Elam on earth, he said, and here my heart dwells ever, unless there be a light beyond the dark roads that we still must tread. You and I come with me. And taking Frodo's hand in his, he left the hill of Kin Amroth, and came there never again as living man. The sun was sinking behind the mountains, and the shadows were deepening in the woods when they went on again. Their paths now went into thickets where the dusk had already gathered. Night came beneath the trees as they walked, and the elves uncovered their silver lamps. Suddenly they came out into the open again, and found themselves under a pale evening sky pricked by a few early stars. There was a wide treeless space before them, running in a great circle, and bending away on either hand. Beyond it was a deep fosse lost in soft shadow, but the grass upon its brink was green as if it glowed still in the memory of the sun that had gone. Upon the further side there arose into a great height a green wall encircling a green hill thronged with malin trees taller than any they had yet seen in all the land. Their height could not be guessed, but they stood up in the twilight like living towers in their many tired branches, and amid their ever-growing leaves countless lights were gleaming green and gold and silver. Holly turned towards the company. Welcome to Caras Gathon, he said. Here is the city of the Gedrim, where dwell the Lord Calber and Galadriel the Lady of Lauon, but we cannot enter here, for the gates do not look northward. We must go around to the southern side, and the way is not short, for the city is great. There was a road paved with white stone running on the outer brink of the fosse. Along this they went westward, with the city ever climbing up like a green cloud upon their left, and as the night deepened more lights sprang forth, and until all the hills seemed afire with stars, they came at last to a white bridge, and crossing found the great gates of the city. They faced southwest, set between the ends of the encircling wall that here overlapped, and they were tall and strong and hung with many lamps. Halia knocked and spoke, and the gates opened soundlessly, but of God's you could see no sign. The travelers passed within, and the gates shut behind them. They were in a deep lane between the ends of the wall, and passing quickly through it they entered the city of the trees. No folk could they see nor hear any feet upon the paths, but there were many voices about them, and in the air above, far away upon the hill, they could hear the sound of singing falling from on high like a soft rain upon leaves. They went along many paths and climbed many stairs until they came to the high places, and saw before them amid a wide lawn a fountain shimmering. It was lit by silver lamps that swung from the boughs of trees, and it fell into a basin of silver from which a white stream spilled. Upon the south side of the lawn there stood the mightiest of all the trees. Its great smooth bole gleamed like grey silk, and up it towered until its first branches far above opened their huge limbs under the shadowy clouds of leaves. Beside it a broad white ladder stood, and at its foot 3 elves were seated. They sprang up as the travelers approached, and Frodo saw that they were tall and clad in grey mail, and from their shoulders hung long white cloaks. Here dwell Cabor and Galadriel, said Hollier. It is their wish that you should ascend and speak with them. One of the Long climb for those that are not accustomed to such stairs, but you may rest upon the way. As he climbed slowly up, Frodo passed many flats, some on one side, some on another, and some set about the bole of the tree, so that the latter passed through them at a great height above the ground. He came to a wide talon. Like the deck of a great ship, on it was built a house so large that almost it would have served for a hoe of men upon the earth. He entered behind Halia and found that he was in a chamber of oval shape, in the midst of which grew the trunk of the great malin, now tapering towards its crown and yet making still a pillar of white girth. The chamber was filled with a soft light, its walls were greened in silver and its roof of gold. Many elves were seated there on 2 chairs beneath the bole of the tree, and canopied by a living bough there sat side by side Celeborn and Galadriel. They stood up to greet their guests after the manner of elves, even those who were accounted mighty kings. Very tall they were, and the lady no less tall than the lord, and they were grave and beautiful. They were clad wholly in white, and the hair of the lady was of deep gold, and the hair of the Lord Celeor was of silver, long and bright, but no sign of age was upon them, unless it were in the depths of their eyes, for these were keen as lances in the starlight, and yet profound the wells of deep memory. How let Frodo before them, and the Lord welcomed him in his own tongue. The Lady Galadriel said no word, but looked long upon his face. Sit now beside my chair, Frodo. Over the Shire, said Celeborn. When all have come, we will speak together. Each of the companions he greeted courteously by name as they entered. Welcome, Aragorn, son of Artha, he said. It is 38 years of the world outside since you came to this land, and those years lie heavy on you, but the end is near. For good or ill, here lay aside your burden for a while. Welcome, son of Thranduil, too seldom do my kindred journey hither from the north. Welcome, Gimli, son of Glow. It is long indeed since we saw one of Duran's folk in Cagathon, but today we have broken our long law. May it be a sign that though the world is now dark, better days are at hand, and that friendship shall be renewed between our peoples. Jimmy bowed low when all the guests were seated before his chair. The Lord looked at them again. Here there are 8, he said. 9 were to set out, so said the messages, but maybe there has been some change of counsel that we have not heard. Elon is far away, and the darkness gathers between us and all. This year the shadows have grown longer. Nay, there was no change of counsel, said the Lady Galadriel, speaking for the first time. Her voice was clear and musical, but deeper than a woman's wont. Gandalf the Grey set out with the company, but he did not pass the borders of this land. Now tell us where he is, for I much desired to speak with him again, but I cannot see him from afar unless he comes within the fences of Lorien. A grey mist is about him, and the ways of his feet and of his mind are hidden from me. Alas, said Aragorn, and of the Grey fell into shadow. He remained in Moria and did not escape. At these words all the elves in the hall cried aloud in grief and amazement. These are evil tidings, said Celeor, the most evil that we have spoken here in a long years, full of grievous deeds. He turned to Halar. Why has nothing of this been told to me before? He asked in the elven tongue. We have not spoken to Halar of our deeds or our purpose, said Legolas. At first we were wary and danger was too close behind, and afterwards we almost forgot our grief for a time as we walked in gladness on the fair path of Lauon. Yet our grief is great and our loss cannot be mended, said Frodo. Gandalf was our guide and he led us through Moria, and when our escape seemed beyond hope he saved us and he fell. Tell us now the full tale. Then Aragorn recounted all that had happened upon the pass of Cadras and in the days that followed, and he spoke of Ben and his book, and the fight in the chamber of Mazarbul, and the fire and the narrow bridge, and the coming of the terror and evil of the ancient world. It seemed such as I have never seen before, said Aragorn. It was both a shadow and a flame, strong and terrible. It was a Balrog of Morgoth, said Legolas. Of all elf banes the most deadly, save the one who sits in the dark tower. Indeed I saw the bridge that which haunts our darkest dreams. I saw it in Spain, said Jimmy in a low voice, and dread was in his eyes. Alas, said Celeborn, we long have feared that under Cadras Sada slept, but had I known that the dwarves had stirred Up this evil in Moria again, I would have forbidden you to pass the northern borders, you and all that went with you, and if it were possible one would say that the last Gondel fell from wisdom into folly, going needlessly into the net of Moria. He would be rash indeed that said that thing, said Galadriel gravely. Needless were none of the deeds of Gandalf in life. Those that followed him knew not his mind and cannot report his full purpose, but however it may be with the guide, the followers are blameless. Do not repent of your welcome to the dwarf. If our folk had been exiled long and far from Lothlorien, who of the Gedrim, even Calber and the wise would pass nigh and would not wish to look upon their ancient home, though it had become an abode of dragons. Dark is the water of Kedzarum and cold are the springs of Kibble Nala, and fair were the many pillared halls of Khazad Dûm in elder days before the fall of mighty Kings Ben the Stone. She looked upon Jimmy, who said Gling and sad, and she smiled, and the dwarf, hearing the names given in his own ancient tongue, looked up and met her. Yes, and it seemed to him that he looked suddenly into the heart of an enemy and saw their love and understanding. Wonder came into his face, and then he smiled in answer. He rose clumsily and bowed in dwarf fashion, saying, Yet more fair is the living land of Lauon, and the Lady Galadriel is above all the jewels that lie beneath the earth. There was a silence. At length Gulborn spoke again. I did not know then your plight was so evil, he said. Let Jimmy forget my harsh words. I spoke in the trouble of my heart. I will do what I can to aid you each according to his wish and need, but especially that one of the little folk who bears the burden. Your quest is known to us, said Galadriel, looking at Frodo, but we will not here speak of it more openly. Yet not in vain will it prove maybe that you came to this land seeking aid, as Gondel himself plainly purposed, for the Lord of the Gedrin is accounted the wisest of the elves of Middle-earth and a giver of gifts beyond the power of kings. He has dwelt in the west since the days of dawn, and I have dwelt with him years uncounted, for ere the fall of Narun or Gondolin I passed over the mountains, and together through ages of the world we have fought the long defeat. It was who summoned the White Council, and if my designs had not gone amiss I would have been governed by Gandalf the Grey, and then mayhap things would have gone otherwise. But even now there is hope left. I will not give you counsel saying do this or do that, for not in doing or contriving nor in choosing between this course and another can I avail, but only in knowing what was and is, and in part also what shall be. But this I will say to you, your quest stands upon the edge of a knife. Stray but a little and it will fail to the ruin of all, yet hope remains while the company is true. And with that word she held them with her eyes, and in silence looked searchingly at each of them in turn. None save Legolas and Aragorn could long endure her glance. Sam quickly blushed and hung his head. At length the Lady Galadriel released them from her eyes, and then she smiled. Do not let your hearts be troubled, she said. Tonight you shall sleep in peace. Then they sighed and felt suddenly way as those who have been questioned long and deeply, though no words had been spoken openly. Go now, said Gulborn, you are worn with sorrow and much toil. Even if your quest did not concern us closely, you should have refuge in the city until you are healed and refreshed. Now you shall rest, and we will not speak of your further road for a while. That night the company slept upon the ground, much to the satisfaction of the hobbits. The elves spread for them a pavilion among the trees near the fountain, and in it they laid soft couches. Then, speaking words of peace with fair elvish voices, they left them for a little while. The travelers talked of their night before in the treetops, and of their day's journey, and of the lord and lady, for they had not yet the heart to look further back. What did you blush for, Sam, said Pippin. You soon broke down. Anyone would have thought you had a guilty conscience. I hope it was nothing worse than a wicked plot to steal one of my blankets. I never thought no such thing, answered Sam, in no mood for jest. If you want to know, I felt as if I hadn't gotten nothing on, and I didn't like it. She seemed to be looking inside me and asking me what I would do if she gave me the chance of flying back home to the Shire, to a nice little hole with a bit of garden of my own. That's funny, said Mary, almost exactly what I felt myself, only well, I don't think I'll say any more, he ended lamely, all of them of fear that lay ahead and something that he greatly desired clear before his mind it lay, and to get it he had only to turn aside from the road and leave the quest and the war against Sauron to others. And it seemed to me too, said Jimmy, that my choice would remain secret and known only to myself. To me it seemed exceedingly strange, said Boromir. Maybe it was only a test and she thought to read our thoughts for her own good purpose, but almost I should have said that she was tempting us and offering what she pretended to have the power to give. It need not be said that I refused to listen. The men of Mentirth are true to their word, but what he thought the lady had offered him he could not tell. As for Frodo, he would not speak, though Boromir pressed him with questions. She held you long in her gaze, ring-bearer, he said. Yes, said Frodo, but whatever came to my mind then I will keep there. Well, have a care, said Boromir. I do not feel too sure of this elvish lady and her purposes. Speak no evil of the Lady Galad, said Aragorn sternly. You know not what you say. There is in her and in this land no evil unless a man brings it hither himself, then let him beware. But tonight I shall sleep without fear for the first time since I left Rivendell, and may I sleep deep and forget for a while my grief. I am weary in body and in the heart. He cast himself down upon his couch and fell at once into a long sleep. Music. The others soon did the same, and no sound or dream disturbed their slumber. When they woke they found that the light of day was brought upon the lawn before the pavilion, and the fountain rose and fell glittering in the sun. They remained some days in Lorien, so far as they could tell or remember. All in the while that they dwelt there the sun shone clear, save for the gentle rain that fell at times and passed away, leaving all things fresh and clear. The air was cool and soft as if it were early spring, and they felt about them the deep and thoughtful quiet of winter. It seemed to them that they did little but eat and drink and rest and walk among the trees, and it was enough. They had not seen the Lord and Lady again, and they had little speech with the elven folk, for few of these knew or would use the West wrong tongue. Halia had bidden them farewell and gone back again to the fences of the north, where a great watch was now kept, since the tidings of Moria that the company he had brought Legolas was away much among the Gedrim. And after the first night he did not sleep with the other companions, though he returned to eat and talk with them often. He took Jimmy with him when he went abroad in the land, and the others wondered at this change now as the companions sat or walked together. They spoke of Gandalf, and all that each had known and seen of him came clear before their minds as they were healed of hurt and weakness of body. The grief of their loss grew more keen. Often they heard nearby elvish voices singing, and knew that they were making songs of lamentation for his fall, for they caught his name among the sweet sad words that they could not understand. Mithia Mitha sang the elves, O pilgrim grey, for so they loved to call him. But if Legolas was with the company he would not interpret the songs for them, saying that he had not the skill, and that for him the grief was still too near a matter of tears and not yet for song. It was Frodo who first put something of his sorrow into halting words. He was seldom moved to make song or rhyme. Even in Rivendell he had listened and had not sung himself, though his memory was stored with many things that others had made before him. But now as he sat beside the fountain and Laon and heard about him the voices of the elves, his thought took shape in a song that seemed to be fair to him. Yet when he tried to repeat it to Sam, only snatches remained, faded as a handful of withered leaves. When evening in the Shire was grey, his footsteps on the hill were heard before the dawn. He went away on a journey long without a word, from Wilderland to western shore, from northern waste to southern hill, through dragon lair and hidden door and darkling woods. He walked at will with dwarf and hobbit, elves and men, with mortal and I am immortal folk, with bird on bough and beast in den. In their own secret tongues he spoke, a deadly sword, a healing hand, a back that bent beneath its load, a trumpet voice, a burning brand, a weary pilgrim on the road, a lord of wisdom throne. He sat swift in anger and quick to laugh, an old man in a battered hat who leaned upon a thorny staff. He stood upon the bridge alone, and fire and shadow both defied. His staff was broken on the stone in Khazad Dûm. His wisdom died. Why you going to be beating Mr. Bilbo next, said Sam. No, I'm afraid not, said Frodo, but that is the best I can do. Yet if you do have another go I hope you'll say a word about his firework, said Sam. Something like this: the Finest rockets ever seen, they burst in stars of blue and green, or after thunder golden showers came falling like a rain of flowers, though that doesn't do them justice by a long road. No, I'll leave that to you, Sam, or perhaps Bilbo, but well, I can't talk of it any more. I can't bear to think bringing the news to him. One evening Frodo and Sam were walking together in the cool twilight. Both of them felt restless. Again on Frodo suddenly the shadow of parting had fallen. He knew somehow that the time was very near when he must leave. LTH Lon, what do you think of elves now, Sam? He said, I asked you the same question once before. It seems a very long while ago, but you've seen more of them since then. I have indeed, said Sam, and I reckon there's elves and elves. They're all elvish enough, but they're not all the same now. These folk aren't wanderers or homeless and seem a bit nearer to the likes of us. They seem to belong here more even than hobbits do in the Shire. Whether they've made the land or the land's made them, it's hard to say. If you take my meaning, it's wonderfully quiet. Here nothing seems to be going on, and nobody seems to want it to. If there's any magic about, it's right down deep, but I can't lay my hands on it. In a matter of speaking, you can see INF feud it everywhere, said Frodo. Well, said Sam, no fireworks like poor Gondal used to show. I wonder if we don't see nothing of the Lord and Lady in all these days. I fancy now that she could do some wonderful things if she had a mind. I dearly love to see some elf magic, Mr. Frodo. I wouldn't, said Frodo. I'm content, and I don't miss Gandalf's fireworks, but his bushy eyebrows and his quick temper and his voice. You're right, said Sam, and I don't think I'm finding fault. I've often wanted to see a bit of magic like what it tells of in old tales, but I've never heard of a better land than this. It's like being at home and on a holiday at the same time. If you understand me, I don't want to leave. All the same, I'm beginning to feel if we've got to go on, then we'd best get it over. It's the job that's never started as takes longest to finish, as my old gaffer used to say, and I don't reckon that these folk can do much more to help us. Magic or no, it's when we leave this land that we shall miss Gandalf. Or I'm afraid it's only too true, Sam, said Frodo. Yet I hope very much that before we leave we shall see the Lady of the Elves again. Even as he spoke they saw, as if she came in answer to their words, the Galadriel approaching, tall and white and fair. She walked beneath the trees. She spoke no word, but beckoned to them. Turning aside she led them towards the southern slopes of the hill of Kos Galadon, and passing through a high green hedge they came into an enclosed garden. No trees grew there, and it lay open in the sky. The evening star had risen and was shining with white fire above the western woods. Down a long flight of steps the lady went into the deep green hollow, through which ran murmuring the silver stream that issued from the fountain of the hill. At the bottom, upon a low pedestal carved like a branching tree, stood a basin of silver, wide and shallow, and beside it stood a silver ear with water from the stream. Galadriel filled the basin to the brim and breathed on it, and when the water was still again she spoke. Here is the mirror of Galadriel, she said. I have brought you here so that you may look in it if you will. The air was very still and the dell was dark, and the elf lake beside him was tall and pale. What shall we look for and what shall we see? asked Frodo, filled with awe. Many things I can command the mirror to reveal, she answered, and to some I can show what they desire to see, but the mirror will also show things unbidden, and those are often stranger and more profitable than which we wish. Oh, behold what you will see if you leave the mirror free to work. I cannot tell, for it shows things that were and things that are and things that may it be, but which it is that he sees even the wisest cannot always tell. Do you wish to look? Rhoda did not answer. And you, she said, turning to Sam, for this is what your folk would call magic, I believe, though I do not understand clearly what they mean, and they seem to use the same words of the deceits of the enemy. But this, if you will, is the magic of Gadriel. Did you not Say that you wish to see elf magic. I did, said Sam, trembling a little between fear and curiosity. I'll have a peep, lady, if you're willing, and I don't mind a glimpse of what's going on at home, he said in an aside to Frodo. It seems a terrible long time that I been away, but there like it is not. I'll only see the stars or something that I won't understand like is not, said the lady with a gentle laugh. But come, you shall look and see what you may, but do not touch the water. Sam climbed up on the foot of the pedestal and leaned over the basin. The water looked hard and dark. Stars were reflected in it. There's only stars, as I thought, he said, and then he gave a low gasp, for the stars went out as if a dark veil had been withdrawn. The mirror grew grey and then clear. There was sun shining and the branches of trees were waving and tossing in the wind. But before Sam could make up his mind what it was that he saw, the light faded, and now he thought he saw Frodo with a pale face lying fast asleep under a great dark cliff. Then he seemed to see himself going along a dim passage and climbing an endless winding stair. It came to him suddenly that he was looking urgently for something, but what it was he did not know. Like a dream, the vision shifted and went back, and he saw the trees again, but this time they were not so close and he could see what was going on. They were not waving in the wind, they were falling crashing to the ground. Oh, cried Sam in an outraged voice, shades the road to W water. I wish I could get it, Ted, I'd fell him. But now Sam noticed that the old mill had vanished and a large red brick building was being put up where it had stood. Lots of folk were busily at work. There was a tall red chimney nearby. Black smoke seemed to cloud the surface of the mirror. There's some devilry at work in the Shire, he said. Aeon knew what he was about when he wanted to send Mr. Merry back. Then suddenly Sam gave a cry and sprang away. I can't stay here, he said wildly. I must go home. They've dug a back shot and there's the poor guy for going down the hill with his bits of things on a barrow. I must go home. You cannot go home alone, said the lady. You did not wish to go home without your master before you looked in the mirror, and yet you knew that evil things might well be happening in the Shire. Remember that the mirror shows many things and not all have yet come to pass. Some never come to be unless those that behold the visions turn aside from their path to prevent them. The mirror is dangerous as a guide of deeds. Sam sat on the ground and put his head in his hands. I wish I'd never come here, and I don't want to see no more magic, he said and fell silent. After a moment he spoke again thickly, as if struggling with tears. No, I'll go home by the long road with Mr. Frodo, or not at all, he said, but I hope I do get back someday if what I've seen turns out true. Someone's going to catch it hot. Do you now wish to look, Frodo, said the Lady Gadriel. You did not wish to see elf magic and were content. Do you advise me to look, asked Frodo. No, she said, I do not counsel you one way or the other. I am not a counselor. You may learn something, and whether what you see be fair or evil, that may be profitable, and yet it may not. Seeing is both good and perilous. Yet I think, Frodo, that you have courage and wisdom enough for the venture, or I would not have brought you here. Do as you will. I will look, said Frodo, and he climbed on the pedestal and bent over the dark water. At once the mirror cleared and he saw a twilight land. Mountains loomed dark in the distance against a pale sky. A long grey road wound back out of sight. Far away a figure came slowly down the road, faint and small at first, but growing larger and clearer as it approached. Suddenly Frodo realized that it reminded him of Gondal. He almost called aloud the wizard's name, and then he saw that the figure was clothed not in grey but in white, in a white that shone faintly in the dusk, and in its hand there was a white staff. The head was so bowed that he could see no face, and presently the figure turned aside round a bend in the road that went out to the mirror's view. Doubt came into Frodo's mind. Was this a vision of Gandalf on one of his many lonely journeys long ago, or was it Sam? The vision now changed, brief and small, but very. He caught a glimpse of Bilbo walking restlessly about his room. The table was littered with disordered papers. Rain was beating on the windows. There was a pause, and after it many swift scenes followed that Frodo in some way knew to be parts of a great history in which he had become involved. The mist cleared and he saw a light which he had never seen before but knew. At once the sea darkness fell, the sea rose and raged. In a great storm then he saw against the sun sinking blood red into a rack of clouds the black outline of a tall ship with torn sails riding up out of the west, then a wide river flowing through a populous city, then a white fortress with 7 towers, and then again a ship with black sails, but now it was morning again and the water rippled with light, and a banner bearing the emblem of a white tree shone in the sun, a smoke as a fire in battle arose, and again the sun went down in a burning red and faded into a gre mist, and into the mist a small ship passed away twinkling with lights. It vanished, and Frodo sighed and prepared to draw away, but suddenly the mirror went altogether dark as if a hole had opened in the world of sight, and Frodo looked into emptiness. In the black abyss there appeared a single eye that slowly grew until it filled nearly all the ribs. So terrible was it that Frodo stood rooted, unable to cry out or withdraw its gaze. The eye was spread with fire, but was its glazed yellow as a cat's, watchful and intent, and the black slit of his pupil opened on a pit, a window into nothing. Then the eye began to searching this way and that, and Frodo knew with certainty and horror that among the many things that it's he himself was one, but he also knew that it could not see him, not yet, not unless he willed it. The ring that hung upon his chain about his neck grew heavier than a great stone, and his head was dragged downwards. The mirror seemed to be growing hot, and curls of steam were rising from the water. He was slipping forward. "Do not touch the water," said the Lady Galadriel softly. The vision faded, and Frodo found that he was looking at the cool stars twinkling in the silver basin. He quickly stepped back, shaking all over, and looked at the lady. "I know what it was that you last saw," she said, "for that is also in my mind. Do not be afraid, but do not think that only by singing amid the trees, nor even by the slender arrows of elven bow, is this land of Lothlorien maintained and defended against its and know his mind, or all of his mind that concerns the elves. And he gropes ever to see me in my thought, but still the door is closed." She lifted up her white arms and spread out her hands towards the east in a gesture of rejection. In the Nile and the evening star, most beloved of the elves, shone clear above. So bright was it that the figure of the elven lady cast a dim shadow on the ground. Its ray glanced upon a ring about her finger. It glittered like polished gold overlaid with silver light, and a white stone in it twinkled as if the elven star had come down to rest upon her hand. Frodo gazed at the ring, and with a for suddenly it seemed to him that he understood. "Yes," she said, divining in his thought, "it is not permitted to speak of it, and Elon could not do so, but it cannot be hidden from the ring bearer and one who has seen the eye. Verily it is in the land of Lorien, upon the finger of Eladriel, that one of the 3 remains. This is nigh the ring of adamant, and I am its keeper." He suspects, but he does not know. "Not yet. Do you not see now? Wherefore your coming is to us as the footstep of doom, for if you fail then we are laid bare to the enemy, yet if you succeed then our powers is diminished, and Lothlorien will fade, and the tides of time will sweep it away. We must depart into the west, or dwindle to a rustic folk of dell and cave, slowly to forget and to be forgotten." Frodo bent his music head. And what do you wish?" he said at last. "That what should be shall be," she answered. "The love of the elves of their land and their works is deeper than the deeps of the sea, and their regret is undying and cannot ever wholly be assuaged. Yet they will cast all away rather than submit to Sauron, for they know him. Now for the fate of Lothlorien you are not answerable, but only for the doing of your own task. Yet I could wish, were it of any avail, that the One Ring had never been wrought, or had remained forever lost." "You are wise and fearless and fair, Lady Galadriel," said Frodo. "I will give you the One Ring if you ask for it. It is too great a matter for me." Galadriel laughed with a sudden clear laugh. "Wise the Lady Galadriel may be it here. She has met her match in courtesy. Gently are you revenge for my testing of your heart at our first meeting. You begin to see with a keen eye. I do not deny that my heart has greatly desired to ask what you offer. For many long years I had pondered what I might do should the great ring come to my hands, and behold it was brought within my grasp. The evil that was devised long ago works on in many ways. Whether Sauron himself stands or falls, would not that have been a noble deed to set to the credit of his ring? If I taken it by force or fear from my guest, and now at last it comes. You will give me the ring freely. In place of a dark cloud you will set up a queen, and I shall not be dark but beautiful and terrible as the morning and the night, fair as the sea and the sun and the snow upon the mountain, dreadful as the storm and the lightning, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me in despair. She lifted up her hand, and from the ring that she wore she issued a great light that illuminated her alone and left all else dark. She stood before Fr, seeming now tall beyond measurement and beautiful beyond enduring, terrible and worshipful. Then she let her hand fall, and the light faded, and suddenly she laughed again, and lo, she was shrunken, a slender elf woman clad in simple white, whose gentle voice was soft and sad. I pass the test, she said. I will diminish and go into the west and remain Galadriel. They stood for a long time in silence. At length the lady spoke again. Let us return, she said. In the morning you must depart, for now we have chosen and the tides of fate are flowing. I would ask one thing before we go, said Frodo, a thing which I often meant to ask Gandalf in Rivendell. I am permitted to wear the one ring. Why cannot I see all the others and know the thoughts of those that wear them? You have not tried, she said. Only thrice have you set the ring upon your finger since you knew what you possessed. Do not try, it would destroy you. Did not Gandalf tell you that the rings give power according to the measure of each possessor? Before you could use that power you would need to become far stronger and to train your will to the domination of others. Yet even so, as the ring bearer and as one that has borne it on finger and seen that which is hidden, your sight is grown keener. You have perceived my thought more clearly than many that are accounted wise. You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9, and did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning to Sam. No, lady, he answered. To tell you the truth, I wonder what you were talking about. I saw a star through your fingers, but if you'll pardon my speaking out, I think my master was right. I wish you'd take his ring, you'd put things to rights, you'd stop them digging up the gaffer and turning him adrift, you'd make some folk pay for their dirty work. I would, she said. That is how it would begin, but it would not stop with that. Alas, we will not speak more of it. Let us go. That night the company was again summoned to the chamber of Kellier, and there the lord and lady greeted them with fair words. At length Caber spoke of their departure. Now is the time, he said, when those who wish to continue the quest must harden their hearts to leave this land. Those who no longer wish to go forward may remain here for a while, but whether they stay or go none can be sure of peace, for here we are come now to the edge of doom. Here the ways of the world lie open again, or we summon them to the last need of Loren, then they may return to their own lands, or else go to the long home of those that fall in battle. There was a silence. They all resolved to go forward, said Gadri, looking in their eyes. As for me, said Boromir, my way home lies onward and not back. That is true, said Celeborn, but is all this company going with you to Me's Tithe? We have not decided our course, said Aragorn. Yond Lori, and I do not know what Gandalf intended to do. Indeed, I do not think that even he had any clear purpose. Maybe not, said Celeborn. Yet when you leave this land you can no longer forget the great river. As some of you know well, it cannot be crossed by travelers with baggage between Loren and Gondor save by boat, and are not the bridges of those Gilead broken down, and all the landings held now by the enemy? On which side will you journey? The way to Minth lies upon this side, upon the west, but the straight road of the quest lies east of the river upon the darker shore. Which shore will you now take? If my advice is needed, it will be the western shore and the way to Minas Tithe, answered Boromir. But I am not the leader of the company. The others said nothing, and Aragorn looked doubtful and troubled. I see that you do not yet know what to do, said Kellier. It is not my part to choose for you, but I will help you as I may. There are some among you who can handle boats. Legolas's folk know the swift forest river, and Boromir of Gondor and Aragorn the traveller and one hobbit cried Mary, not all of us look on boats as wild horses. My people live by the banks of the Brandywine. That is well, said Celeborn. Then I will furnish your company with boats. They must be small in light, for if you go far by water there are places where you will be forced to carry them. You We'll come to the rapids of Sargabir and maybe at last to the great falls of Rouse where the river thunders down from Nell, and there are other perils. They will not give you counsel. In the end you must leave them and the river and turn west or east. Aragorn thanked Cabir many times. The gift of boats comforted him much, not least because there would now be no need to decide his course for some days. The others too looked more hopeful. Whatever perils lay ahead, it seemed better to float down the broadside of Anduin to meet them than to pl forward. With bent backs only Sam was doubtful. He at any rate still thought boats as bad as wild horses or worse, and not all the dangers that he had survived made him think better of them. All shall be prepared for you and await you at the haven before noon tomorrow, said Colborne. I will send my people to you in the morning to help you make ready for the journey. Now we will wish you all a fair night and untroubled sleep. Good night, friends, said Galadriel. Sleep in peace. Do not trouble your hearts over much with thought of the road tonight. Maybe the paths that you each shall tread are already laid before your feet, though you do not see them. Good night. The company now took their leave and returned to their pavilion. Legolas went with them, for this was to be their last night in Elrond, and in spite of the words of Galadriel they wished to take counsel together. For a long time they debated what they should do and how it would be best to attempt the fulfilling of their purpose with the ring, but they came to no decision. It was plain that most of them desired to go first to Minas Tirith and to escape at least for a while from the terror of the enemy. They would have been willing to follow a leader over the river and into the shadow of Mordor, but Frodo spoke no word, and Aragorn was still divided in his mind. His own plan while Gandalf remained with them had been to go with Boromir and with his sword help to deliver Gondor, for he believed that the message of the dreams was a summons, and that the hour had come at last when the heir of Elendil should come forth and strive with Sauron for the mastery. But in Moria the burden of Gondor had been laid on him, and he knew that he could not now forsake the ring if Frodo refused in the end to go with Boromir. And yet what help could he or any of the company give to Frodo save to walk blindly with him into the darkness? I shall go to Minth alone if need be, for it is my duty, said Boromir, and after that he was silent for a while, sitting with his eyes fixed on Frodo as if was trying to read the King's thoughts. At length he spoke again softly, as if he was debating with himself. If you wish only to destroy the ring, he said, then there is little use in war and weapons, and the men of Minth cannot help. But if you wish to destroy the armed might of the Dark Lord, then it is folly to go without force into his domain, and folly to throw away. He paused suddenly as if he had become aware that he was speaking his thoughts aloud. It would be folly to throw lives away. I mean, it is a choice between defending a strong place and walking openly into the arms of death. At least that is how I see it. Fu caught something new and strange in Boria's glance as he looked hard at him. Plainly Boromir's thought was different from his final words. It would be folly to throw away what the Ring of Power. He had said something like this at the council, but he had accepted the correction of Elrond. Frodo looked at Aragorn, but he seemed deep in his own thought and made no sign that he had heeded Boromir's words, and so their debate ended. Merry and Pippin were already asleep and Sam was nodding. The night was growing old. In the morning, as they were beginning to pack their slender goods, elves that could speak their tongue came to them and brought them many gifts of food and clothing for the journey. The food was mostly in the form of very thin cakes made of meal that was baked a light brown from the outside, and inside was the color of cream. Jimmy took up one of the cakes and looked at it with doubtful eye. "See," he said under his breath as he broke off a crisp corner and nibbled at it. His expression quickly changed and he ate the rest of the cake with relish. "No more, no more," cried the elves, laughing. "You have eaten enough already. For a long day's march I thought this was only a kind of crab such as the Dale men make for journeys in the wild," said the dwarf. "If so it is," they answered, "but we call it lambus awebra, and it is more strengthening than any food may be by men, and it is more pleasant than cram by all accounts." "Indeed it is," said Jimmy. "Why, it is better than the honey cakes of the Beernings, and that is great praise, for the Beernings are the best bakers that I know, but they are none too willing to deal out their cakes to travelers in. These days you are kindly hosts all the same, we bid you spare the food, they said, eat a little at the time and only at need, for these things are given to serve you when all else fails. The cakes will keep sweet for many days if they are unbroken and left in their leaf wrappings as we have brought them. One will keep a traveler on his feet for a day of long labor, even if he be one of the tall men of Minas Tirith. The elves next unwrapped and gave to each of the company the clothes that they brought. For each they had provided a hood and cloak made according to his size of the light but warm silken stuff that the Gadrin wove. It was hard to say of what color they were. Twilight under the trees they seemed to be, and yet if they were moved or set in another light they were green as the shadowed leaves, or brown as fallow fields by night, dusk silver as water under the stars. Each cloak was fastened above the neck with a brooch like a green leaf veined with silver. Are these magic cloaks? asked Pippin, looking at them with wonder. I do not know what you mean by that, answered the leader of the elves. They are fair garments, and the web is good, for it was made in this land. They are hellish robes, certainly, if that is what you mean. Leaf and branch, water and stone, they are the hue and beauty of all these things under the twilight of Laon that we love, for we put the thought of all that we love into all that we make. Yet they are garments, not armor, and they will not turn shaft or blade, but they should serve you well. They are light to wear and warm enough or cool enough at need, and you will find them a great aid in keeping out the sight of unfriendly eyes. Whether you walk among the stones or the trees, you are indeed high in the favor of the lady, for she herself and her maidens wove the stuff, and never before have we clad strangers in the garb of our own people. After their morning meal the company said farewell to the lawn by the fountain. Their hearts were heavy, but it was a fair place, and it had become like home to them that they could not count the days and nights that they had passed there. As they stood for a moment looking at the white water in the sunlight, Howard came walking towards them over the green grass of the glade. Frodo greeted him with delight. I have returned from the northern fences, said the elf, and I am sent now to be your guide again. The Dealdale is full of vapor and clouds of smoke, and the mountains are troubled. There are noises in the deeps of the earth. If any of you had thought of returning northwards to your homes, you would not have been able to pass that way, but come, your path now goes south. As they walked through Caragathon, the green ways were empty, but in the trees above the many voices were murmuring and singing. They themselves went silently at last. Halia led them down the southward slopes of the hill, and they came again to the great gate hung with lamps and to the white bridge, and so they passed out and left the city of the elves. Then they turned away from the paved road and took a path that went off into a deep thicket of malin trees and passed on, winding through rolling woodlands of silver shadow, leading them ever down southwards and eastwards. Towards the shores of the river they had gone some 10 miles, and noon was at hand when they came on a high green wall. Passing through an opening they came suddenly out of the trees. Before them lay a long lawn of shining grass studded with golden Eleanor that glinted in the sun. The lawn ran out into a narrow tongue between bright margins on the right and west. The silver lode flowed glittering on the left and east of the great river rode its broad waters deep and dark on the further shores. The woodlands still marched on southwards as far as the eye could see, but all the banks were bleak and bare. No melon lifted its gold-hung boughs beyond the land of Loren. On the bank of the silver lode, at some distance up from the meeting of the streams, there was a height of white stones and white wood. By it were mowed many boats and barges. Some were bright lightly painted and shone with silver and gold and green, but most were either white or grey. 3 small grey boats had been made ready for the travellers, and in these the elves stowed their goods, and they added also coils of rope 3 to each boat. Slender they looked, but strong, silken to the touch, grey of hue like the elven cloaks. What are these? asked Sam, handling one that lay upon the greensward. Ropes indeed, answered an elf from the boats. Never travel far without rope, and one that is long and strong and light. Such are they may be a help in many needs. You don't need to tell me that, said Sam. I came without any, and I been worried ever since, but I was wondering what these were made of. Knowing a bit about rope making, it's in the family as you Might say they are made of heath, said the elf, but there is no time now to instruct you in the art of their making. Had we known that this craft delighted you, we would have tortured too much, but now alas, unless you should at some time return hither, you must be content with our gift. May it serve you well. Come, said Halia, all is now ready for you. Enter the boats, but take care at first, heed the words, said the other elves. These boats are light built and they are crafty, and unlike the boats of other folk. They will not sink, lay them as you will, but they are wayward if mishandled. It would be wise if you acced yourself to stepping in and out here where there is landing place before you set off. Music downstream. The company was arranged this way: Aragorn, Frodo and Sam were in one boat, Boromir, Merry and Pippin in another, and in the third were Legolas and Gimli, who had now become fast friends. In this last boat most of the goods and packs were stowed. The boats were moved and steered with short-handled paddles that had broad self-leaf-shaped blades. When all was ready, Aragorn led them on a trial up the silver load. The current was swift and they went forward slowly. Sam sat in the bows, clutching the sides and looking back wistfully to the shore. The sunlight glittering on the water dazzled his eyes as they passed beyond the green field of the tongue. The trees drew down into the river's brink here and there. Golden leaves tossed in floated onto the rippling stream. The air was very bright and still, and there was a silence except for the high distant song of logs. They turned a sharp bend in the river, and there, sailing proudly down the stream towards them, they saw a swan of great size. The water rippled on either side of the white breast beneath its curving neck. Its beak shone like burnished gold and its eyes glinted like jet set in yellow stones. Its huge white wings were hafted. A music came down the river as it drew nearer, and suddenly they perceived that it was a ship wrought and carved with elven skill in the likeness of a bird. Two elves clad in white steered it with black paddles. In the midst of the vessel sat Calborn, and behind him stood Galadriel, tall and white. A circlet of golden flowers was in her hair, and in her hand she held a harp, and she sang. Sad and sweet was the sound of her voice in the cool clean air. I sang of leaves, leaves of gold, and leaves of gold there grew. Of wind I sang, a wind there came, and in the branches blew. Beyond the sun, beyond the moon, the foam was on the sea, and by the strand of Ilmarin there grew a golden tree beneath the stars of Evereve. In Imar it Shah in Elamar, besides the walls of Elven Tirion, there long the golden leaves have grown upon the branching years, while here beyond the sewering seas now fall the elven tears. O Lorien, the winter comes, the bare and leafless day, the leaves are falling in the stream, the river flows away. O Lauon, too long I have dwelt upon this hither shore, and in a fading crown have twined the golden Eleanor. But if of ships I now should sing, what ship would come to me, what ship would bear me ever back across so wide a sea? Aragorn stayed his boat as the swan ship drew alongside. The lady ended her song and greeted them. We have come to bid our last farewell, she said, and to speed you with blessings from our land. Though you have been our guests, said Calborn, you have not yet eaten with us, and we bid you therefore here between the flowing waters that will bear you far from Loya. The swan passed on slowly to the hive, and they turned their boats and followed it. There in the last end of Egil upon the green grass the parting feast was held, but Frodo ate and drank little, heeding only the beauty of the lady and her voice. She seemed no longer perilous or terrible, nor filled with hidden power. Already she seemed to him as if men of later days, elves still at times, are seen present and yet remote, a living vision of what which has already been left far behind by the flowing streams of time. After they had eaten and drunk, sitting upon the grass, Cabor spoke to them again of their journey, and lifting his hand he pointed south to the woods beyond the tongue. As you go down the water, he said, you will find that the trees will fail, and you will come to a barren country. There the river flows in stony vales amid high mess, until at last after many leagues it comes to the tall island of the Tindra that we call Tolbrander. There it casts its arms about the steep shores of the isle, and falls then with a great noise and smoke over the cataracts of Ros down into the Naf, the Wetwang as it is called in your tongue. That is a wide region of sluggish fen. When the stream becomes tortuous and much divided, there the Entwash flows in by many mouths of the forest of Fangorn in the west. About that stream on the side of the great river lies Rohan. On the further side are the bleak hills of the Emin Mule. The wind blows from the east, therefore they look out over the dead marshes in the no-man lands of Kyth Gorger and the black gates of Mordor. Boromir and any that go with him seeking -Tyth will do well to leave the great river above Ros and cross the Anish before it finds the marshes, yet they should not go too far up that stream nor risk becoming entangled in the forest of Fangor. That is a strange land and is now little known, but Boromir and Aragorn doubtless do not need this water. Morning indeed, we have heard of Fangor in -Tyth, said Boromir, but what I have heard seems to meet for the most part of old wives' tales such as we tell her to our children. All that lies north of Rohan is now to us so far away that fancy can wander freely there. Of old Fangorn lay upon the borders of our realm, but it is now many lives of men since any of us visited it to prove or disprove the legends that came true that have come down from distant years. I have myself been at times Rohan, but I have never crossed it northwards. When I was sent out as a messenger, I passed through the gap by the skirts of mountains and crossed the island in the Gra flood into Norland. A long and wearisome journey, 400 leagues I reckoned it, and it took me many months, for I lost my horse at Tebad at the Fing of the Gra flood. After that journey on the road I have and with this company I do not much doubt that I shall find a way through Rohan and Fangon too if need be. Then I need say no more, said Kelly, but do not despise the Lord that has come down from distant years, for oft it may chance that old wives keep in memory word of things that once were needful for the wise to know. Now Galadriel rose from the grass, and taking a cup from one of her maidens, she filled it with white mead and gave it to Culber. Now is the time to drink the cup of farewell, she said. Drink, Lord of the Gedrin, and let not your heart be sad, though night must follow noon and already our evening draw nigh. Then she brought the cup to each of the company and bade them drink and farewell. But when they had drunk, she commanded them to sit again on the grass, and chairs were set for her and for Culber. Her maidens stood silent about her, and a while she looked upon her guests. At last she spoke again. We have drunk the cup of parting, she said, and the shadows fall between us. Before you go, I brought in my ship gifts which the Lord and Lady of Gedrim now offer you in memory of Lothlauan. Then she called to each in turn, here is the gift of Culber and Galadriel to the leader of your company, she said to Aragorn, and she gave him a sheath that had been made to fit his sword. It was overlaid with tracery of flowers and leaves wrought of silver and gold, and on it were set in elven runes formed of many gems the name Andúril and the lineage of the sword. The blade that is drawn from this sheath shall not be stained or broken even in defeat, she said. But is there aught else that you desire of me at our parting? For darkness will flow between us, and it may be that we shall not meet again unless it be far hence upon a road that is no returning. And Aragorn answered, Lady, you know all my desire and long held in keeping the only treasure that I seek, yet it is not yours to give me even if you would, and only through darkness shall I come to it. Yet maybe this will lighten your heart, said Galadriel, for it was left in my care to be given to you should you pass through this land. And she lifted from her lap a great stone of clear green set in a silver br that was wrought in the likeness of an eagle with outspread wings, and as she held it up the gem flashed like the sun shining through the leaves of spring. This stone I gave to Ceolbrian my daughter, and she to hers, and now it comes to you as a token of hope in this hour. Take the name that was foretold for you, Elizar, the elf stone of the house of Elendil. Then Aragorn took the stone and pinned the br upon his breast, and those who saw him wondered, for they had not marked before how tall and kingly he stood, and it seemed to them that many years of toil had fallen from his shoulders. For the gifts that you have given me I thank you, he said, O Lady of Lauan, of whom were Sprung Callan and Arn Evan star. What praise could I say more? The lady bowed her head and she turned then to Bor, and to him she gave a belt of gold, and to Mar and Pippin she gave small silver belts each with a clasp rough like a golden flower. To Legolas she gave a bow such as the Gadam use, longer and stouter than the bows of Mirewood, and strung with a string of elf hair. With it went a quiver of arrows for you, little G and lover of trees. She said to Sam, I have only a small gift. She put into his hands a little box of plain grey wood, unadorned save for a single silver rune on the lid. Here is set G for Galadriel, she said, but also it may stand for garden in your tea. In this box there is earth from my orchard, and such blessings as Galadriel has still to bestow is upon it. It will not keep you on your road nor defend you against any peril, but if you keep it and see your home again at last, then perhaps it may reward you. Though you should find all barren and laid waste, there will be few gardens in Middle Earth that will bloom like your garden. If you sprinkle this earth there, then you may remember Galadriel and catch a glimpse far off of Lauon that you have seen only in our winter, for our spring and our summer are gone, and they will never be seen on earth again, saving them. Sam went red to the ears and muttered something inaudible as he clutched the box and bowed as well as he could. In what gift for the dwarf ask of the elves, said Gadriel, turning to Jimmy. And lady, answered Gimli, it is enough for me to have seen the lady of the Gadri and to have heard her gentle words. Hear all ye elves, she cried to those about her, let none say again that dwarves are grasping and ungracious. Yet surely, Jimmy, son of Gloin, you desire something that I could give. Name it, I bid you. You shall not be the only guest without a gift. There is nothing, Lady Gondria, said Jimmy, bowing low and stammering. Nothing, unless it might be, unless it is permitted to ask, nay, to name a single strand of your hair which surpasses the gold of the earth as the stars surpass the gems of the mine. I do not ask for such a gift, but you commanded me to name my desire. The elves stirred and murmured with an astonishment, and Kellier gazed at the dwarf in wonder, but the lady smiled. It is said that the skill of the dwarves is in their hands rather than in their tongues, she said. Yet that is not true of Jimmy, for none have ever made to me a request so bold and yet so courteous, and how shall I refuse since I commanded him to speak? But tell me, what would you do with such a gift? Treasure it, lady, he answered, in memory of your words to me at our first meeting, and if ever I return to the smithies of my home, it shall be set in imperishable crystal, to be an heirloom of my house and a pledge of goodwill between the mountain and the woods until the end of days. Then the lady unbraided one of her long tresses, cut off 3 golden hairs, and laid them in Jim's hand. These words shall go with the gift, she said. I do not foretell, for all foretelling is now in vain. On the one hand lies darkness, and on the other only hope. But if hope should not fail, then I say to you, Gimli, son of Glowing, that your hands shall flow with gold, and yet over you gold shall have no dominion. And you ring bearer, she said, turning to Frodo, I come to you last, who are not last in my thoughts. For you I have prepared this. She held up a small crystal phial. It glittered as she moved it, and rays of white light sprang from her hand. In this phial, she said, is caught the light of End's star set amid the waters of my fountain. It will shine still brighter when the night is about you. May it be a light to you in dark places when all other lights go out. Remember Galadriel and her Myra. Frodo took the phial, and for a moment as it shone between them, he saw her again, standing like a queen, great and beautiful, but no longer terrible. He bowed, but found no, with all this baggage and the great river is swift, I do not wish to drown my grief in cold water. He took up a paddle and steered towards the western bank, following Aragorn's boat ahead, which had already moved out of the middle stream. So the company went on their long way down the widening waters. Spore ever southwards, Bearwood stalked along either bank, and they could not see any glimpse of the lands behind. The breeze died away and the river flowed without the sun. No voice of bird broke the silence. The sun grew misty as the day grew old until it gleamed in a pale sky like a high white pearl, then it faded into the west and dusk came early, followed by a grey and starless night. Far into the dark quiet hours they floated on, guiding their boats under the overhanging shadows of the western woods. Great trees passed by like ghosts, thrusting their twisted thirsty roots through the mist down into the water. It was dreary and cold. Frodo sat and listened to the faint lap and gurgle of the river threatening amongst the tree roots and the driftwood near the shore until his head nodded and he fell into an uneasy sleep. Frodo was roused by Sam. He found that he was lying well wrapped under tall grey-skinned trees in a quiet corner of the woodlands on the west bank of the great river Anduin. He had slept the night away and the grey morning was dim among the bare branches. Jimmy was busy with a small fire near at hand. They started again before the day was broad. Not that most of the company were eager to hurry southwards. They were content that the decision which they must make at latest when they came to Ros and the Tindril still lay some days ahead, and they let the river bear them on at its own pace, having no desire to hasten towards the perils that lay beyond. Whichever course they took, in the end Aragorn led them drift with the stream as they wished, husbanding their strength against weariness to come, but he insisted that at least they should start early each day and journey far into the evening, for he felt in his heart the time was pressing and he feared that the Dark Lord had not been idle while they lingered in Laon. Nonetheless they saw no sign of an enemy that day nor the next. The dull grey hours passed without event as the third day of their voyage wore on. The lands changed slowly, the trees thinned and then failed altogether. On the eastern bank to their left they saw long formless SLSL stretching up and away towards the sky. Brown and withered they looked, as if fire had passed over them, leaving no living blade of green, and unfriendly waste without even a broken tree or a bold stone to relieve the emptiness. They had come to the brown lands that lay vast and desolate between southern Mirkwood and the hills of the Amemu. What pestilence or war or evil deed of the enemy had so blasted all that region even Aragorn could not tell. Upon the west to their right the land was treeless also, but it was flat and in many places green, with wide plains of grass. On this side of the river they passed forests of great reeds so tall that they shut out all view to the west as the little boats went rustling by along their fluttering borders, their dark withered plumes bent and tossed in the light cold airs, hissing softly and sadly. Here and there through openings Frodo could catch sudden glimpses of rolling meads, and far beyond them hills in the sunset, and away on the edge of sight a dark line where marched the southernmost ranks of the misty mountains. There was no sign of living moving things save birds. Of these there were many small fowl whistling and piping in the reeds, but they were seldom seen. Once or twice the travelers heard the rush and whine of swan wings, and looking up they saw a great fan streaming along the sky. Swans, said Sam. And by once too. Yes, said Arar, and they are black swans. How wide and empty and mournful all this country looks, said Frodo. I always imagined that as one journeyed south it got warmer and merrier until winter was left behind forever, but we have not journeyed far south yet, answered Arar. It is still winter and we are far from the sea. Here the world is cold until the sudden spring, and we may yet have snow again by a way down in the Bay of Billows to which Anduin runs. It is warm and merry maybe, or would be but for the enemy, but here we are not above 60 leagues I guess south of the south. Farthing away in your shire hundreds of longer miles yonder you are looking now southwest across the north plains of the Radar Rohan, the land of the horse lords. Ere long we shall come to the mouth of the Lim that runs down from Fangor to join the great river that is the north boundary of Rohan, and of old all that lay between Lamete and the White Mountains belonged to the Rohim. It is a rich and pleasant land, and 3 hours 55 minutes and 30 seconds, Its grass has no rival, but in these evil days folk do not dwell by the river or ride often to its shores. Anduin is wide, yet the orcs can shoot their arrows far across the stream, and of late it is said they have dared to cross the water and raid the herds and studs of Rohan. Sam looked from bank to bank uneasily. The trees had seemed hostile before, as if they harbored secret eyes and lurking dangers. Now he wished that the trees were still there. He felt that the company was too naked float in the little open boats in the midst of shelterless lands and on a river that was the frontier of war. In the next day or two, as they went on borne steadily southwards, this feeling of insecurity grew on all the company. For the whole day they took to their paddles and hastened forward. The banks slid by. Soon the river broadened and grew more shallow. Long stony beaches lay upon the east, and there were gravel shs in the water, so that careful steering was needed. The brown lands rose into bleak ws, over which flowed a chill air from the east. On the other side the mess had become rolling downs of withered grass amid the land of fen and tusk. Frodo shivered, thinking of the lawns and fountains, the clear sun and gentle rains of Lothlorien. There was little speech and no laughter in any of the boats. Each member of the company was busy with his own thoughts. The heart of Legolas was running under the stars of a summer night in some northern glade amid the beechwoods. Gimli was fingering gold in his mind and wondering if it were too fit to be wrought into the housing of the lady's gift. Merry and Pippin in the middle boat were ill at ease, for Boreas sat muttering to himself, sometimes biting his nails as if some restlessness or doubt consumed him, sometimes seizing a paddle and driving the boat close behind Aragorn's. Then Pippin, who sat in the bow looking back, caught a queer gleam in his eye as he peered forward, gazing at Frodo. Sam had long ago made up his mind that though boats were maybe not as dangerous as he'd been brought up to believe, they were far more uncomfortable than even he had imagined. He was cramped and miserable, having nothing to do but stare at the winterlands crawling by and the grey water on either side of him. Even when the paddles were in use they did not trust Sam with one. As dusk grew down on the fourth day he was looking back over the bowed heads of Frodo and Aragorn in the following boats. He was drowsy and longed for camp and the feel of earth under his toes. Suddenly something caught his sight. At first he stared at it listlessly, then he sat up and rubbed his eyes, but when he looked again he could not see it any more. That night they camped on a small AOD close to the western bank. Sam lay rolled in blankets beside Frodo. I had a funny dream an hour or two before we stopped. Fro, he said, or maybe it wasn't a dream. Funny it was anyway. Well, what was it? Said Frodo, knowing that Sam would not settle down until he had told his tale. Whatever it was, I haven't seen or thought of anything to make me smile since we left Lorien. It wasn't funny that way, Mr. Frodo. It was queer. Oh, wrong if it wasn't a dream, and you had best hear it. It was like this. I saw a log with eyes. The log's all right, said Frodo. There are many in the river, but leave out the eyes. That I won't. It was the eyes that made me sit up, so to speak. I saw what I took to be a log flow along in the half-light behind Gimli boat, but I didn't give much hate to it then. It seemed as if the log was slowly catching up, and that was peculiar, as you might say, saying as we were all floating on the stream together. Just then I saw the eyes, two pale sort of points, shiny like on a hump at the near end of the log. What's more, it was no lock, for it had a paddle, feet like a swan's arm, was only lacing bigger, and kept dipping in and out of the water. That's when I sat right up and rubbed my eyes, meaning to give a shout if it was still there. When I had rubbed the drowse off out of my head, whatever it was coming along fast now and getting close behind Jimmy. But whether those two laps spotted me moving and staring, or whether I came in my senses, I don't know. When I looked again it wasn't there yet. I think I caught a glimpse with the tail of my eye, as the saying is, something dark shooting under the shadow Of the bank I couldn't see no more eyes, though I said to myself, dreaming against Sam G, I said, and I said no more just then, but I been thinking since, and I'm not so sure. What do you make of it, Mr. Frodo? I should make nothing of it but a log in the dusk in the sleep in your ear. Why, Sam, said Frodo, if this was the first time that those eyes had been seen, but it isn't. I saw them way back north before he reached Lon, and I saw a strange creature with eyes climbing to the flay that night. Alia saw it too. And do you remember the report of the elves that went after the Or band? Ah, said Sam, I do, and I remember more too. I don't like my thoughts but thinking of one thing and another, and Mr. Bilbo's stories and all. I fancy I could put a name on the creature at a guess. A nasty name, Gollum maybe. Yes, that is what I feared for some time, said Frodo. Ever since the night on the flay. I suppose he was looking in Moria and picked up our trail then, but I had that our stay Lorien would throw him off the scent again. The miserable creature must have been hiding in the woods by the silver lode watching us start off. That's about it, said Sam, and we better be a bit more watchful ourselves, or we'll feel some nasty fingers around our neck one of these nights if we ever wake up to feel anything. And that's what I was leading up to. No need to trouble Strider or the others tonight. I'll keep watch and I can sleep tomorrow, being no more than luggage in a boat, as you might say. I might, said Frodo, and I might say luggage with eyes. You shall watch, but only if you promise to wake me halfway towards the morning. If nothing happened before then. In the dead hours Frodo came out of a deep dark sleep to find Sam shaking him. That's a shame to wait, you whispered Sam, but that's what you said. There's nothing to tell, not much. I thought I heard some soft splashing and a sniffing noise a while back, but you hear a lot of such queer sounds by a river at night. He laid down and Frodo sat up, huddled in his blankets, and fought off his sleep. Minutes or hours passed slowly and nothing happened. Frodo was just yielding to the temptation to lie down again when a dark shape hardly visible floated close to one of the boats. A long white hand could be dimly seen as it shot out and grabbed the gunwale. Two pale lamp-like eyes shone coldly as they peered inside, and then they lifted and gazed up at Frodo on the AOD. They were not more than a yard or two away, and Frodo heard the soft hiss of intaking breath. He stood up, drawing Sting from his sheath, and faced the eyes. Immediately their light was shut off. There was another hiss and a splash, and the dark log shape shot away. Downstream into the night. Aragorn stirred in his sleep, turned over and sat up. What is it? he whispered, springing up and coming to Frodo. I felt something in my sleep. Why have you drawn your sword? Gollum answered Frodo, or at least so I guess. Ah, said Aragorn, so you know about a little footpad, do you? He padded after us all through Moria and right down to Nebel. Since we took to boats he has been lying on a log and paddling with his hands and feet. I've tried to catch him once or twice at night, but he's sleeker than a fox and slippery as a fish. I hoped the river voyage would beat him, but he is too clever. Waterman, we should have to try going faster tomorrow. You lie down now and I will keep watch for what is left over the night. I wish I could lay my hands on the wretch. We might make him useful, but if I cannot we shall have to try and lose him. He is very dangerous. Quite apart from murder by night on his own account, he may put any enemy that is about on our track. The night passed without Gollum showing so much as a shadow again. After that the company kept a sharp lookout, but they saw no more of Gollum while the voyage lasted. If he was still following, he was very wary and cunning. At Aragorn's bidding they paddled now for long spells, and the banks went swiftly by, but they saw little of the country, for they journeyed mostly by night and twilight, resting by day and lying as hidden as the land allowed. In this way the time passed without even until the seventh day. The weather was still grey and overcast with wind from the east, but as evening drew into the night the sky away westward cleared, and pools of faint light, yellow and pale Green open under the grey shores of cloud there the white rind of the new moon could be seen glimmering in the remote lake. Sam looked at it and puckered his brows. The next day the country on either side began to change rapidly. The banks began to rise and grow stony. Soon they were passing through a hilly rocky land, and so both shores there were steep slopes buried in deep brakes of thorn and slaw tangled with brambles and creepers. Behind them stood low crumbling cliffs and chimneys of grey weathered stone dark with ivy, and beyond these again there rose high ridges crowned with wind-rhythm firs. They were drawing near to the Gry hill country of the Mwhe, the southern march of Wilderland. There were many birds about the cliffs and the rock chimneys, and all day high in the air flocks of birds had been circling black against the pale sky as they lay in their camp that day. Aragorn watched the flights doubtfully, wondering if Gollum had been doing some mischief, and the news of their voyage was now moving in the wilderness. Later, as the sun was setting, and the company was staring and getting ready to start again, he descried a dark spot against the fading light, a great bird high and far off, now wheeling, now flying on slowly southwards. "What is that, Legolas?" he asked, pointing to the northern sky. "Is it as I think, an eagle?" "Yes," said Legolas, "it is an eagle, a hunting eagle. I wonder what that forebodes. It is far from the mountains. It will not start until it's fully dark," said Aragorn. The 8th night of their journey came. It was silent and windless. The grey east wind had passed away. The thin crescent of the moon had fallen early into the pale sunset, but the sky was clear above, and though far away in the south there were great ranges of cloud that still shone faintly in the west, stars glinted bright. "Come," said Aragorn, "we will venture one more journey by night. We are coming to the reaches of the river that I do not know well, for I have never journeyed by water in these parts before, not even here at the rapids of San Gabriel. But if I am right in my reckoning, those are still many miles ahead. Still, there are dangerous places even before we come there, rocks and stony eos in the stream. We must keep a sharp watch and not try to paddle swiftly to Salmon." The leading boat was given the task of watchman. He lay forward, peering into the gloom. The night grew dark, but the stars above seemed strangely bright, and there was a glimmer on the face of the river. It was close on midnight, and they had been drifting for some while, hardly using the paddles, when suddenly Sam cried out only a few yards ahead. Dark shapes loomed up in the stream, and he heard the swirl of racing water. There was a swift current which swung left towards the eastern shore, where the channel was clear. As they were swept aside, the travelers could see now very close the pale foam of the river lashing against sharp rocks that were thrust out far into the stream like a ridge of teeth. "The boats were all huddled together," shouted Boromir as his boat bumped into the leader. "We can by no all day tr that going turn." He drove his paddle into the water, trying to hold the boat round. "I'm out of my reckoning," he said to Fro. "I did not know that he had come so far and to inflow faster than I thought. Sanji must be close at hand already." With great efforts they checked the boats and slowly brought them about, but at first they could make only small headway against the scent, and all the time they were carried nearer and nearer to the east bank. Now dark and ominous it loomed up in the night. "Hold together, Ped," shouted Ped. "We should be driven down to the soul." Even as he spoke, Frodo felt the kyle beneath him grate upon stone. At that moment there was a twang of bowstrings. Several arrows whistled over them, and some fell among them. One smoked Frodo between the shoulders, and he lurched forward with a cry, letting go his paddle, but the arrow fell back Ford by his hidden coat of mail. Another passed through Aragorn's hood, and a third stood fast in the gunwale of the second boat close by Merry's hand. Sam thought he could glimpse black figures running to and fro upon the long single banks that lay under the eastern shore. "They seemed very near here," said Legolas falling into his own tongue cried Gimli goes doing up found said Sam to Frodo and a nice place to choose to the river set on taking us right into their arms they all leaned forward straining at the paddles even Sam took a hand every moment they expected to feel the bite of black feathered arrows many wind overhead they struck the water nearby but there were no more hits it was dark but not too dark for the night eyes of orcs and in the starl they must have offered their cunning foes some mark unless it was that the great cloaks of Loren and the grey timber of the elfer boats defeated the malice of the archers of Mordor stroke by stroke they laboured on in the darkness it was hard to be sure that they were indeed moving at all but slowly the swr of the water grew mass and the shadow of the eas bank faded back into the night at last as far as they could judge they had reached the middle of the stream again and had driven their boats back some distance above the jutting rocks then half turning they thrust them with all their strength towards the western shore under the shadow of bushes leading out over the water they halted and drew breath Legolas laid down his paddle and took up the bow that he had brought from Laon then he sprang ashore and climbed a few paces up the bank stringing the bow and fitting an arrow he turned peering back over the river into the darkness across the water there were shrill cries but nothing could be seen Frodo looked up at the elf standing tall above him as he gazed into the night seeking a mark to shoot at. His head was dark crowned with sharp white stars that glittered in the black pools of the sky behind but now rising and sailing up from the south the great clouds advanced sending out dark outriders to the starry fields a sudden dread fell on the company side Legolas as he looked up even as he did so a dark shape like a cloud and yet not a cloud but it moved far more swiftly came out of the blackness in the south and sped towards the company blotting out all light as it approached soon it appeared as a great winged creature blacker than the pits in the night fierce voices rose up to greet it from across the water Frodo felt a sudden chill running through him then clutching at his heart there was a deadly cold like the memory of an old wound in his shoulder he crouched down as if to hide suddenly the great bow of Laon sang shrill went the arrow from the elven string Frodo looked up almost above him the wing shape swerved there was a harsh caking stream as it fell out of the air vanishing down into the gloom of the eastern shore the sky was clean again there was a tumult of many voices far away cursing and wailing in the darkness and then silence neither shan nor cry came again from the east that night after a while Aragorn led the boats back upstream they felt their way along the water's edge for some distance until they found a small shallow bay a few low trees grew there close to the water and behind them rose a steep rocky bank here the company decided to stay and await the dawn it was useless to attempt to move further by night they made no camp and lit no fire but lay huddled in the boats mowed close together praise be the bow of Gadel and the hand and eye of Legal said Jimmy as he munched a wafer of almas that was a mighty shot in the dark my friend but who can say what it hit said Legolas I cannot said Jimmy but I'm glad that the shadow came no Neod I liked it not at all too much it reminded me of the shadow in Moria the shadow of the bee rock he ended in a whisper it was not a bal rock said Frodo still shivering with the chill that had come upon him it was something colder I think it was then he paused and fell silent what do you think asked Boromir eagerly leaning from his boat as if he was trying to catch a glimpse of Frodo's face I think no I will not say answered Frodo whatever it was its has dismayed our enemies so it seems said Aragorn yet where they are and how many and what they will do next we do not know this night we must all be sleepless dark hides us now but what the day will show who can tell have your weapons close to hand Sam sat tapping the hilt of his sword as he were counting on his fingers and looking up at the sky. It's very strange he murmured the Moon's the same in the SH and in Wilderland, or it ought to be, but either it's out of its running or I'm all wrong in my reckoning. You remember Mr. Frodo, the moon was waning as we lay on the flat up in that tree a week from the fall I reckon, and we'd been a week on the way last night when up pops new moon as thin as a nail, paring as if we had never stayed no time in the elvish country. I can remember 3 nights there for certain, and I seem to remember several more, but I would take my oath that it was never a whole month. Anyone would think that time did not count in there, and perhaps that was the way of it, said Frodo. In that land maybe we were in a time that was elsewhere long gone by. It was not, I think, until Silver Load bore us back to the Yuin that we returned to the time that flows through mortal lands to the Great Sea, and I don't remember any moon, either new or old, in Carysgathon, only stars by night and sun by day. Legolas stirred in his boat. Nay, time does not ever, he said, but changes. Growth is not in all things and places alike. For the elves the world moves, and it moves both very swift and very slow. Swift because they themselves change little and all else fleets by. It is a grief to them. Slow because they do not count the running years, not for themselves. The passing seasons are about ripples ever repeated in the long long stream. Yet beneath the sun all things must wear to an end at last, but the wearing is slow. In Lorien said, the power of the lady is on it. Rich are the Rs, though short they seem. In Carskeletter like Gadriel wields the elven ring that should not have been said outside Laon, not even to me, said Aragorn. Speak no more of it, but so it is. Sam, in that land you lost your count. Their time flows swiftly by us. As for the elves, the old moon passed and a new moon waxed and waned in the world outside while we carried there an year. A new moon came again. Winter is nearly gone. Time flows on to a spring of little hope. The night passed silently. No voice or call was heard again across the water. The travelers huddled in their boats felt the changing of the weather. The air grew warm and very still under the grey moist clouds that had floated up from the south and the distant seas. The rushing of the river over the rocks of the rapids seemed to grow louder and closer. The twigs of the trees above them began to drip. When the day came, the mood of the world about them had become soft and sad. Slowly the dawn grew to a pale light, diffused and shadowless. There was mist on the river and white fog, said the store. The far bank could not be seen. Oh, I can't abide fog, said Sam, but this seems to be a lucky one. Now perhaps we can get away without those cursed goblins seeking us. Perhaps so, said Aragorn, but it will be hard to find the path unless the fog lifts a little later on, and we must find the path if we are to pass the SG and come to the MU. I do not see why we should pass the rapids or follow the river any further, said B. If the M lie before us, then we can abandon these __ boats and strike westward and southward until we come to the end and cross into my own land. We can if are making first her, said Aragorn, but that is not yet agreed, and such a course may be more perilous than it sounds. The Vale of Endash is flat and fenny, and fog is a deadly peril there for those on foot and laden. I would not abandon our boats until we must. The river is at least a path that cannot be missed, but the enemy holds the eastern bank, objected Bemir, and even if you pass the gates of Argonar and come unmolested to the Tend Rock, what will you do then? Leap down the Fes and land up in the marshes? No, answered Aragorn, say rather that we will bear our boats by the ancient way to Ars foot and there take to the water again. Do you not know Boromir, or do you choose to forget the North Stair and the high seat upon Amonhen that were made in the days of the great kings? I at least have a mind to stand in that high place again before I decide my course there. Maybe we shall see some sign that will guide us. Boromir held out long against this choice, but when it became plain that Frodo would follow Aragorn wherever he went, he gave in. It is not the way of the men of Minth to desert their friends at need, he said, and you will need my strength if ever you are to reach the Tindra to the Tall Isle. I go but no further than I shall turn to my home alone if my help has not earned the reward of any companionship. The day was now growing and the fog had lifted a little. It was decided that Aragorn and Legolas should at once go forward along the shore while the others remained by the boats. Aragorn hoped to find some way in which they could carry both their boats and their luggage to the smoother water beyond the rapids. Boat of the elves would not sink, maybe, he said, but that does not say that we should come through Esgabyr alive. None have ever done so yet, though no road was made by the men of Gondor in this region, for even in their great days their realm did not reach up Anduin beyond the Mu. But there is a portage way somewhere on the western shore. If I can find it, it cannot yet have perished, for light boats used to journey out of Wilderland down to Hisgillet, and still did so until a few years ago, and the orcs of Mordor began to multiply. Seldom in my life has any boat come out of the north, and the orcs prowl on the east shore. If you go forward, peril will grow with every mile. Even if you find a path, peril lies ahead on every southward road, answered Aragorn. Wait for us one day. If we do not return in that time, you will know that evil has indeed befallen us. Then you must take a new leader and follow him as best you can. It was with a heavy heart that Frodo saw Aragorn and Legolas climb the steep bank and vanish into the mists, but his fears proved groundless. Only 2 or 3 hours had passed, and it was barely midday when the shadowy shapes of the explorers appeared. Again, always is well, said Aragorn as he clambered down the bank. There is a track and it leads to a good landing that is still serviceable. The distance is not great. The head of the rapids is but half a mile below us, and they are a little more than a mile long. Not far beyond them the stream becomes clear and smooth again, though it runs swiftly. Our hardest task would be to get our boats and package to the old portage way. We have found it, but it lies well back from the water side here and runs under the lee of a rock wall and a few rong or more from the shore. We did not find where the north landing lies. If it still remains, we must have passed it yesterday night. We might labor far upstream and yet miss it in the fog. I fear we must leave the river now and make for Portage Way as best we can from here. That would not be easy even if we were all men, said Bimir. Yet such as we are, we will try it, said Aragorn. We will, said Gimli. The legs of men will lag on a rough road while a dwarf goes on with the burden twice his own weight. Master Bimir, the task proved hard indeed, yet in the end it was done. The goods were taken out of the boats and brought to the top of the bank where there was a level space. Then the boats were drawn out of the water and carried up. They were far less heavy than any had expected. Of what tree growing in the Elish country they were made not even Legolas knew, but the wood was tough and yet strangely lighted. Merry and Pippin alone could carry their boat with ease along the flat. Nonetheless, it needed the strength of the 2 men to lift and haul them over the ground that the company now had to cross. It sloped up away from the river, a tumbled waste of grey limestone boulders with many hidden holes shrouded with weeds and brushes. There were thickets of brambles and sheer dells, and here and there boggy pools fed by water trickling from the terraces further inland. One by one Boromir and Aragorn carried the boats while the others toiled and scrambled after them. With the baggage at last was removed and laid on the portage way, then with little further hindrance save from sprawling briar and many fallen stones, they moved forward all together. Fog still hung in veils upon the crumbling rock wall, and to their left mist shrouded the river. They could hear it rushing and foaming over the sharp shells and stony teeth of Esgabyr, but they could not see it. Twice they made the journey before all was brought safe to the southern landing. There the portage way, turning back to water side, ran gently down to the shallow edge of a little pool. It seemed to have been scooped in the riverside, not by hand, but by the water sring down from Sgr. Against a low pea of rock that jutted out some way into the stream. Beyond it the shore rose sheer into a grey cliff, and there was no further passage for those on foot. Already the short afternoon was past and a dim cloudy dusk was closing in. They sat beside the water listening to the confused rush and roar of the rapids hidden in the mid-mist. They were tired and sleepy, and their hearts were as gloomy as the dying day. Well, here we are, and here we must pass another night, said Boromir. We need sleep. And even if Aragorn had a mind to pass the gates of Argonath by night, we are all to ti except no doubt a stutty dwarf. Gimli made no reply, he was nodding as he said, "Let us rest as much as we can now," said Aragorn. "Tomorrow we must journey by day again, and unless the weather changes once more and cheats us, we shall have a good chance of slipping through unseen by any eyes of the eastern shore. But tonight two must watch together in turns, 3 hours off and one on guard." Nothing happened that night worse than a brief drizzle of rain. An hour before dawn, as soon as it was fully light, they started. Already the fog was thinning. They kept as close as they could to the western side, and they could see the dim shapes of the low cliffs rising over higher shadowy walls with their feet in the hurrying river. In the mid-morning the clouds drew down lower and it began to rain heavily. They drew the skin covers over their boats to prevent them from being flooded and drifted on. Little could be seen before them or about them through the grey falling curtains. The rain, however, did not last. With great rocky sides to which clung upon shelves and in narrow crevices a few thorn trees, the channel grew narrower and the river swifter. Now they were speeding along with little hope of stopping or turning. Whatever they might meet ahead, over them was a lane of pale blue sky, around them the dark overshadowed river, and before them, black shutting out the sun, the hills of Amemu in which no opening could be seen. Frodo, peering forward, saw in the distance two great rocks approaching like great pinnacles or pillars of stone. They seemed tall and sheer and ominous. They stood upon either side of the stream. A narrow gap appeared between them and the river swept the boats towards it. "Behold the oath, the pillars of the kings!" cried Aragorn. "Keep the boats in line and as far apart as you can. Hold the middle of the stream." As Frodo was borne towards them, the great pillars rose like towers to meet them. Giants they seemed to him, vast grey figures, silent but threatening. Then he saw that they were indeed shaped and fashioned. The craft and power of old had wrought upon them, and still they preserved through the suns and rains of for years the mighty likenesses in which they had been head. Upon great pedestals founded in the deep waters stood two great kings of stone, still with blurred eyes and craned brows. They frowned. Upon the north the left hand of each was raised, palm outwards, in gesture of warning. In each right hand there was an axe. Upon each head there was a crumbling helm and crown. Great power and majesty they still wore, the silent wardens of a long vanished kingdom. Awe and fear fell upon Frodo, and he covered down, shutting his eyes and not daring to look up. As the boat drew near, even Boromir bowed his head as the boat swelled by, frail and fleeting as little leaves under the enduring shadow of the sentinels of music. Numer. So they passed into the dark chasm of the gates. Shy rose the dreadful cliffs to unguist heights on either side. Far off was the dim sky, the black waters roared and echoed, and a wind screamed over them. Frodo, crouching over his knees, heard Sam in front muttering and groaning, "What a place, what a horrible place! Just let me get out of this bone and I'll never let my toes in a bottle again, let alone the river." "Fear not," said a strange voice behind him. Rue turned and saw Strider, and yet not Strider, for the Weather War Ranger was no longer therein. The stern-set Aragorn, son of Aaron, proud and erect, guiding the boat with skillful strokes. His hood was cast back and his dark hair was blowing in the wind. A light was in his eyes, a king returning from exile to his own land. "Fear not," he said, "long have I desired to look upon the likenesses of Isur and Anarion, my sirs of old, under their shadow. Eliezer the Elf-stone, son of Ardarn of the house of Valandil, Isildur, son heir of Elendil, has not to dread." The light of his eyes faded and he spoke to himself, "What that candle for? Hear how my heart yearns for Mina Sor, and the walls of my own city with. Now shall I go." The chasm was long and dark and filled with the noise of wind and rushing water and echoing stone. It bent somewhat towards the west, so that at first all was dark ahead, but soon Frodo saw a tall gap of light before him, ever growing swiftly. It drew near, and suddenly the boats shot through out into a wide clear light. The sun, already long fallen from the noon, was shining in a windy sky. The spent water spread out into a long oval lake, pale and though fenced by steep grey hills whose Sides were clad with trees, but their heads were bare, cold, gleaming in the sunlight. At the far southern end rose 3 peaks. The midmost stood somewhat forward from the others, and sundered from them an island in the waters, about which the flowing river flung pale shimmering arms. Distant but deep there came up on the wind a roaring sound like the roll of thunder heard far away. Behold, tall Brander, said Aragorn, pointing south to the tall peak. Upon the left stands Aman, and upon the right is Aman. Hen, the hills of hearing and of sight. In the days of the great kings there were high seats upon them, and watch was kept there, but it is said that no foot of man or beast has ever been set upon. Tol grandeur the shade of night falls, we shall come to them. I hear the endless voice of Ros calling. The company rested now for a while, drifting south on the current that flowed through the middle of the lake. They ate some food, and then they took to their paddles and hastened on their way. The sides of the westward hills fell into shadow, and the sun grew round in red. Here and there a misty star appeared. Out the 3 peaks loomed before them, darking in the twilight. Ros was roaring with a great voice. Already night was laid on the flowing waters when the travelers came at last under the shadow of the hills. The 10th day of their journey was over. Wilderland was behind them. They could go no further without choice between the east way and the west. The last stage of the quest was before them. Aragorn led them to the right arm of the river. Here upon its western side, under the shadow of Tol Brander, a green lawn ran down to the water from the feet of Alan Hen. Behind it rose the first gentle slopes of a hill clad with trees, and trees marched away westward along the curving shores of the lake. A little spring fell tumbling down and fed the grass. Here we will rest tonight, said Aragorn. This is the lawn of Par Gollum, a fair place in the summer days of old. Let us hope that no evil has yet come here. They drew up their boats on the green banks, and beside them they made their camp. They set a watch, but had no sight nor sound of their enemies. If Gollum had contrived to follow them, he remained unseen and unheard. Nonetheless, as the night wore on, Aragorn grew uneasy, tossing often in his sleep and waking in the small hours. He got up and came to Frodo, whose turn it was to watch. Why are you waking? asked Frodo. It is not your watch. I do not know, answered Aragorn, but a shadow and a thread has been growing in my sleep. It would be well to draw your sword. Why, said Frodo, our enemies at hand. Let us see what sting may show, answered Aragorn. Frodo then drew the elf blade from his sheath. To his dismay the edges gleamed dimly in the night. Oars, he said, not very near, but and yet too near it seems. I feared as much, said Aragorn, but maybe they are not on this side of the river. The light of sting is faint, and it may point to no more than spies of Mordor roaming on the slopes of Aman. I have never heard before of orcs upon Aman Hen, yet who knows what may happen in these evil days, now that Minas Tirith no longer holds secure the passages of Anduin. We must go warily. Tomorrow. The day came like fire and smoke. Low in the east there were black bars of cloud like the fumes of great burning. The rising sun lit them from beneath with flames of murky red, but soon it climbed above them into a clear sky. The summit of Tol Brander was tipped with gold. Frodo looked out eastward and gazed at the tall island. Its sides sprang sheer out of the running water. High above the tall cliffs were steep slopes upon which trees climbed, mounting one head above another, and above them again were grey faces of inaccessible rock, crowned by a great spire of stone. Many birds were circling about it, but no sign of other living things could be seen. When they had eaten, Aragorn called the company together. The day has come at last, he said, the day of choice which we have long delayed. What shall now become of our companies that has travelled so far in fellowship? Shall we turn west with Boromir and go to the wars of Gondor, or turn east to the fear and shadow, or shall we break our fellowship and go this way and that? As each may choose, whatever we do must be done soon. We cannot long haul here. The enemy is on the eastern shore, we know, but I fear that the orcs may already be on this side of the water. There was a long silence in which no one spoke or moved. Well, Frodo, said Aragorn at last, I fear that the burden is laid upon you. You are the bearer appointed by the council. Your own way you alone can choose in this matter. I cannot advise you. I am not Gandalf, and though I have tried to bear his part, I do not know what design or hope he had for this hour, if indeed he had. Any most likely it seems that if he were here now the choice would still wait upon you, such is your fate. Frodo did not answer at once, then he spoke slowly. I know that haste is needed, yet I cannot choose. The burden is heavy. Give me an hour longer and I will speak. Let me be alone. Aragorn looked at him with kindly pity. Very well, Frodo, son of Drogo, he said, you shall have an hour and you shall be alone. We will stay here for a while, but do not stray far or out of cold. Frodo sat for a moment with his head bowed. Sam, who had been watching his master with great concern, shook his head and muted. Plain as a pikestaff it is, but it's no good. Sam gave me putting in his smoke just now. Presently Frodo got up and walked away, and Sam saw that while the others restrained themselves and did not stare at him, the eyes of Boromir followed Frodo intently until he passed out of sight in the trees at the foot of Allen. Wandering aimlessly at first in the wood, found that his feet were leading him up towards the slopes of the hill. He came to a path, the dwindling ruins of a road long ago. In steep places stairs of stone had been hewn, but now they were cracked and worn and split by the roots of trees, until he came to a grassy place. Rowan trees grew about it, and in the midst was a wide flat stone. The little upland lawn was open upon the east and was filled now with the early sunlight. Fo halted and looked over the river far below him to Brander and the birds wheeling in the great gulf of air between him and the unwrought isle. The voice of Ros was a mighty roaring, mingled with a deep throbbing boom. He sat down upon the stone and cued his chin in his hands, staring eastward but seeing little with his eyes. All that had happened since Bilbo left the sh was passing through his mind, and he recalled and pondered everything that he could remember of Gandalf's words. Time went on and still he was no nearer to a choice. Suddenly he awoke from his thoughts. A strange feeling came to him that something was behind him, that unfriendly eyes were upon him. He sprang up and turned, but all that he saw to his surprise was Boromir, and his face was smiling and kind. I was afraid for you, Frodo, he said, coming forward. If Aragorn is right, then orcs are near, then none of us should wander alone, and you least of all. So much depends on you, and my heart is too heavy. May I stay now and talk for a while? Since I have found you, it would comfort me. Where there are so many, old speech becomes a debate without end, but two together may perhaps find wisdom. You are kind, answered Frodo, but I do not think that any speech will help me, for I know what I should do, but I am afraid of doing it. Boromir, afraid? Boromir stood silent. Ros roared endlessly on the wind, murmured in the branches of the trees. Frodo shivered. Suddenly Boromir came and sat behind him. Are you sure that you do not suffer needlessly? He said. I wish to help you. You need counsel in your hard choice. Will you not take mine? I think I know already what counsel you would give, Boromir said. Frodo, and it would seem like wisdom, but for the warning in my heart. Warning against what? Said Boromir sharply. Against delay, against the way that seems easier, against refusal of the burden that is still laid on me, against, well, if it must be said, against trust in the strength and truth of men. Yet that strength has long protected you far away in your little country, though you knew it not. I do not doubt the valor of your people, but the world is changing. The walls of Minth may be strong, but they are not strong enough. If they fail, what then? We shall fall in battle valiantly, yet there is still hope that they will not fail. No hope while the ring lasts, said Frodo. The ring, said Boromir, his eyes lighting. The ring? Is it not a strange fate that we should suffer so much fear and doubt for so small a thing? So small a thing, and I have seen it only in an instant in the house of Elon. Could I not have a sight of it again? Frodo looked up. His heart went suddenly cold. He caught the strange gleam in Boromir's eyes, yet his face was still kind and friendly. It is best that it should lie hidden, he answered. As you wish. I cannot, said Boromir, yet may I not even speak of it, for you seem ever to think only of its power in the hands of the enemy, of its Evil use is not of its good, the world is changing, you say minus tithe will fall if the ring lasts, but why? Certainly if the ring were with the enemy, but why if it were with us? We are not at the council, answered Frodo, because we cannot use it, and what is done with it turns to evil. Boromir got up and walked about impatiently. So you go on, he cried. Gandalf, Elrond, all these folk have taught you to say so for themselves. They may be right, these elves and half-elves and wizards, they would come to grief perhaps, yet often I doubt if they are wise and not merely timid, but each to his own kind, true-hearted men. They will not be corrupted. We have been as tithe have been stayed through long years of trial. We do not desire the power of wizard lords, only the strength to defend ourselves, strength in a just cause, and behold, in our need chance brings to light the ring of power. It is a gift, I say, a gift to the foes of Mordor. It is mad not to use it, to use the power of the enemy against him, the fearless, the ruthless. These alone will achieve victory. What could not a warrior do in this hour? A great leader. What could not Aragorn do? Or if he refuses, why not Boromir? The ring would give me power of command. Oh, how I would drive the hosts of Mordor, and all the men would flock to my banner. Vaimir throde up and down, speaking ever more loudly. Almost he seemed to have forgotten Frodo while his talk dwelt on walls and weapons and the mustering of men, and he drew plans of great alliances and glorious victories to be, and he cast down Mordor and became himself a mighty king, benevolent and wise. Suddenly he stopped and waved his arms. And they tell us to throw it away, he cried. I do not say destroy it. That might be well if reason could show any hope of doing so. It does not. The only plan that is proposed to us is that the halfling should walk blindly into Mordor and offer the enemy every chance of recapturing it for himself. Fly, surely you see it, my friend, he said, turning now suddenly to Frodo again. You say you were afraid. If it is so, the boulders should pardon you, but is it not really your good sense that revolts? No, I am afraid, said Frodo, simply afraid, but I am glad to have heard you speak so fully. My mind is clearer now. Then you will come to me, cried Boromir. His eyes were shining and his face eager. You misunderstand me, said Frodo, but you will come at least for a while. Boromir persisted. My city is not far now, and it is little further from there to than from here. We have been long in the wilderness, and you need news of what the enemy is doing before you make a move. Come with me, Frodo, he said. You need rest before your venture. If go you must. He laid his hand on the hobbit's shoulder in friendly fashion, but Frodo felt the hand trembling with suppressed excitement. He stepped quickly away and eyed with alarm the tall man, nearly twice his height and many times his match in strength. Why are you so unfriendly, said Boromir. I am a true man, neither thief nor tracker. I need your ring, that you know now, but I give you my word that I do not desire to keep it. Will you not at least let me make trial of my plan? Lend me the ring. No, cried Frodo, the council laid it upon me to bear it. It is by your own folly that the enemy will defeat us, cried Boromir. How it angers me, fool, obstinate fool, running willfully to death and ruining our cause. If any mortals have claim to the ring, it is the men of Numenor and not halflings. It is not yours. By unhappy chance it might have been mine. It should have been mine. Give it to me. Did not answer, but moved away till the great flat stone stood between them. Come, my friends, said Boromir in a softer voice. Why not get rid of it? Why not be free of your doubt and fear? You can lay the blame on me if you will. You can say that I was too strong and took it by force, but I am too strong for you, halfling, he cried, and suddenly he sprang over the stone and leaped at Frodo. His fair and pleased face was hideously changed. A raging fire was in his eyes. Frodo dodged aside and again and put the stone between them. There was only one thing he could do. Trembling, he put out the ring upon its chain and quickly slipped it on his finger. Even as Boromir sprang at him again, the man gasped, stared for a moment amazed, and then ran wildly about, seeking here and there, among the rocks and trees. Miserable trickster, he shouted, let me get my hands on you now. I see your mind. You will take the ranger Sauron and sell us all. You have only waited for your chance to leave us in the lurch. Curse you and all the halflings to death and darkness. Then catching his foot on a stone, he fell sprawling and lay upon his face. For a while he was still, as if his own curse has struck him. Down then suddenly he wept. He rose and passed his hand over his eyes, dashing away the tears. What have I said? What have I said? He cried. What have I done? Frodo, Frodo, he called. Come back, come back. A madness took me, but it has passed. Come back, come back. There was no answer. Frodo did not even hear his cries. He was already far away, leaping blindly up the path to the hilltop. Terror and grief shook him, seeing in his thought the mad fierce face of Boromir and his burning eyes. Soon he came out alone on the summit of Amonhen and halted, gasping for breath. He saw us through a mist, a wide flat circle paved with mighty flags and surrounded with a crumbling battlement. And in the middle, set upon 4 carven pillars, was a high seat reached by a stair of many steps. Up he went and sat upon the ancient chair, feeling like a lost child that had clambered upon the throne of mountain kings. At first he could see little. He seemed to be in a world of mist in which there were only shadows. The ring was upon him. Then here and there the mists gave way, and he saw many visions, small and clear as if they were under his eyes upon a table, and yet remote. There was no sound, only bright living images. The world seemed to have shrunk and fallen silent. He was sitting upon the seat of Saying on Amonhen, the hill of the eye of the men of Númenor. Eastward he looked into wide uncharted lands, nameless plains and forests unexplored. Northward he looked, and the great river lay like a ribbon beneath him, and the misty mountains stood small and hard as broken teeth. Westward he looked and saw the broad pastures of Rohan in all thank the pinnacle of Isengard like a black spike. Southward he looked, and below his very feet the great river curled like a topping wave and plunged over the falls of Ros into a foaming pit. A glimmering rainbow played upon the fume and ether. Anduin he saw the mighty delta of the river and pyramids of seabirds whirling like a white dust in the sun, and beneath them a green and silver sea rippling in endless lines. But everywhere he looked he saw the signs of war. The misty mountains were crawling like an hills. Orcs were issuing out of 1,000 holes under the boughs of Mirewood. There was deadly strife of elves and men and fell beasts. The land of the Bonings was aflame. A cloud was over Moria. Smoke rose on the borders of Laon. Horsemen were galloping on the grass of Rohan. Wolves poured from Isengard, from the havens of Harad. Ships of war put out to sea, and out of the east men were moving endlessly. Swordsmen, spearmen, bowmen upon horses, chariots of chieftain and laden west. All the power of the Dark Lord was in motion. Then turning south again he beheld Minas Tirith far away it seemed, and beautiful white many towered proud and fair upon its mountain seat. Its battlements glittered with steel, and its turrets were bright with many banners. Hope leaped in his heart, but against Minas Tirith was set another fortress greater and more strong. Thither eastward unwilling his eye was drawn. It passed the ruined bridges of Aelith, the grinning gates of Minas Moor, and the haunted mountains, and it looked upon Gorgoroth, the valley of terror in the land of Mordor. Darkness lay there under the sun. Fire glowed amid the smoke. Mount Doom was burning and a great reek rising. Then at last his gaze was held. Wall upon wall, battlement upon battlement, black, immeasurably strong mountain of iron, gate of steel, tower of adamant. He saw it, Barad-dûr, fortress of Sion. All hope left him, and suddenly he felt the eye. There was an eye in the dark tower that did not sleep. He knew that it had become aware of his gaze. A fierce eager will was there. It leaped towards him almost like a finger. He felt it searching for him. Very soon it would nail him down. Know just exactly where he was. Amen. He touched it, glanced upon T. Brayer. He threw himself from the seat. Crouching, covering his head with his grey hood, he heard himself crying out, never, never, or was it verily, verily, I come to you? He could not tell. Then as a flash from some other point of power there came to his mind another thought, take it off, take it off, take it off, take off me. The two powers strove in him for a moment, perfectly balanced between their piercing points. He read tormented. Suddenly he was aware of himself again. Frodo, neither the voice nor the eye, free to choose, and with one remaining instant in which to do so, he took the ring off His finger he was kneeling in clear sunlight before the high seat, a black shadow seemed to pass like an arm above him, it missed among hen and groped out west and faded, then all the sky was clean and blue and birds sang in every tree. Frodo rose to his feet, a great weariness was on him but his will was firm and his heart lighter. He spoke aloud to himself, I will do now what I must, he said, this at least is plain, the evil of the ring is already at work even in the company and the ring must leave them before it does more harm. I will go alone, some I cannot trust and those I can trust are too dear to me. Poor old Sam and Merry and Pippin Strider too, his heart yearns for Minas Tirith and he will be needed there now. Boromir has fallen into evil, I will go alone at once. He went quickly down the path and came back to the lawn where Boromir had found him. Then he halted, listening. He thought he could hear cries and calls from the woods near the shore below. They'll be hunting for me, he said. I wonder how long I have been away. Hours I should think. He hesitated. What can I do, he muttered. I must go now or I shall never go. I shan't get a chance again. I hate leaving them at like this without an explanation, but surely they will understand. Sam will, and what else can I do? Slowly he drew out the ring and put it on once more. He vanished and passed down the hill. Less than a rustle of the wind. The others remained long by the riverside. For some time they had been silent, moving restlessly about, but now they were sitting in a circle and they were talking. Every now and again they made efforts to speak of other things, of their long road and many adventures. They questioned Aragorn concerning the realm of Gondor and its ancient history and the remnants of its great works that could still be seen in this strange borderland of the Mule, the Stone Kings in the seats of HW and Hen and the Great Stair beside the FS of ROS. But always their thoughts and words strayed back to Frodo and the what would Frodo choose to do. Why was he hesitating? He is debating which course is the most desperate, I think, said Aragorn, and well he may. It is now more hopeless than ever for the company to go east, since we have been tracked by Gollum and must fear that the secret of our journey is already betrayed. But Minas Tirith is no nearer to the fire and the destruction of the burden. We may remain there for a while and make a brave stand, but the Lord Denir and all his men cannot hope to do what even Elrond said was beyond his power, either to keep the burden secret or to hold off the full might of the enemy when he comes to take it. Which way would any of us choose in Frodo's place? I don't not know now. Indeed we miss Gandalf most. Grievous is our loss, said Legolas, yet we must needs make up our minds without his aid. Why cannot we decide, and so help Fro? Let us call him back and then vote. I should vote from Minas Tirith, and so should I, said Jimmy. We of course we're only sent to help the bearer along the road and go no further than we wished, and none of us is under any oath or command to seek Mount Doom. Hard was my parting from Lorien, yet I have come so far, and I say this now, we have reached the last choice. It is clear to me that I cannot leave Fro. I would choose Menteith, but if he does not, then I follow him, and I too will go with him, said Legolas. It would be faithless now to say farewell. It would indeed be a betrayal if we all left him, said Aragorn. But if he goes east, then all need not go with him, nor do I think that all should. That venture is desperate, as much so for 8 as for 3 or 2 or 1 alone. If you would let me choose, then I should appoint 3 companions, Sam who would not bear it otherwise, and Jimmy and myself. Boromir will return to his own city where his father and his people need him, and with him the others should go, or at least Maradoc and Peregrine. If Legolas is not willing to leave us, that won't do at all, cried Merry. We can't leave Frodo. Pippin and I always intended to go wherever he went, and we still do, but we did not realize what that would mean. It seemed different so far away in the Shire or in Rivendell. It would be mad and cruel to let Fro go to Mordor. Why can't we stop him? We must stop him, said Pippin, and that is what he's worrying about. I'm Sure he knows we shall agree to his going east, he doesn't like to ask anyone to go with him, imagine it going off to Mordor alone. Pippin shuddered. What the dear serial hobbit, he ought to know that he hasn't got to ask, we ought to know that if we can't stop him we leave him. Begging your pardon, said Sam, I don't think you understand my master at all. He isn't hesitating about which way to go, of course not. What's the good of Meu's tithe anyway to him? Begging your pardon, Master Barrier, he added, and turned. It was then that they discovered that Bimir, who at first had been sitting silent on the outside of the circle, was no longer there now. Where's he got to? Cried Sam, looking worried. He's been a bit queer lately to my mind, but anyway he's not in this business, he's off to his home as he always said, and no blame to him. But Mr. Frodo, he knows he's got to find the cracks of doom if he can, but he's afraid now. It's come to the point he's just plain terrified, that's what his trouble is. Of course he's had a bit of schooling, so to speak, we all have since we left home, or he'd be so terrified they just fling the ring in the river and bolt. But he's still too frightened to start, and he isn't worried about us either, whether we'll be going with him or no. He knows we mean to, that's another thing that's bothering him. If he screws himself up to go, he'll want to go alone. Mark my words, we're going to have trouble when he comes back, for he'll screw himself up all right, as sure as his name's Baggins. I believe you speak more wisely than any of us, Sam, said Aragorn, and what shall we do if you prove right? Stop him, don't let him go, cried Pippin. I wonder, said Aragorn, he is the bearer and the fate of the burden is on him. I do not think that it is our part to drive him one way or the other, nor do I think that we should succeed if we tried. There are other powers at work far stronger. Well, I wish Frodo could screw himself up and come back and let us get it over, said Pippin. This waiting is horrible, surely the time is up. Yes, said Aragorn, the hour is long fast, the morning is wearing away, we must call for him. At that moment Boromir reappeared. He came out from the trees and walked towards them without speaking. His face looked grim and sad. He paused as if counting those that were present, and then sat down aloof with his eyes on the ground. Where have you been, Boromir asked Aragorn. Have you seen Frodo? Boromir hesitated for a second. Yes and no, he answered slowly. Yes, I found him some way up the hill and I spoke to him. I urged him to come to Minas Tirith and not go east. I grew angry and he left me. He vanished. I have never seen such a thing happen before, though I have heard of it in tales. He must have put the ring on. I could not find him again. I thought he would return to you. Is that all you have to say? Said Aragorn, looking hard and not too kindly at Boromir. Yes, he answered, I will say no more yet. This is bad, cried Sam, jumping up. I don't know what this man has been up to. Why should Mr. Frodo put the thing on? He didn't not to have, and if he has, goodness knows what might have happened, but he wouldn't keep it on, said Merry. Not when he escaped the unwelcome visitor like Bilbo used to. But where did he go? Where is he? cried Pippin. He's been ages now. How long is it since you saw Frodo last? Bia answered Aragorn. Half an hour maybe, he answered, or it might be an hour. I have wandered for some time since. I do not know. I do not know. He put his head in his hands and he sat as if bowed with grief. An hour since he vanished, shouted Sam. We must try to find him at once. Come on, wait a moment, great Aaron, we must divide up into pairs and are here. Hold on, wait. It was no good. They took no notice of him. Sam had dashed off first. Merry and Pippin had followed, and we were already disappearing westward into the trees by the shore, shouting Ru in their clear high hobbit voices. Legolas and Ne were running. A sudden panic or madness seemed to have fallen on the company. We should be scattered and lost, groaned Aaron. Bia, I do not know what part you have played in all this mischief, but help now. Go after those two young hobbits and guard them at the least. Even if you cannot find Frodo, come back to the spot. If you find him or any traces of him, I shall return soon. Aaron sprang swiftly away and went in pursuit of Sam. Just as he reached the little lawn among the row, he overtook him toiling uphill, panting and calling, "Ruru, come with me, Sam," he said. "None of us should be alone. There is mischief about. I feel it. I'm going to the top, to the seat of Armanen, to see what may be seen and look. It isn't my hard guest. Do went this way. Follow me and keep your eyes open." He sped up the path. Sam did his best, but he could not keep up with Strider the ranger and soon fell behind. He had not gone far before Aragorn was out of sight ahead. Sam stopped and puffed. Suddenly he clapped his hand to his head. "Hoo, Sam MG," he said aloud, "your legs are too short, but use your head. Let me see now. Mordor isn't lying. That's not his way, but he hasn't told us everything. Something scared Mr. Frodo badly. He screwed himself up to the point." Sudden he made up his mind at last to go where to face. Not without Sam. Yes, without even his Sam. Oh, that's hard, cruel hard. Sam passed his hand over his eyes, brushing away the tears. "Steady, Gamgee," he said. "Think if you can. He can't fly across me. He can't fly across rivers. He can't drop waterfalls. He's got no gear. He's got to get back to the boats, back to the boats, back to the boats. Sam, no lightning." Sam turned and bowled back down the path. He fell and cut his knees. Up he got and ran on. He came to the edge of the lawn of Pathjin by the shore, where the boats were drawn up out of the water. No one was there. There seemed to be cries in the woods behind, but he did not heed them. He stood gazing for a moment, rock still, gaping. A boat was sliding down the bank all by itself. With a shout sound, Sam raced across the grass. The boat slipped into the water. "Coming, Mr. Frodo, coming!" called Sam, and flung himself from the bank, clutching at the departing boat. He missed it by a yard. With a cry, in a splash, he fell face downward into deep swift water. Gurgling, he went under, and the river closed over his curly head. An exclamation of dismay came from the empty boat. A panel swore the boat put about. Frodo was just in time to grasp Samai the hare as he came up, bubbling and struggling. Fear was staring in his round brown eyes. "Have you come, Sam, my L?" said Fro. "Now take my hand, I'm drowned. I can't see you. Here it is. Don't pitch, lad. I won't let you go. Tread udder and don't founder. Up at the boat there. Now get hold of the side. Let me use the paddle." With a few strokes, Frodo brought the boat back to the bank, and Sam was able to scramble out. Went as a waterer. Frodo took off the ring and stepped ashore again. "Of all the confounded nuisances, you are the worst, Sam," he said. "Roo, that's hard," said Sam, shivering. "That's hard, trying to go without me and all. If I hadn't guessed right, where would you be now?" "Safely on my way." "Safely," said Sam. "All alone and without me to help you. I couldn't have borne it. It'd have to be the death of me." "It would be death of you to come with me, Sam," said Frodo. "And I could not have borne that. Not you and see as being left behind," said Sam. "But I am going to Mordor. I know that well enough, Mr. Frodo." "Of course you are, and I'm coming with music you now," Sam said. "Frat, don't hinder me. The others will be coming back any minute. If they catch me here, I shall have to argue and explain, and I shall never have the heart or the chance to get off. But I must go at once. It's the only way." "Of course it is," answered Sam. "I'm not alone. I'm coming too, or neither of us isn't going. I'll knock H and all the boats first." Fro actually laughed. A sudden warmth and gladness touched his heart. "Leave one," he said. "We'll need it, but you can't come like this without your gear or food or anything." Oh, just hold on a moment and I'll get my stuff," cried Sam eagerly. "It's all ready. I thought we should be off today." He rushed to the camping place, fished out his pack from the pile where Frodo had laid it when he emptied the boat of his companion's goods, grabbed a spare blanket and some extra packages of food, and ran back. "So all my plan is spoiled," said Frodo. It's no good trying to escape you, but I'm glad, Sam. I cannot tell you how glad. Come along. It is plain that we were meant to go together. We will go, and may the others find a safer load. Strider will look after them. I don't suppose we shall see them again." "Wait, may yet, Mr. Frodo." "We may," said Sam. So Frodo and Sam set off on the last stage of the quest together. Frodo paddled away from the shore, and the river bore them swiftly away down the western arm and past the frowning cliffs of tall grandeur. The roar of the great Fes drew nearer. Even with such help as Sam could give, it was hard work to pass across the current at the southern end of the island and drive the boat eastward towards the far shore. At length they came to land again on the southern slopes of Amanur. There they found a shelving shore, and they drew the boat out high above the water and hid it as well as they could behind the great boulder. Then, shouldering their burdens, they set off, seeking a path that would bring them over the grey hills of the Mwhe and down into the land of shadow. Words to say. Now the lady arose, and Cabor led them back to the hive. A yellow no lay upon the green land of the town, and the water glittered with silver. All at last was made ready. The company took their places in the boats as before, crying farewell. The elves of Laon with long grey poles thrust them out into the flowing stream, and the rippling waters bore them slowly away. The travelers sat still without moving or speaking on the green bank near to the very point of the tongue. The lady Galadriel stood alone and silent. As they passed her they turned, and their eyes watched her slowly floating away from them, for so it seemed to them. Lorien was slipping back like a bright ship mastered with enchanted trees, sailing onto forgotten shores, while they sat helpless upon the margin of the grey and leafless world. Even as they gazed, the silver load passed out into the currents of the great river, and their boats turned and began to speed southward. Soon the white form of the lady was small and distant. She shone like a window of glass upon a far hill in the westering sun, or as a remote lake seen from a mountain, a crystal fallen in the lap of the land. Then it seemed to Frodo that she lifted her arms in a final farewell, and far but piercing clear on the following wind came the sound of her voice singing. But now she sang in the ancient hue of the elves beyond the sea, and he did not understand the words. Fair was the music, but it did not comfort him yet. As is the way with elvish words, they remained graven in his memory, and long afterwards he interpreted them as well as he could. The language was that of the elven song, and spoke of things little known on Middle-earth. Music rar Namer Nala valor music Nilu Namer all like gold fall the leaves in the wind. Long years numberless as the wings of the trees, the years have passed like swift draws of sweet me, and softly holes beyond the west beneath the blue vaults of V, where the stars tremble in the song of her voice. Holy and queenly, who now shall refill the cup for me? For now the kindler Varda, the queen of the stars from Mount Everwhite, has uplifted her hands like clouds, and all paths are drowned deep in shadow, and out of a grey country darkness lies on the firming waves between us, and mist covers the jewels of Kaya. Forever now lost, lost to those from the east. Izamar, farewell. Maybe thou shalt find valor, maybe even thou shalt find it. Farewell. V is the name of that lady whom the elves in these lands of exile name Elberth. Music. Suddenly the river swept around a bend, and the banks rose upon either side, and the light of Laon was hidden to that fair land. Frodo never came again. The travelers now turned their faces to the journey. The sun was before them, and their eyes were dazzled, for all were filled with tears. Gimli wept openly. I have looked last upon that which was fairest, he said to Legolas his companion. Henceforward I will call nothing fair unless it be her gift. He put his hand on his breast. Tell me, Legolas, why did I come on this quest? Little did I know where the chief peril lay. Truly Aaron spoke, saying that he could not foresee what we might meet upon our road. Dormant in the dark was the danger that I feared, and it did not hold me back, but I would not have come had I known the danger of light and joy. Now I have taken my worst wound in this part. Even if I were to go this night straight to the dark lord, I'll ask forgive me. Son of Bel, nay, said Legas, I'll last for a soul and for all that walk the world in these after days, for such is the way of it, to find and lose as it seems to those whose boat is on the running stream. But I count you blessed, Gly, son of glory, for your loss you suffer on your own free will, and you might have chosen otherwise, but you have not forsaken your companions, and the least reward that you shall have is that The memory of Lauren shall remain ever clear and unstained in your heart and shall neither fade nor grow stain. Maybe said Jimmy, and I thank you for your words, true words. Doubtless it all such comfort is cold memory is not what the harp is isles, that is only a mirror, be it clear as Kedzara, or so says the heart of Gimli. The dwarf elves may see things otherwise, indeed I have heard that from their memory is more like to the waking world and to a dream. Not so for dwarves, but let us talk no more of it. Look to the boat, she is too low in the water. Thank you for joining Soul Speak Story on this epic journey through the Lord of the Rings. We hope you felt the thrill, the heart, and the magic of Middle-earth. Frodo's quest, the bravery of the Fellowship, and the timeless struggle between light and darkness make this story unforgettable. If you enjoyed this adventure, subscribe to Soul Speak Story for more full-length audiobooks, captivating tales, and timeless legends brought to life. There's always another story waiting to be told.